A very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens for this third day. It's been an endless week really of Glamorgan against Leicestershire with myself, Nick Webb, and Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Edward Bevan joining us later. Glamorgan 54-1 and a mere half hour's delay this morning. 3/4 of an hour delay this morning, Richard.
Yes, it seems relatively short, doesn't it? Fingers crossed we will get the 92 overs. I'm not entirely convinced we will, because there are still one or two showers knocking around. The forecasters tell us maybe we'll be lucky. We deserve a bit of good fortune, but theoretically 92 overs to be bowled today. If we get them all, it will be a late finish, I can promise you that. Leicestershire not particularly quick in their terms of their over rates. But as I say, I suspect we'll have a couple of knockbacks. And it's going to be hard work to take all 9 remaining Glamorgan wickets, judging by what we've seen so far, Nick.
Yes, it's a relatively placid period for the batsmen last night. After the early loss of David Lloyd, bowled by Matt Salisbury, playing no shots to his 5th delivery. But it remains to be seen whether we will get anywhere near a positive result or whether we will have a battle for bonus points over the next couple of days. But you suspect that unless there's anything dramatic in the way of collapses, then the captains would need to collude, and there's been precious little evidence of that in the game so far this season.
Indeed. The wicket taker, Matt Salisbury, is going to open proceedings for the Foxes. He's going to be bowling to Sam Northeast from the River Taff end of this fine ground. Comes in and bowls. Back foot defensive push from Northeast, pushing the ball out into the covers where Louis Kimber is the field. Just the 2 slips this morning for Leicestershire, Messrs Mulder and Ackerman, first and second, but they have a short leg. Whether that denotes a sort of change of plan, they're going to bowl a bit straighter, a bit shorter, remains to be seen.
Video viewers to our stream will realise that it is a bit windy today.
Not unpleasantly so, though. It is quite a warmish breeze as in goes Salisbury. Bowls again straight, again slightly short of a good length, again off the off stump. Northeast is playing it firmly out into the offside. Again Kimber is the fielder, as you were.
Yes, the clouds moving fairly fast overhead, just the odd patch of blue sky around. It's just the interruptions will make it difficult for the batter's concentration in particular today.
Salisbury turning into the teeth of that wind, comes running in and bowls. Fuller this time on driven back towards him by Northeast. Half stop by the bowler in his follow through, trickles out to mid on, where Chris Wright is the fielder, and again there's no run.
I think it's noticeable that second slip has crept a little bit closer than yesterday. They've realised that the ball isn't going to carry that far.
Salisbury turns, runs in, slightly curving run, bowls again, that's slightly short of a length delivery that is wristily turned off the back foot into the onside by Northeast, but sort of defensively so, but that may denote Leicestershire's line going forward from a seam point of view, with Budinger in there at short leg, helmeted and padded up of course.
Yeah, if you are listening or viewing in the area and you fancy coming down, I think we'll get most of a day's play in today.
I thought you were going to say, I think we'll squeeze you in. There are 1 or 2 seats available. In goes Matt Salisbury. Fuller this time, waiting in his crease. Nonetheless is Northeast, just blocking it in a sort of almost casual way back out into the offside.
Probably just the 14,800 to choose from. But you really can't blame spectators for not turning up at the start of play today, because there was rain around this morning and it took ages for the umpires to give the go-ahead.
One very heavy shower, but it only lasted sort of about a minute. Salisbury. Pale goes in, bowls. That's a decent shout for a leg before. May have just hit him outside the line. Did come back in a little bit. We'll have a look at the replay. Will it be shown from behind? I wish they'd show it from behind the bowler's arm. It did come back in, actually. Quite a long way, but Jack Shantry, head down, declines to answer the appeal in the affirmative. We'd love to see that from behind the bowler's arm. Are we going to? Here we go. Yeah, a bit too much.
Yeah.
Bit too much. So again, Jack Shantry, one of the better of the new breed of umpires coming into the first class game, turns the appeal down correctly, one feels. End of the over. A maiden to start with then from Matt Salisbury. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 20 for him. Hassan has yet to face a ball. He's 32 not out. North East faced all 6 is 15 not out.
So right, the scourge of Glamorgan at Grace Road earlier in the season with 5 for 89 is into both the left-handed Ul Hassan, and he is on the back foot playing that one out into the covers where Patel fields, and there is no run. Ul Hassan has got to 40 3 times in his 6 previous innings and has not got onwards to 50, so he'll have that very much in mind as he looks to stake a permanent claim to a place at the top of the Glamorgan order. As right in, and that's turned away for the first run of the day, down to fine leg by Ul Hassan. Single taken.
He has license to bat all day, doesn't he? Oh, it's raining.
It's raining again.
7 balls?
8 balls.
8 balls.
8 balls,
I
yeah.
can't believe
8
it.
balls in the first shower of the day. 8 balls, 1 run. It's quite a heavy shower, so I think they'll have to get the cover on, even if it's only a few minutes, and then we'll take a few minutes again to start.
I don't believe it. Do not believe it.
Well, yesterday morning it rained at
believe it.
10:58, didn't it, with the players massing on the boundary. But the showers over the last couple of days have been absolutely ridiculous. And we're off again after 1 run and 8 balls.
Just watching the spectators, although plenty are heading off, there's 1 or 2 of sort of remaining in place in the hope that it is brief, and I think it is going to be brief actually.
It could just be a couple of minutes, to be honest, couldn't it? Because the umpires certainly aren't hurrying off, and neither of the last few Leicestershire players.
The spectators, in fact, umbrellas are sort of coming down already, so it looks like it was just a very, very brief on the breeze. And indeed, the umpires have paused. Jack Shantry has paused at the boundary's edge.
Shall we have a look at scores elsewhere while we work out what's going to happen next? In Division 2, Durham 448 for 9, 132 runs ahead of Gloucestershire on first innings. Alex Lees made 195. And elsewhere,
his
Clark,
3rd century in a row, apparently. He did make one against Leicestershire.
and it was at a strike rate of 85, so that probably just about qualifies for Bazball, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's what he's thinking, actually, Lees. He must be, if Crawley ever does enough to get, or doesn't do enough to be removed from the side, that you would have thought Lees might be the next in line, although Lawrence was the batter selected as the sort of backup, wasn't he?
At Hove, Sussex made 402 all out. Derbyshire in reply are 261 for 4, with Brooke Guest having just reached his century, half centuries there for the reliable pair of Madsen and Duploy. And at New Road, where they might get this shower in about an hour's time, Worcestershire 71 for 3, that's in reply to an impressive Yorkshire total of 407 all out. So in terms of hopes from these two sides, they'll be hoping everyone else draws, really, won't they, so that they don't get too far ahead. Apart from Durham, I suppose, are pretty much assured of winning the lot, winning the thing.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Just watching the umpires. Paul Baldwin is engaged in conversation. He's staying out, but no, he's heading up the stairs now. While he's, I'm not sure how sort of matey the conversation he's having with one of the spectators has been. Really. I think there's something along those lines.
Yes, Edward Cooper regular spectator, did say the crowd were getting restless, probably a rain by 11:45, or it was a rain by 11:48, I believe. So, there we go. Rod Young tweeted last night, when we went off in sunshine, "This is what frustrates people about cricket, no play for nearly 2 days. The light perfect, yet they were packing in at 6:30, Neil Thornycroft. On a similar theme, why couldn't we go on till 7:30? Great batting, though."
We're going to put the rope around the outfield. That's the noise you can hear. The tractors dragging the rope around, implying that the rain has already stopped. I can see spectators having taken down there's still one or two umbrellas up, but where it's fallen on the sort of dry concrete, it is just sort of spotted, if you know what I mean. The concrete is not completely soaked through, so it has clearly stopped again, and I think we will be back out within 10 minutes.
There we are. We'll take a brief break while Richard updates his radio listeners as well at the top of the hour, and we will be back with you very shortly, I would imagine. So stick the kettle on. You've got time for a cuppa, but don't go away.
I'm glad to say, everyone, that we'll be restarting very shortly at 12 noon. For the 2 overs have been lost from today's allocation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have takeoff. The hover cover has been taken off the playing surface again, and we are back on. And I believe that's a 2 over delay in the day, so we're down from 92 to 90. Take any further lower bits depending on passing showers. A bit of a grin on Sam Northeast's face. He's probably seen it all before, trying to help his young partner Zain Ul Hassan along. And we're back on after just over 10 minutes delay. I'm surprised it's only 2 overs gone, but there we are. All good. Lunch is due at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock. Would have thought those would remain the same. 2 slips, and now a short leg posted by Lewis Hill. Skipper having a chat with Chris Wright. So obviously feeling that the ball is like to be prodded forward just as much as edged with this Kookaburra ball. Here comes Wright in from the Cathedral Road end, and forward presses Northeast. Bat and pad close together. May have been an element of pad in that. But again, it seems, as in the last match here at Sophia Gardens, that the batters are going to have to work hard for any impetus. And maybe work hard to look for the quick singles. And just rotating the strike rather than going for big shots. Here comes Wright into Northeast and bowls him. His leg stump is knocked back. Chris Wright has Leicestershire's second wicket, and Glamorgan are 55 for 2. Well, Northeast not able to add to his overnight score, and looked to be cleaned up by that one. 46 balls faced by Northeast. He took 19 to get off the mark, and that looked like an excellent delivery, and some Northeast will be disappointed with that one. Looked to go through the gate, and it did come back a bit, although it was the leg stump leaning back. I think it was the top of middle that one struck, and not up to Northeast's usual standard. So, as we suspected, concentration difficult in these conditions with the players on and off so often. And Glamorgan are 1 for 1 this morning in 10 balls play that we've managed in the first hour. Now, Kieran Carlson was a player who bucked the trend in the last championship game here. Hit an enterprising 59 of just 46 deliveries in the second innings, and it was by some way, apart from a flurry by Sussex's Nathan McAndrew, the quickest that anyone scored in the match. So we will see if Carlson looks to get on with it. Both deliveries that have taken wickets have nipped back in, with David Lloyd leaving one that hit the off stump and northeast there, bowled through the gate by one that came back in a touch from right. So Leicestershire have added a third slip as well as the short leg for the new batter, Kieran Carlson, who does a few stretching exercises and prepares to face up to Chris Wright. Runs away from us and bowls, and Carlson gets a firm enough bat on that. Sends it largely defensively towards mid-off, where Scriven does the fielding. Skipper Hill is directing proceedings from mid-on. So there's a big gap in the covers to tempt Carlson possibly as Wright bowls, and Carlson turns that ball towards mid-wicket quite firmly but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. So 55 for 2. We have had all of 2 overs play in the first 64 minutes scheduled, and 1 run has been added, 1 wicket has been added to the overnight total. Richard is back.
The game proceeds apace. Things happening. When they're out there, things happen, it seems.
Decent ball from Wright, that.
Looked a bit.
Moved a bit back.
Yep. I haven't seen the replay, having been in the other room updating BBC Radio Leicester, but North East was playing, unlike the wicket that fell last night, that of David Lloyd, who left a delivery from Salisbury that nipped back a little bit.
Yes, but player of North East experience would be disappointed with the gap that was left.
Salisbury into Zain ul Hassan, very straight, and Hassan's head right over the ball there as he leant forward and played it back down the pitch towards the former Durham man, who, having fielded it, immediately just threw it out to Tom Scriven to do a spot of polishing. Players are going to have to work pretty hard if this Kookaburra ball becomes a permanent fixture. That is not, as far as I'm aware, the plan at the moment. It's just this 2-match experiment. Remains to be seen. In goes Salisbury, bowls a little bit short and does take the edge of Hassan's bat, just maybe straightened on him a fraction. Played it with soft hands though and bounced a long way short of Louis Kimber, who dived to his right. He's pretty much at gully rather than fourth slip, Kimber, and he dived across to his right, fielded it on the bounce, probably bounced up a couple of feet in front of him. Actually, he is probably fourth slip rather than gully. Budinger is at a backward point, but they are, as Nick said earlier, standing much, much closer than they were. The Leicestershire slip cordon. Salisbury is in, that is straighter, and played off Midland leg stroke leg stump by ul Hassan out towards Rishi Patel, who is at mid-wicket. No run.
Yes, just trying to look at the forecasts on the Met Office and the BBC. Met Office reckons we should have a clear run today. BBC saying there's an outside par chance of a shower.
It has been a real lottery in terms of where the showers have fallen in this game. Salisbury outside off stump. Ul Hassan steps forward and lets it go through into the gloves of Peter Hanscom. As you were saying this morning, that it was sort of raining a couple of miles away, and it was when it was dry here, and vice versa. So it just depends on how hard the wind blows and a little bit of good luck. But we've earned a bit of good luck. You or the spectators below us certainly have, many of whom have come from Leicestershire. Enjoy coming to Cardiff. Salisbury is in on the legs of Ul Hassan. He fends it away, or attempts to fend it away. Is there going to be a signal from Jack Chantry? There is a leg by. Again, as is his wont sometimes, he just took his bottom hand off the bat, gestured at it, thumped into the top of the pad stroke thigh pad area, dribbled down towards fine leg, and the leg by is taken. 56 for 2, second run of the day.
Yes, the crowd are dribbling in today, really. I suspect a few more locals will arrive if they think we've got a decent chance of a run of play this afternoon, but won't be huge numbers by any means.
Salisbury with Carlson to bowl at for the first time, goes in and bowls straight, and he's a little bit late on that and pushing slightly across the line. Got plenty of bat on it, pushed it out to mid-wicket, but Salisbury's hands started to go into the air, and 1 or 2 oohs and ahs from behind the stumps indicate that was a decent first delivery for Carlson to get. Kept it out well enough. End of the over. 56 for 2 after 20. The run rate has dropped back. Started off quite quickly, didn't they? Ul Hassan, his first 4 scoring shots, I seem to recall, were all boundaries. But Leicestershire have bowled rather better since. He remains on 33. Carlson yet to score.
Yeah, rather eccentric scoring pattern for Carlson earlier in the season, in which he either had fewer than 20 or a century. As right bowls outside off stump, Ul Hassan leaves. Good effort ball that seemed from Chris Wright. Looked to be flashes up at 79, but had the impression that it might have been a bit quicker. Anyway, yeah, perhaps I was misled. So Kieran Carlson has 4 centuries to his credit, including a career best 192, also 1 half century and an average of 53. But it's Ul Hassan who drives this one into the offside, straight to Patel, and there's no run.
I assume the speed measurement is from the bowler's hand until the ball bounces, because obviously that will, one assumes, unless it really skids, take a certain amount of pace off the ball. So I guess that is the unit of measurement as such. Sort of 3-4 metres or so. I don't know, to be honest.
Right around the wickets to the left-hander, and he pushes that one down into the gully area, and there's no run. Tempting, relatively short offside boundary for Ul Hassan. Found it a couple of times yesterday, but really has started this morning on the defensive, determined to have a good look at it and get his maiden first-class half-century if at all possible. The young Pakistani-born all-rounder via the Midlands, as he's playing that one forward up to mid-off, and there's no run. You get the feeling that Carlson will try and go a little bit harder at it and provide a bit of attacking impetus. Glamorgan with Root, Cook, Carlson and North East all moving up a place in the batting order, but Nisa returning gives you a credible number 7 as well. Van der Hoogten has been performing with both bat and ball, with the red ball, as Ul Hassan is forward watchfully playing it out on the offside, and it's a very sort of muffled thud off the bat at the moment, isn't it?
It's rather echo around as well, but empty-ish ground.
It's not the crack of when a firmly hit shot is accomplished. Carlson may well try and change that, I suspect. Right, dashing in here, flopping a balls and beats Ul Hassan just a little bit wider outside off stump. Ul Hassan went forward, played it, probably didn't need to, and was a little bit late on his as well. So Wright bowling well this morning. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. Glamorgan 56 for 2. And you'd think by this stage of the game we'd be saying so-and-so ahead or in reply to, but no, this is the first innings of the match.
Had a chat to Matt Salisbury after play yesterday, saying these have been the sort of days when you get to know your teammates rather better, perhaps indeed than you'd like to, and who knows, but in he comes and bowls to Carlson on the back foot, defends, pushing the delivery firmly out towards Hill at mid-off. So what sort of things were you getting up to? And they've developed a sort of football stroke tennis game involving various kit bags as nets and things like that, partly because the changing rooms at Grace Road have been hugely renovated and expanded, basically, so it's now a large space, much larger space, which they can exploit, if that's the right word, accordingly. In goes Salisbury and bowls. Carlson, minimal foot movement, just waits for the ball in the crease. 75 mph for Salisbury.
I think the players benefited from that during the COVID times when the away team would take both dressing rooms at the top of the pavilion, and Glamorgan would change in the lounge underneath, which obviously wasn't being used for members, but they had a few games going on there, I think, in the larger spaces.
Turns, longish run in the circumstances, comes in and bowls and played firmly out into the offside. Carlson is going to get off the mark as he pushes it slightly wide of Hill into a big gap in the covers. Hill is a sort of wide-ish extra cover stroke mid-off, trying to cover both positions. Has to run away to his left. By the time he does so, Carlson has picked up the single he needed to get off the mark. 57 for 2.
Just a little bit more bat speed from Carlson, isn't there? He goes at the ball harder.
I wasn't sure what you were doing there, whether you were trying to get rid of that fly that's been around for a while, or you were demonstrating as a current cricketer what was going on out
with
there.
With a batting average of 7 in Division 11, I hasten to add.
An active cricketer, which is impressive. In goes Salisbury and bowls on off stump. Hassan waiting in the crease, just dropping it out towards sort of backward point, but stops a long way short of that, and Kimber moves up from that third stroke fourth slip position to field.
Yeah, I'm still... Trouble is, playing only occasionally, I'm still cross about dragging one on from outside off stump about 3 weeks ago.
I'm hugely impressed that you're still playing. Do you coach at all? No. Salisbury, short sleeved shirt, goes running in and bowls edge court. Found the edge of Hassan's bat, thick outside edge, and it flew at a decent height towards Louis Kimber, who actually for that one was perfectly positioned, took a two-handed catch slightly to his right, but never looked like dropping it. So Zainul Hassan batted well, and it must have been very difficult to be constantly restarting his innings, but he is desperately disappointed, the young man, as he walks off. But he's impressed me in his innings, but again he's had a start. He's had numerous starts in this innings, as I say, but he has had a start and hasn't quite been able to go on. And Leicestershire have their first bonus point of the match, and Glamorgan wobbling slightly, 57 for 3.
It's remarkable, really, all Hassan's figures in first-class cricket. 22, 43, 24, 48, 9, 47, 33. So he's got sat virtually every time, apart from the first innings against Sussex, but hasn't been able to take it forward. On occasions he's hit a few nice attacking shots, but I think the combination of the Kookaburra ball and a pitch that is not the fastest, but I suspect things are more likely to happen now with Root and Carlson at the crease, a pair who don't like to be tied down.
It's been a tricky morning so far for Glamorgan. 3 for 2.
Indeed.
We lost a couple of overs, didn't we, with that
We
brief,
did, yes.
interruption. I was just trying to work out how many
I think
we've actually had today.
I think it's a 90 over. We were 17 overs overnight, so 4.5 overs today. This will make it fifth. 5 overs with this ball, and as you say, 3 for 2. In that time, it's been very much Leicestershire's morning, and with the bonus point, it will not be an entirely fruitless trip to Cardiff, whatever happens.
And then they have posted another slip now, so a genuine 4-slip accordion alongside Peter Hanscom behind the stumps, as once again Matt Salisbury bowling within himself. Found a little bit of movement, comes in now and bowls to Root, who turns that delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, and it's the end of the over. An excellent over from Matt Salisbury, who's sitting on figures at the moment of 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 21. Comfortably. Really his best effort for the Foxes. As I say, he did get injured in the first class game, so he hasn't really had the opportunity to show what he can do, and in tricky circumstances he's doing that at the moment.
Yes, it's a situation where you can charge in fresh, really, on a couple of occasions. Last night and in this first session, as Wright is doing now, and bowls to Carlson, who plays on the onside. And there's no runners. Patel hustles across from mid-wicket. 57 for 3, Glamorgan having lost this morning. North East bowled by Wright without addition to his overnight 15, and Ul Hassan just the single added before he was caught at slip by Kimber off the bowling of Salisbury for 33. So slow progress for Glamorgan, and they lose another wicket as Kieran Carlson is cleaned up by Chris Wright. He's gone for 1. Glamorgan 57 for 4, and the Foxes all over the home side.
That just looked to be the perfect outswinger to me. Let's have a look at the replay. Looked to sort of pitch, yep, straightened beautifully. Actually missed it by quite a long way, Kieran Carlson there. Super delivery from Wright.
Well, he's
red.
He's played for the movement in, natural movement in, hasn't he, with the angle, but it's just straightened a touch and took the off stump. 3 for 3. Well, this is
this morning
pretty disastrous for Glamorgan, isn't it? And they'll be struggling now to post a decent total, as Leicestershire really have been on top. Carlson making the long, and it is a long way, walk back to the pavilion.
It's probably the best part of 100 yards, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a long gap between the boundary ropes and the advertising boards and the steps up to the first floor, and then they disappear into the building. And
it's quite a long way from there as well, isn't it?
Go up another flight of stairs. Keeps you fit. Chris Cook is Glamorgan's new man. 444 runs, an average of 40, highest score of 134 in the second innings against Durham, when he batted all but a couple of balls of the final day.
Maybe there's a little bit more to this pitch than met our eye on days 1 and 2.
Well, we didn't have any chance on day 1.
No, but again, the little bit of sea movement. Leicestershire look to have thought about this a little bit, and they're not trying to bowl too fast. Not that they necessarily can bowl too fast. They're not outright pace bowlers by any stretch of the imagination, but Salisbury in particular, I can see Parkinson. I can't imagine he's been given the word. He's just practicing a few deliveries down there at long leg.
Right then into the new man Chris Cook, and he plays that on the leg side. Patel fields no run. So the short leg Budinger is back under the lid for Chris Cook.
Wright now has 30 first-class wickets for the season. Sussex will be pleased.
Yes, the merry-go-round of moves starting. As Wright is in to bowl to Cook, who will nick a single on the offside as he spotted that was just wide of mid-off. A bit of a gap and the covers, and I think Glamorgan have to look for that sort of aggressive running, because the ball doesn't appear to be coming onto the bat, as Billy Root now takes guard from Paul Baldwin. 58 for 4.
A few slightly threatening clouds around once again, please no.
3 slips and a backward point, which is often a key area for Root to score in. As Wright bowls and Root leaves through to Hanscom.
492 runs at 49, albeit that includes 4 not outs in the 14 innings. Like a good not out. Never does the average any harm.
Well, he started with 156 runs over the 2 innings against Gloucestershire without being dismissed. So
a solid basis for your season, isn't it?
I wish. Right, into bowl, and Root defends on the offside. So 1 run and 1 wicket added in that over. 58 for 4. Glamorgan limping badly. 23 overs gone, and Leicestershire on top under cloudy skies here once more at Sophia Gardens. Just a very hazy bit of blue temporarily overhead, but not really making any difference to the overall picture, which is more April or late September than supposedly mid-season. I mean, you know, the members want more championship cricket mid-season, and this is what we get. Not fair, is it?
Salisbury enjoying the conditions at the moment, as our Leicestershire 4 for 3 off 6 overs this morning, Glamorgan. Just the 3 slips though for Salisbury, bowling to Chris Cook with that aggressive, slightly open stance. Looking over his left shoulder as Salisbury is in and bowls, and slightly tentative push, half a stride forward. Pushes that one off stump out towards Patel, who is just forward of point. Big gap between Patel and Hill, which Patel now is running. No, he's just running to pick up the ball from the slips, so they didn't have to throw it quite so far. So they want to Cook to essay a drive or 2, or inviting him to essay a drive or 2 into the big gap in the covers. Salisbury is in and bowls, and again a little bit late on that, playing with his bat in front of his front pad is Cook. Out into the offside it goes. Then he looks back, and I'm sure whether that Bairstow dismissal has sort of reverberated through county cricket, I know not, but I guess I don't know whether he's making the point that there's an Australian behind the behind the stumps as well. It's Pete Hanscom.
Yes, it's back to playground days when you shout in.
Usually well before you are.
Yes,
as I recall. In goes Salisbury and bowls, slightly shorter of a length this time, and Cook comfortable with a nice high left elbow. Plays it firmly out towards Hill.
Emir Evans suggests, tongue-in-cheek on Twitter, surely we declare. Get the opposition in, pick up some bowling points as well again. But no, you can't.
Be a brave thing to do, Emir, I must say.
I think that was
I think it's tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, Glamorgan, we
you never
did
know.
declare on 120 odd for 4 against Derbyshire a few years back, much to the Derbyshire coach's disgust.
Salisbury is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Cook's bat. He stretched forward. He looked. Just be interesting to see that one, whether he just tucked the bat inside the line. I suspect not. 58 for 4 remains the score. Salisbury continues to bowl very well. 2 balls to go in the over. Are we doing for time? No, we're fine for the half-past update to finish this over. Edward will be with you. Radiating joy, I'm sure. 58 for 4. In goes Salisbury. Bowls slightly shorter of length, and upon his toes is Cook. Looking to force it. Comes off a thickish inside part of his bat. Runs out towards right at mid-on.
Yes, I'm sure more joy would be radiated by supporters of both these two teams when there is some news of contracts for next season. That's not just departures.
Absolutely. Salisbury turns in, bowls. Ooh, taking his bottom hand off the bat, anticipating bounce. It didn't really do anything too extraordinary, but it was short of a length, and Cook, having looked to get on the front foot, realised he wasn't going to get there, took his bottom hand off the bat, managed to drop it down, and that was another maiden over from Matt Salisbury. 10 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 21 for Salisbury. Glamorgan 58 for 4, 4 for 4 off 7 overs this morning.
Yeah, they've lost the wickets today of North East, bowled by Wright for 15. Ul Hassan caught it slip by Kimber off Salisbury for 33, and Carlson bowled by Wright for 1, 4 for 3 this morning. 58 for 4 overall, so a very different picture from last night's players. Wright starts a new over, bowling to Root, who's pushed that one through the covers for 4. And that one was absolutely beautifully timed, because no one bothered to chase it as it raced away to the grandstand. I was looking for the ball for a moment there, and Root had dispatched it very firmly to the ropes for the first boundary of the morning, and much awaited by the home support. Right then, starting off just behind a pile of sawdust, is in, right arm round, bowled to Root, who deflects that one down towards third man. That one will be chased. It won't be chased successfully though by Louis Kimber, and 2 successive boundaries from Billy Root gets Glamorgan moving at last. Edward, at last.
Yes, very interesting couple of overs this morning. I'm sure that there's still some moisture in the pitch. You know, there's been under covers for nearly 2 days, and I've just been thinking of Michael Nisa. He'd probably like to get in here, play shots as you always do, try and get up somewhere, and then give me the ball on this.
Right, dashes in again, bowls Root, leaves this time through to Hanscom.
Similarly, I think Tim van der Gooten might like to have a bowl, and it certainly it's moving around here, and I think Leicestershire would like to see these clouds move away, have bright sunshine, make the pitch fit for batting rather than seam bowling. Could still have a result, you Nick, who knows?
Oof. It'd take a lot of poor batting on both sides, wouldn't it? Right into bowl, and Roots squeeze it through the dive of Budinger at point, and he'll pick up a couple of runs that he probably shouldn't have. As Budinger didn't get down quite quickly enough, and Root moves, gallops on to 10 off just 7 deliveries, but 2 lovely balls from Chris Wright to take the wickets.
Just going to say exactly where you should be, hitting the top of off on both occasions. I'm just looking at him. He really has got powerful shoulders. Well, he's 38 coming up in a couple of days' time, and bowling as well as what, a 28-year-old.
Average 29 coming into this game. It'll be lower than that now, as that ball is allowed to go through by Billy Root. He's also been contributing with the bat, Chris Wright. Batting average of 41, so Sussex supporters are getting a man still able to play a major part in a game.
Certainly.
Last ball of his over, which has been expensive, but Leicestershire are on the attack with the 3 slips, so there are gaps in the field. No third man.
Well, there's 5 boundaries going down there.
68 for 4. And forward comes Root defensively.
No ball, huh?
To what was scheduled to be the last ball of the over. Well spotted, Edward. Umpire Baldwin holds out his arm towards the scorers up by the side of the dressing room.
Looks as if we might have a change before long. Vigorous movements from Scriven, I think it is.
Scriven.
Yeah, bending down, the arms going over, all the exercises coming out.
Right bowls and Root defends. So 12 runs off the over, and a little bit of impetus that Glamorgan badly needed, having slumped from 54 for 1 overnight to 57 for 4, and
3 good deliveries, as you mentioned, right? And I think Salisbury has bowled extremely well. He got an edge from the other batsman to be dismissed. Ul Hussain went to second or third slip, and that's admirable bowling this morning, disciplined bowling by the seamers, and it will be a change at the far end, the river end.
There's a change of bowling at the river end, because returning to bowl for Leicestershire is Tom Scriven.
There we are. You heard it from the public address announcer.
as did half of Central Cardiff.
Yes, down as far as Queen Street. Tom Scriven then to bowl with an attacking field. It hasn't really changed. 3 slips cover, an extra cover in a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg and a man down on the long leg, fine leg, whatever you want to call it, boundary. A couple of hop, skip and jumps from the bowler as he gets into rhythm, and here he is now then, coming in and bowls to Cook, and Cook clips it away on the onside, but straight to right to his fielding there at mid-on. 70 for 4. Cook on 1, Root very quickly on to 10. It included 2 boundaries in that last over. We had a couple of starts, rushing in for some showers, but the clouds, I'm glad to say, are as high as they've been for the last 3 days. So please, up there, can we have an uninterrupted day's cricket? Scriven's turns at the end of his run, comes in, and this isn't played very confidently by Chris Cook, but he's going to get a single down to fine leg. Parkinson fields and returns. Glamorgan go quietly on to 71 for 4, having been put in earlier this week, is the best thing to say about that.
Yeah, when did it?
When was it?
It was about 4 o'clock on Monday they had the toss, I think, wasn't it? And they didn't.
Was it Monday? Tuesday? Yeah, Wednesday today. You're right.
They actually, yes, they did manage the toss, but no play on day 1.
The left-handed route is to take strike. Still the same feel exactly. They've just changed over. Tom Scriven in bowls, and this is pushed forward by Root rather on the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, it's another bit of a commentary twister, isn't it? Right to Root.
Yes.
Not as bad as Carson and Carlson or Salter and Slater.
Or Pepper to Salt. Pepper, of course, plays for Essex, and Salt now is with Lancashire. Scriven turns again in past umpire Chantry and bowls, and again it draws the batsman right forward. If there's anything coming off the pitch, it was well covered by Root as he pushed it back down. Been very good bowling this morning, good seam bowling. Any bowling coach should have been happy with this performance from the Leicestershire seamers. Remember, they're second in the championship, probably been overtaken now by Sussex because they got 4 batting points down at Hove. Scriven to the left-handed Billy Root. Root drives powerfully but straight at the man at extra cover. Nice looking shot. That is his strength, as you mentioned earlier on, as is the strength of many left-handed batsmen. It was Gower-esque shots on the offside.
Yes, I think it was Yorkshire had 6 players at one point square of the wicket or behind on the offside.
They knew. Their former player. There's not better player, having said that, than his brother. With a cover drive. Here's the next ball, down the leg side, clipped away, up towards mid-wicket. They'll think of a second here, will probably, they'll have to run pretty quickly, but get there comfortably. And that is the end of another. Glamorgan move on to 73 for 4. Root leading the way on 12, just the 2 runs to Cook. Yeah, I saw Joe Root play a cover drive on the Test match on Sunday. It was the most glorious shot, and something that Ian Bell would have played. Just got right then, held the pose, did Root, much to the delight of his Western Terrace fans in his native Yorkshire.
Yes, it was away last week, so I didn't actually get to see much. So then, find out because of the Glamorgan schedule, I haven't actually watched live much of the Test series so far, unfortunately. Hope to catch a bit more of the last 2. As Wright is in, and that is driven but not timed on the leg side by Chris Cook. Dot ball. Still the refusal to pick Ben Folkes goes on.
Find that astonishing, but there we are. I think he's overweight, Johnny Bairstow. He's missed a lot of chances, which could have, I think it did cost the Lord's Test. But there we are, they're not going to budge. They're faithful to the side that Bairstow played. He won his last game.
As that is left by Cook and dropped by Hanscom, because it came back quite a way, and Cook just has a little look back to make sure his off bail is still there, and that didn't miss it by more than a couple of inches, I think. And
careful.
Wright is getting some movement off the pitch, and this Leicestershire seam attack is bowling well. We'll see if Vian Mulder is fit enough to provide the 4th seamer. As Wright is into bowl. Oh, that's
not much about that, did he?
An appeal. It sounded quite woody, and I think it was a bit high anyway. There wasn't much support from behind the wicket, but Wright got jolly excited about it. Yeah, no, it did.
There's a keeper, I think, was it?
Wrap him on the pads. Maybe it was the keeper went first and Wright joined in. There wasn't much of wasn't a very concerted appeal, but as you say, Cook was well beaten by the delivery.
Just to repeat my question of yesterday, if anybody knows of somebody who's played for 5 counties, please get in touch.
British player, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, county player.
As
English county player or Welsh.
As that's driven on the leg side by Cook, no run.
I say that because Chris Wright will play down the south coast next year at Sussex. He previously played, let's see if I can remember, Middlesex, Warwickshire, Leicestershire. Richard will know. Middlesex, Warwickshire, Leicestershire, Essex. That's right. He went from Middlesex to Essex. Journeyman.
In very good form here, though, as in he comes and bowls, and Cook plays defensively on the leg side. Always gives the impression of being squared up, Chris Cook, because he starts with such an open stance,
doesn't he?
And a brief burst of sunshine illuminates proceedings. I think we had a little bit of it last night for about an hour, didn't we?
Yeah, it's in glorious sunshine. They trucked off.
We all go home with the sun shining brightly. 73 for 4 Glamorgan, 2 wickets apiece to Salisbury and Wright for Leicestershire, and Wright into his 11th over, 2 for 32 as he bowls to Cook, and Cook defends. That is the end of the over. 73 for 4, Root 12, Cook 2. The man out this morning. Northeast bowled Wright 15. Ul Hassan caught Kimber bowled Salisbury 33, and Carlson bowled Wright for 1. 3 wickets fell in the space of 3 runs, and the home faithful didn't have much to cheer until Billy Root came in and hit a couple of boundaries, the only 2 registered by the home side. We started at 11:45. We had a brief break after just 8 balls of the morning proceedings, and Glamorgan rather limping along, but a bit of experience here, and with Nisa and Van der Hoogten to follow.
What time are we lunching today?
1:10 it
1:10.
was originally. I presume that's still the case.
Haven't heard any different, have we? Scriven to ball his second over of the morning and his 6th in the game. And he's coming round the wicket, and that's edged and beautifully caught a third slip there. He drove, it was rather wide, it went rather low, but an excellent catch.
Kimber again.
By Kimber. That's his second catch of the morning. My word, he's got good hands. That was nowhere near a straightforward catch. And Glamorgan in a spot of bother here at 73 for 5 as Billy Root departs, called Kimber. First wicket for Scriven, and he's gone for 12.
Yeah, it was potentially there to be driven, but he didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and the thick edge claimed low down to his left by Kimber at third slip, so it is very much Leicestershire in the ascendancy, as who knows, they dream of a third victory of the season, but a lot of work to do to get any sort of positive result after barely more than 2 days of cricket available to them. In fact,
Mr. Nisa is due in. We didn't expect to see him this season, but obviously Australia thought that he needed a little bit of match practice. As they're 9 days before the next test at Old Trafford, they said, well, off you go, pop back down to Wales and have 4 days. Well, he's had rather short 4 days.
well, we're all assuming, as Nisa gets a welcome from the sparse crowd, all assuming that Nisa will be back with Australia in the preparations for the 4th test, which is at Old Trafford on Wednesday of next week. Glamorgan begin their next championship game on Thursday of next week, away to Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. It's a day later than everyone else. Leicestershire are at Oakham School against Worcestershire on Wednesday next week, but well, I said I'd be very surprised to see Nisa again this season. He has reappeared for this one game, but repeat really that be surprised to see him again after this one.
A very attacking player, and of course he's got a lot of runs this season. Against Leicestershire, he came in at number 8 and got 86. I think he got 90 up at Headingley.
Correct.
And he's contributed.
No, it was 90 at Leicester and 80.
No.
Where we are.
Right, Worcestershire, then he got 86.
Worcestershire got 86, yeah. 90 at Leicester.
No.
123 at Sussex in the Great Escape.
And he is someone who doesn't often block the ball.
No.
And in this position, well, I think he'd be well advised to play a few shots, or attempt to get a few shots. But excellent morning here for Leicestershire as Scriven. That was the first ball of the over. Well, bowled to the right-handed Nisa. Short leg comes in now. Very attacking. Nisa's forward, has a look at it, pushes it away on the offside. There's no run. So 3 slips and a short leg. There is no cover. There's an extra cover and there's a mid-off. And then we have the usual field, straightish square leg, about 15 yards from mid-on. And fine leg was rather wide. Always an interesting ploy this, that there is no extra cover now. As in comes Scriven ball, turned off his legs by Nisa, down to fine leg. He's on his way with a single, leaving that gap between cover and mid-off, as if to say to Nisa or Chris Cook, well, if you want to play a few shots, go for it, because the ball is wobbling around and you might just nick it. 74 for 5. Very, very slow progress this morning, and Glamorgan losing 4 wickets. And Leicestershire in sight of a second bowling point. This time Cook goes forward and plays defensively up to mid-off.
Yeah, the point was made in the first match with the Kookaburra ball that it doesn't tend to do much after 30 overs or so. Goes dead even quicker than the Duke's one does, and unless there's a bit of reverse swing around. But Leicestershire have definitely got movement off the wicket this morning, or Wright has anyway.
They've all bowled well. Scriven comes in and bowls again to Cook, and Cook clips this nicely off his legs up towards mid-wicket. He'll get a single as it's fielded and returned. 75 for 5 now. 2 attacking players at the crease, but interesting to see if he will be in an attacking mode.
Yeah,
in
well,
a perilous position of Glamorgan.
Cook can play it always, can't he, really?
Yeah.
Can block or blast. 3 off 18 for him so far. Nisa is not really a blocker.
Let's see what he does with this last ball of Tom Scriven's over. In he comes over the wicket and bowls, and this is an attempted flick down the leg side. It doesn't connect, through to the keeper. End of the over, and Glamorgan struggling this morning at 75 for 5.
Yeah, 21 for 4 effectively on the session, which started at 11:45, was interrupted straight away. But Leicestershire really have made the most of what play has been possible here at Sophia Gardens. So it will be right once more. First spell last night was 4 overs for 17, but he's going well now. 2 for 32 off 11. As he's hit Cook amidships there, I think.
Yes, I'd nipped backed off the pitch alarmingly.
Cook
I think it hit him where
cut
it
in
hurt.
half.
I think it hit him where it hurts most.
Nisa wanders down for a consolation chat.
What he's going to do, I don't know. He just taps his glove. That's
Bunch
no good.
of gloves.
You'll get over it.
Well, you're not in a position to offer any physical assistance, are you, in that circumstance? As Cook just takes his time to settle, and it looks as though the short leg is going to be reinstated as Buttinger trots across from gully to short leg. 75 for 5. Cook 3, Nisa 1. 3 slips and a short leg. Right bowls, and Cook hits it through the covers. I think that one's going to run away for 4. It's slowing slightly, and it might be just flicked back inside the ropes, and they trot back for 3 runs. Well, that really shows you how much moisture is still around, doesn't it? Because that was played over the wickets, over the square, which is obviously the shortest grass, but it slowed dramatically on the cover boundary, and a bit of relay fielding saved 1 run for Leicestershire.
I don't know what batting practice Michael Nisa might have had with the Australian squad. It might have been in the net. It wouldn't be much fun facing Stark and Cummings and Boland and that lot. We shall see.
Nisa's on strike, and Wright is tearing into bowl to him, and Nisa leaves it. Comes back a little bit, but past the wickets it had already gone, through to Hanscom. As Chris Cook goes down on one knee for a little bit of a readjustment of a lace, I think.
Yeah, there was no previous announcement. I was listening to the test so much and watching, and Mel Jones announced it, the Australian lady commentator, that he'd be going back to Glamorgan for a game.
Right bowls, and Nisa jabs it down to backward point.
Bit of a surprise, do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I suppose it makes sense for Australia to keep him in the groove with a bit of match practice. Is he really going to be used now? Because the talk was that there'd be a bit more rotation needed, but I suppose with now we've had the 3 in a row, it might not be quite so much the case.
Well, I think had they won the 3rd test, Australia, he might have played at the next 2.
Right bowls, and Nisa glances it down to fine leg for a single, 79 for 5. Yeah, 2-1 still in the series. Glamorgan with away games against Gloucestershire and Derbyshire to follow, and of course they faced a conundrum, having signed the spinner Swepson, and it's been Colin Ingram, the batter, who's been left out with 3 overseas available mid-season, which is a bit of an unexpected luxury. There's right bowls. Cook plays no shot through to Hanscom.
Well, the talk is, of course, is that Hazelwood will come back into the side instead of Boland. But if something happened to Hazelwood or any of the seamers in the match, I suppose he is the next cab on the rank, I think. So he'll have to be back at Old Trafford ready for duty. And there's no chance of him playing for Glamorgan up at Cheltenham, I would have thought.
I mean, the test starts the day before that county match, so theoretically,
I've forgotten what they do now. You can pull them in if there's an injury.
Well, if he's not included in the Australia 11, then he can just wander down the road. Yeah.
Somebody gets Hazelwood gets hits on the bombs or something.
Yeah, they are allowed to play like for like replacements, aren't they?
Scum starts another over. He's bowling to the right-handed Cook, and Cook is beaten as that he sort of just fishes, not quite knowing what to do. And it goes through to the wicket keeper. Cook seems a little bit of pain there.
And Nisa on strike.
Nisa rather, just walking around.
Well, the one caught that flick down to fine leg he played. Might have just have caught him on the glove.
Yeah.
He's a tough man.
Scrivens in, bowls again, and this time it's just played out into the onside. You can have a look at that, and he's going to call for the physio here. He glanced up towards the pavilion, then fiddled with his left hand as if he was taking the glove off, then decides not to. It's the right hand, you see him, that's the last thing Glamorgan want on a pitch like this. That's doing plenty. It's for overseas bowler to break down. Anyway, he's waiting now as in comes Gibbons. Bowled to him and he drives quite nicely out to mid-on. As 17 counties do, they shout, oh.
Yes.
I must ask the player, what are you trying to tell them?
It's just to create a little bit of a sense of drama, isn't it? That help the bowler on his way psychologically. Don't know if anyone actually believes it on either side. It's a bit of a pantomime.
Crowd bathed in sunshine here. In comes the next ball, and he walked across his stumps and it's caught at short leg, throws it up into the air. The referee, the umpire, Jack Chantry, is unmoved, probably going over the top. Thought there might have been something in it.
Is going down leg side, clipped the pad, caught by short leg, who's then launched a second appeal. Well, if you don't like the LBW appeal, how about an appeal for a catch?
Anyway, there wasn't a run. The score remains at 79 for 5. 2 balls left of this over. Scriven, very economical, comes in and that's driven nicely, but straight to a wideish mid-off. See again. Fiddles with his hand, shakes it. He's not happy, is he, Nick?
No.
With his right hand.
No, that previous over from right is obviously hit the glove rather than the bat on its way down to fine leg.
And if he gets, if he does, I don't think he has, but if he's dislocated or fractured and he's out to the next test, he will not be a very happy person. With a chance, perhaps, of playing in the last test. Last ball of the over. And here it comes, and it's played away past short leg this time. They cross for a single, and they'll probably come back. Yes, he has to race up there, but gets there quite easily.
Well, it's a good job that throw wasn't on point from Nisa's point of view, because he really had to dash back for the second. Had the throw been over the bails, he may just have been struggling. But 81 for 5 then.
I think Richard's gone to tell his friends.
Yes, Richard's got a radio update, so I've got one, I think, in a couple of minutes, and I'll give way to Richard thereafter.
We're going to have a change of bowling, I think, at this
Switching
left
to the
end.
Cathedral Road end, Matt Salisbury.
Yeah, so it's just Salisbury changing ends, and they've stuck with the three seamers again, which tends to suggest, as Richard was talking about last night, that Mulder is struggling with his bowling at
He
the
hasn't
moment.
bowled this season, has he?
Yeah, he has.
He has he?
Yeah, quite a bit, but not less so in recent weeks. So,
This will work nicely for the Seamers. They've had a
Yeah.
little stint, and then they'll have some lunch, relax.
yeah, and then it
Carry
goes
on
all again
again.
in the afternoon. Makes it easier to work with three. Salisbury into bowl, and Cook defends out on the offside. No run.
All the dismissals have either been bowled or caught slip or caught wicketkeeper, which tells us that the ball has been jagging about this morning, especially. Good toss to win. And the bonus points so far, Morgan nowhere near one. And Leicestershire just 1 wicket away from 2 bonus points.
As in comes the next delivery, it's played off the back foot through the offside by Chris Cook, and they'll come back comfortably for a couple of runs as it's fielded by the skipper Lewis Hill, just inside the deep extra cover boundary. 83 for 5 then Glamorgan, having started the morning at 54 for 1. It is a truncated session because of the morning rain, which meant that the covers were still on.
We lose any overs today, have we?
Well, there were 8 added, and then I think a few more taken off, so we're down to
Basically
a
the same.
90 over day. A 90 over day, so yeah, we have lost overall 6, I think. Salisbury into bowl. Cook is forward, playing to cover, and there's no run. So Glamorgan labouring along, and Leicestershire with very high hopes now of getting all 3 bowling points at least from this match in Cardiff. In comes Salisbury again. Not the quickest of run-ups, and Cook plays it straight back down the wicket, so straight that it cannons off the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Nisa had turned and made his ground just in case. 83 for 5. 3 slips, fine leg, the other 5 saving the single in conventional manner for the Foxes.
Doesn't look as if we'll have any rain. I shouldn't have said that, but it's very high clouds and lots of blue sky.
Yeah, more than we've seen most of the couple of days, as that's a full-length delivery by Cook. It's by Salisbury, driven by Cook, back to the bowler. Stops with his foot in the follow-through.
Yeah, Glamorgan last night were going along at 3.7. They're now down to 2.69, the run rate. That'll tell you how accurate these Leicestershire seamers have been.
Really has been laboured stuff from the home batters. Al Hassan trying to block it out. There's Cook on the back foot, plays it back to the bowler. No run. 83 for 5. Nisa 4, Cook 8. Update for BBC Radio Wales in a couple of moments. So just the 3 seamers bowled plus the token contractual obligation over of spin from Callum Parkinson last over last night. 83 for 5 after 31 overs. Slow going. Scriven then, who got the wicket of Billy Root. is into Nisa with a short leg and 3 slips, and
Short.
Nisa has timed that one nicely through mid-off. A firm defensive push, but just a single. It's not really running over the outfield this morning after all the rain we've had, even though he punched that one quite hard. 84 for 5. Cook takes guard again for some reason from umpire Chantry. Here is Scriven again. Ball's down leg side. Cook tries to hit it into the cricket school or into the car park and misses completely.
I'm just thinking, we're watching this county match. When's the next match? September?
Last one here. Yep, update for BBC Radio Wales. It's been Leicestershire's day so far. Glamorgan have slipped from 54 for 1 overnight to 84 for 5. Zain Ul Hassan 33, Sam North East 15, Kieran Carlson 1 and Billy Root 12. The men out today with 2 wickets apiece for Wright and Salisbury, 1 for Scriven. So Leicestershire on top, but this game severely truncated by bad weather. Will there be time to force a positive result? Nisa is on 5, Cook on 8, Glamorgan 84 for 5.
Yeah, but sometime in mid-September is the next county match, isn't
The
it?
next championship match here, yes, indeed. Because Glamorgan played 2 away in a row and then 1 away in September as Scriven bowls and Cook blocks it to mid-off. So the next championship match here in Cardiff is on Sunday the 10th of September, and that is against Yorkshire. But there are 3 championship matches away between now and then, but there are of course 2 one-day cup matches here.
Yes.
In August, and 2 on your doorstep at Neath.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, yeah.
In Edward's backyard, as Cook gets hold of that one on the leg side, but not quite. It bounces down towards Parkinson at fine leg. He didn't hit it as cleanly as I thought, first of all, and there were the usual shouts of catch it, but it didn't carry, as Scriven's put a couple down leg sides. Chris Cook has tried to muddle them towards the pavilion, but missed the first one, didn't really get hold of that. 85 for 5.
Yeah, full house at Neath last year, do you remember?
Yeah, it's a decent crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very enjoyable. Well looked after.
And Scriven in to bowl to Nisa. Keeper standing up now. Nisa on the back foot defends to mid-wicket. There's of course the franchise game here, but no, that's not to everyone's taste. For Welsh fire fixtures in August. 85 for 5 Glamorgan then after 32 overs. A lunch in about 4 minutes time, so this will probably be the last over before lunch.
Yeah, you've got 2 batsmen here who are experienced, and they've often been in this position and often hauled Glamorgan out of trouble. Well, they've had to put up with some very fine seam bowling off this morning. Whether the pitch is getting just a little bit easier remains to be seen, or whether the Kookaburra ball is not moving about as it was. Anyhow, start of an over. Salisbury bowls. Oh, and he flashes at that, does Cook rather, and very fortunate not to get a touch.
There's activity in the slips. They were interested there.
Oh. Yeah. There we go.
So, a look at the replay as it's a chance. It is definitely a chance.
Yeah.
Kimbra's caught 2, but he's dropped that one.
That's straightforward. Why Cook would play that shot at last over before lunch anyhow? He's reprieved as in comes the next ball, and that's a better looking shot. Cook coming right forward. He's on 9, Nisa on 5. Nisa again goes down and has a word with Chris Cook. giving him a word of advice. Not easy out there. This isn't due to some very good, as I mentioned, very good seam bowling. Two wickets for Salisbury, 2 for Wright and 1 to Scriven. As in comes the next ball, that's clipped away just wide-ish of square leg, and that's a well-judged run as they scramble a single, and Glamorgan move on to 86 for 5. It's been really hard this morning. They've added, what were they,
54
for 1. So
32 for
32 for 4. Tim van der Gooten, who we all regard now as an all-rounder, was in next. And then come the 3 bowlers. Harris, McIlroy and Swepson. But for the moment, we're watching Nisa waiting and pushing forward to another good delivery. That did seem off the pitch a little, moved off the pitch as he pushed it away onto the offside. 2 balls to survive. I smell chips.
Yep, Richard's lunch has arrived. Looks like some sort of cheese pasty or something.
Here comes the penultimate ball before lunch, delivered by Salisbury. Bowls, forces the batsman on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch. Well, unless there's a catastrophic run out, we shall see Cook after lunch, resuming whether Nisa can survive this ball. Top scorer by a long way, the young all-rounder Zain ul Hassan with 33. Played really well last night. Here we go then, the last ball, as Nisa just makes the bowler wait a little. In he comes now, delivers this last ball, and Nisa is forward, played away on the offside. Off come the bails, the fielders. Oh, they're going to have another over, aren't they?
13:09, yes.
13:09 and
13:09. They got through that over. Oh, it's flicked to 10 now on the digital scoreboard. No, they're
the
not.
umpires.
The umpires
want their lunch.
Smell their chips. There we are. 86 for 5. A fine session for the Foxes. In the innings as a whole, there have been 2 wickets apiece for Wright and Salisbury, 1 to Scriven. Glamorgan's top scorer, Ul Hassan, 33. Some cheap dismissals this morning. Nisa and Cook will try to rebuild, and we'll be back with commentary alongside Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester at 10 to 2. Look forward to your company then. Good afternoon. Welcome to Sophia Gardens for this second session on the third day of Glamorgan against Leicestershire. It is fairly safe to say that it has been the Foxes' day, as Glamorgan, resuming on 54 for 1 overnight, slumped 86 for 5 by lunch, with Salisbury, Wright and Scriven dominant, and Glamorgan not really able to get out of the stranglehold, with the ball nipping around a little bit. The outfield's relatively slow, and no one really getting going. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester is alongside myself, Nick Webb.
And it could have been even worse for Glamorgan had Chris Cook not been dropped by Louis Kimber, who took 2 decent catches this morning off the bowling of Matt Salisbury when he was on 9. He resumes 10 not out. Michael Nisa, the Aussie bowling all-rounder, is with him on 5 not out. Tom Scriven is going to open the bowling for the Foxes this afternoon from the River Taff end. Comes in and bowls. That's a decent shout for a leg before, and he's gone. First ball after lunch. Cook, well, as it turns out, the drop wasn't particularly expensive. Cook leant forward, and for the first time, Jack Chantry raises the finger. I say for the first time because he turned down a couple of shouts indeed 3 shouts this morning, but on that occasion, he was convinced. And Leicestershire, let's have a look at... Ooh, a bit like side-ish.
Yes.
He says, looking at the replay. And I think Chris Cook can possibly, given the other appeals that were turned down, consider himself a little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah. We've got the benefit of a replay. The umpire doesn't in real time, but Cook looks absolutely disbelieving of that decision as he makes his way back to the pavilion. That is a big blow for Glamorgan. Cook given out LBW by umpire Chantry. The ball flying down to third man. They were looking to take a single, and up went the finger, but you have to say that, well, although these things balance themselves out over the course of the season, that did not look like a great decision.
I think when umpire Chantry sees that one back, he'll be wondering. However, swings and, as you say, roundabouts, and it won't make Chris Cook feel any better to think that 2 of his colleagues earlier this morning had equally good, in inverted commas, appeals turned down, and he's been sent on his way. So 86 for 6, remember, having begun the day on 54 for 1, so 32 for 5 Glamorgan so far today.
Must be one of the Foxes' best bowling spells of the season, really, to induce that sort of collapse.
Well, yes, you would not have predicted it at the start of play based on what we'd seen last night, when everything looked relatively benign. And indeed, conditions this morning, in terms of the overheads, haven't been too bad at all, and it's bright sunshine at the moment. In fact, it's the best weather of the match, but the Foxes seamers getting the ball to move a little bit. Tom Scriven now has 2 for 23, Matt Salisbury 2 for 24. From 12 overs, Salisbury, 6 of which have been maidens, and Chris Wright picked up a couple bowled this morning as well. So although Callum Parkinson did bowl an over last night, he probably isn't anticipating coming back on any time soon, given what's going off out there, as Fred Truman was wont to say. Scriven then is into Tim van der Hoogten, who, minimal foot movement, just pushes the bat at the ball just outside off stump and drops it down into the offside. Wanders forward, scrapes away a bit of, that's just imaginary dust, given that is only the second ball bowled this afternoon, and the ground staff did their work during the interval. They at least will be taking the opportunity to get their feet up now for a little while. They have been busy folks in the first 2 days. Scriven is into Van der Hoogten, trying to turn a delivery down the leg side, thumps into the pad, dribbles towards leg gully. Peter Hanscom runs across to pick it up, having shed his right gauntlet in the process, but the leg bye is duly taken. 87 for 6. Salisbury gently revolving his arms, suggesting he will be the other seamer to whom the Foxes turn post-lunch. Still just the 2 slips for Nisa as Scriven is in. Bowles turned off his leg stump firmly by Nisa, but didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Parkinson able to run up from long leg to deep square, pick up and get his throw away. Nisa takes a couple, moves on to 7, 89 for 6, happily showing no after effects from being hit on his bottom hand. It was ringing it a little bit before the lunch interval, led to a certain amount of concern among Glamorgan supporters, but he seems to be okay now. Scriven is in, Bowles to him, and he's jabbing down on it rather, slightly across the line, pushing the delivery out towards short mid-wicket, where Louis Kimber finds himself posted at the moment. There is a conventional mid-wicket as well in Salisbury, but he likes the firm clip away into the leg side Nisa, and isn't afraid to go aerial. One pick up off the legs, only landed a foot or two, a few feet short of Parkinson down there at that wide long leg position pre-lunch. Standing up to the wicket now is Hanscom, so Nisa will have to be careful, and indeed he does wait in his crease for that one. Played back down the pitch to Tom Scriven. End of the first over after lunch, a successful one for Scriven, and for Leicestershire it saw the demise of Chris Cook given out, he says carefully, leg before wicket, the first delivery, which replay suggested must have been fairly adjacent to leg stump.
Yes, if you hear the words given out or read them in a report, you'll know that the commentators might be demurring.
I'm going to briefly desert you.
Okay, Edward will briefly pop in, and Richard can come back in after his bulletin to the good folk of BBC Radio Leicester, the glad tidings, as Salisbury will open up from the Cathedral Road end. Wearing 18, green numbers of the Foxes, and he's in bowls. That's nicely driven by Van der Hoogten, but finds the fielder at cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, I heard those remarks about that decision, and I was in the other room and I didn't see it, but from all reports I've heard, it seems to have been going down the leg side, but we're not umpires.
Indeed, but we get the benefit of a replay which the umpires don't, unfortunately, as that is a full-length ball driven through the onside by Van der Hoogten. It runs away towards the mid-wicket boundary, and there is no dive from Kellen Parkinson on this occasion as the ball crosses the ropes a couple of metres ahead of him. Nicely timed by Van der Hoogten with
He's a proper batsman now.
Salisbury just over-pitching. Yeah, averaging 35 this season.
Now then, Nick, with 72 and a half overs left, there's not within the realms of possibility that we could have a positive outcome tomorrow with a dry day forecast.
Indeed, as next delivery
Go on.
has got him caught at the wicket. Yes, he has. Van der Hoogten pushing half forward, didn't really get his feet to the ball, and a low catch to Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. The third wicket for Matt Salisbury. Glamorgan 93 for 7.
Yeah, well, with all these wickets tumbling, I'm pretty sure that there's plenty in it for the seamers, and if Glamorgan can emulate the Leicestershire bowlers, who produce a very fine performance, all three of them off, then I think that we could have some excitement when you've got a candidate for the Australian side in Michael Nisa one end, and one of the leading wicket takers in the second division, say Tim van der Gooten, at the other end. That should be worth looking forward to, because at this Glamorgan might scrape 100 and could be all out in no time.
Yeah, it's not beyond the realms that they could be batting again this evening, is it? If this game continues to dash on at this pace. 72 overs to go today. 93 for 7 Glamorgan as James Harris walks to the wicket, to be followed by Mitch Schwepson and Jamie McIlroy. Well, Harris is only averaging 11.5 this season. Hasn't really done much with the bat since his return to the county.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Nisa, who's a naturally aggressive player, try and play some shots that perhaps he wouldn't, because he's just watching wickets tumbling the other end.
Yeah, Steve West asked early at lunch, with half the game lost to rain, is there any chance of our result to be better than a draw? Well, yeah, Glamorgan, in terms of a positive result, well, Leicestershire will have higher hopes, and Glamorgan, well, you'd hesitate to rule out the clatter of wickets continuing.
Well,
so this
the reason I mentioned those two, Nick, because they're two high-class bowlers. Okay, the sun might come out on this wicket. There's bound to be some residual dampness there, the way that it's jagging about here. Or perhaps that's the way the pitch is, because you've always said the pitches to the right-hand side always do something for the seamers. Well, it makes it an interesting game.
Here is Salisbury then with 3 for 28 next to his name, into bowl to the new man James Harris, and that is played on the leg side defensively by Harris. And there is no run. Well, it's all very different from what we expected this morning. I thought there might be slow and gritty progress from the batters, but there's been no real progress at all. And Leicestershire have really been in the ascendancy from the time play started. Salisbury bowls, and Harris angles his bat and runs it down to third man for a couple of runs to get off the mark. 95 for 7 Glamorgan. And certainly worth it for the faithful few from the Foxes country who've made the journey down and had to sit around watching not a lot happening for long periods. And their team really going well, looking to add a third championship win of the season. They played 1-2, lost 1. Glamorgan 1-1, lost none. As that is again run down by Harris, playing it deliberately off the angled bat, virtually the same shot and the same outcome, a couple of jogged runs for James Harris, and Glamorgan move on to 97 for 7, but even a 150 would be welcome from the home side from this sort of position.
Yes, indeed, and there's been a very strong wind here. Yesterday, today, not many difference the first 2 days, but you can see the flags away to our left blowing. And that, of course, will give assistance to the outswing that these are bowling, and we've had quite a number of batsmen caught by the keeper or slip, from balls while leaving the bat. So that might be a factor as well to help the bowlers. Tom Scriven to continue from the River Taff end. He's coming in now and bowls to Michael Nisa, who drives straight to mid-on, where he's fielded by Wright, and there's no run. Creeping towards the 100 mark, 97 for 7. And very happy Richard Ray is coming back. I'll just finish this over. Having told...
Entirely neutral, muttered Richard.
Entirely neutral, yes. Of course, we shouldn't say that. Having told the BBC Leicester faithful that their bowlers are doing great work here. Here's Scriven in past the umpire again and bowls and forces Nisa onto the back foot, and again punches it out to mid-on, and again there is no run. The sun is beaming down.
Even shots that seem quite well timed from here are not really beating the field, are they? It's a question of this Kookaburra ball not really coming off the bat at all.
It appears that scoring is difficult unless you bowl a half volley. 2 slips, keeper standing up, man on the drive as in comes Scriven and bowls. This is played away on the onside. They should certainly be a couple here. It's going very quickly, and it stopped. It stopped.
Just about.
Parkinson, I think it is down there, and they cross. Whether it's a case of only 2 runs because Nisa's in charge, otherwise it wasn't the best bit of running. I know what you think.
It took quite a while for Parkinson to get there. The throw
Tumble
was
over.
a relay one, so yeah, there should have been 3 there, unless, as you say, Nisa's trying to take more of the strike.
99 for 7 as Scriven comes in, bowls to Nisa. Nisa tries to flick it away on the onside again, hits the leggings, the pad, and muted applause with the 100 coming up. And what does the umpire tell us? Yes, he did hit the pad, and a leg by brings up Glamorgan's laboured 100.
Oof.
That has taken them 35.4 overs at a run rate of 2.8.
Yes, if you'd told Leicestershire supporters that they would claim a further 6 wickets today before the score reached 100, they'd have bitten your hands off for that.
Bitten your arm off, I think. Do you think it's a toss of a coin in the dressing room whether Mitch Swepson comes in at 10 or Jamie McElroy? Harris to face. In comes the next delivery, and he's right forward to that well-pitched up ball from Scriven. Pushes it away onto the offside.
Swepson's contribution on debut with the bat were 1 and 12. More significantly, of course, 7 wickets in the match. And McElroy is currently, thanks to a couple of not outs, averaging 12.
Toss up.
But his highest score is 11.
Scriven turns, penultimate ball in. He comes ball down the leg side. A stifled appeal, which the bowler doesn't take any notice of, and although it's got 9.4 on the scoreboard, and now 9.5, umpire has called over. Umpire, there's 1 ball to go, as we would hear in evening games at the parks.
There we are.
Yeah, you do a lot of umpire. Have you got one of these meters that you push?
A clicker, yeah. Little clicker saves grubbing round on the boundary for the 6 pebbles, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right, Richard is back, and Edward will be back in about 20 minutes or so. 100 for 7 then. Nisa 9, Harris 4. 2 further wickets since luncheon. Cook for 10 and Van der Hoogten for 4. And Salisbury is into ball. That's played firmly through the offside. It's beaten the dive of cover, and a rare boundary goes to Michael Nisa as he moves to 13, and the score to 104 for 7.
That was a fine shot.
Yes, it's rare that anyone's timed the ball today, with the added moisture around, making it not run off the surface, as well as the delights of the Kookaburra ball. Salisbury bowls, and forward comes Nisa, playing to mid-wicket, and there's no run, and she'll be thankful to be back to the Duke's balls in the next round, even if they do have to be changed a bit more often.
They have actually been all right this season in those terms, haven't they? We haven't had many changes at all, certainly compared to last year.
No, it's been a lot better. 1 or 2 around. Down at Hove we had some problems, maybe a Friday afternoon ball off the production line. 104 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. Salisbury bowls and Nisa defends. Up to mid-on.
A text saying, so what's the difference from yesterday? Is there more in the pitch than we thought yesterday, or is it good bowling and bad batting? I think, as ever, it's probably a combination of all 3, really.
Yeah.
Leicestershire have bowled well. There possibly is a touch more in the pitch than we suspected after yesterday. Glamorgan haven't batted particularly well thus far, so a little bit of a combination of all 3, but still got these 3 wickets to take.
Salisbury trying to do just that, bowls, and Nisa tries to hit it firmly through the covers but doesn't time it at all. It bounces up quite nicely for Scriven, fielding at cover. But even a big burly guy like Nisa is struggling to get the ball away.
Timed a couple, hasn't he? That punch away through the offside earlier in the over. First ball was a nice one.
But if you bowl just back of a length, it's just the over-pitched balls that seem to go. Although Root was caught driving at one. As that has gone through Nisa, he didn't know much about that, and that was an excellent delivery from Salisbury as Nisa practices the shot.
He's not a demonstrative type, is he, Matt Salisbury?
No.
Just turns and gets on with it.
Could have had his hand up in the air and encouraging the chorus of oohs and ahs from behind the wicket, but
Actually haven't seen that much of him really, so getting to know him and his body language, but doesn't give away much.
And he comes to bowl, and Nisa on the back foot defends to mid-on. Well, it's certainly been interesting game for Salisbury, having claimed just the one wicket I think before this for Leicestershire.
Certainly therefore his best bowler for the Foxes. We can take that as read. A chance for a fifer, which would be most acceptable from his and I'm sure Leicestershire's point of view. But these two perfectly capable batters, and plenty of work to do. Scriven will obviously continue from the river end. In bright sunshine, shirt sleeves. You'd think it had never rained were it not for the emerald green outfield and the trees, of course. In goes Scriven and bowls. Brings Harris forward on off stump, defending carefully. Long sleeved shirt for James Harris,
who we've seen quite a lot of on BBC Wales commentaries over the last few weeks in the T20. James Harris did round about half a dozen games for us, and absolutely fascinating to have inside knowledge of someone who knows what's going on in the dressing room and knows the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune in the middle as well.
Scriven with that bustling run comes in, bowls again on off stump. Again Harris is respectfully, carefully forward, pushing the delivery out towards Rishi Patel, who's close-ish at extra cover. I think it's just his whites, whether he's got pads on. No, it's just sort of slightly odd. Maybe he's got a bandage on his left knee or something, Patel.
Looks as though he's got a shin pad on or something, doesn't it?
Something like that underneath his whites, but he's not usually a...
It's Budinger who's at short leg.
Exactly, yeah. And we've got Kimber at short mid-wicket at the moment. In goes Scriven, bowls again on off stump. Again Harris is forward, this time playing straighter, so to speak, so it might have been more middle and off really. We're at fine leg, we're not quite behind the bowler's arm for this one, although we do obviously have the benefit of the splendid stream here at Sophia Gardens, as it is again. No
Yes.
doubt at some stage.
Having been sponsored for a number of years.
It was quite a long time, wasn't it, that electricity company sponsorship. In goes Scriven, bowls turned towards Kimber off middle leg this time by Harris.
It is still listed as such on the BBC website and on the scoreboard section thereof, for which I can only apologise. I have no idea which particular elves in the system are responsible for that. Otherwise I'd tell them about it.
This game was long, in fact it may still be marked as venue to be confirmed, even at the very sort of the day before. Scriven is in, Harris looking to turn it off his legs, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the pad, runs out towards backwards square leg. Umpire Chantry raises his right knee to the scorers.
The reason for the TBC was that had Glamorgan been able to reach agreement for a game to be staged in Colwyn Bay, then this would have been it.
Oh, that would have been fun.
Sorry, Richard.
I have not been to Colwyn Bay and would have loved to have done so. Although I'm equally glad to be here. He hastens to add. Always fun at the seaside. Scriven is in, and it's forced, punched back past him off the back foot by Michael Neser. Very, very straight between the bowler and the stumps, and it runs down to a very straight long off for 4. That was all about power, really, wasn't it? It muscled it back down the pitch past Scriven. Neser, a batter capable of doing considerable damage. He moves on to 17, 109 for 7. Harris has 4. They came together when Tim van der Hoogten edged Salisbury behind to Peter Hanscom with a score on 93. Yeah, the Glamorgan batsmen haven't been entirely without blame for some of the dismissals. Root was driving without really getting to the pitch of a wide one. And it was well taken by Kimber at third slip. There have been 1 or 2, and Van der Hoogten might feel he didn't have to play at that one from Salisbury.
Driving without due care and attention as Salisbury is in and Harris is forward, defending to mid-off. No run. As the ball is transferred then from Hill back to the wicketkeeper to slip to cover and back to Hill again.
A generational reference here, but I was wondering who Matt Salisbury reminded me of, and then I switched on the telly in the hotel last night. Limited options, but on BBC 4 there was Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads.
Salisbury is in to bowl. Harris drives but straight to cover, no run.
And there is something of young James Bolam about Matt Salisbury. I don't know what you think. If you were of my generation approximately, so you will think of Bolam.
Yes, not sure I can give you an accurate verdict at this distance, even off the screen. Yeah, possibly.
Maybe it's just the haircut and
the haircut.
The pale demeanour.
Here he comes then. Matt Salisbury into James Harris, and Harris noodles that one away down to fine leg for a single. 110 for 7.
They must be thinking, Glamorgan, given that it is a Kookaburra, if we can just hang around for a few more overs. It's already looking as though it's not moving quite as much, 38.3 overs, then there may be opportunities. Plus, of course, the sun will have been on the pitch for the first time for a couple of hours, uninterrupted hours.
Yeah, although Neser might be thinking, I'd rather be bowling with this than batting against it.
Indeed.
In these conditions. Salisbury to Neser on 17 not out, and he's hit that one out into the covers off the back foot, but no run to be had as Scriven made ground to his right.
He rather gives the impression of rather enjoying his batting though, Michael Neser.
Yeah.
Nice position to be in, knowing that if you fail, well, there's always a chance you're going to pick up a 5 anyway. You haven't too much to lose in that respect.
Neser, I know I've only met him in interview situations, but it seems to be one of those guys who, appreciates that he's doing a job he loves for his living. Salisbury bowls, hammered to short mid-wicket by Neser, no run.
He seems to be timing it all right. Nice work by Kimber.
Just a single off the over so far. 110 for 7. 3 wickets to Salisbury, 2 apiece to Scriven and Wright.
Yes, it's not for want of trying on the part of Neser, is it? He's put back to ball firmly on a couple of occasions now.
And yet it has only on a couple of occasions really flashed away. Next delivery, played firmly off the back foot, but runs up to Parkinson at mid-on. No run. 110 for 7. I mean, it hasn't really affected them so far, but Leicestershire basically operating off the three seamers. Do you think with Mulder still
It would appear so.
suffering?
It would appear so. I mean, I've seen him bowling in warm-ups in the T20 and things like that, and looking perfectly okay, essentially. He's got quite a whippy action, and he wasn't sort of walking through it or anything like that. But whether they've taken the decision not to bowl him until he's absolutely 100%, or there's only the game against Worcester at Oakham before the games in September, or whether they want him fit for the Royal, whatever it is now. It's just the One Day Cup now, isn't it?
Yes, the sponsor's name available here.
Indeed. Scriven is in to Harris, who is thick inside, edging his push out into the onside. It dribbles out towards sort of in front of square rather than through mid-wicket, where I suspect he was looking to aim. Matt Salisbury runs to his right to field. Harris takes 1, moves on to 6, brings Nisa down on strike. Hanscom therefore puts on the helmet and heads up to the stumps.
And when the powers that be are calculating the finances of the 100, you'd think minus sponsorship from the Royal London might come into the balance.
Scriven is in. Nisa is clipping beautifully out through square leg for 4, and although Parkinson only had perhaps 12 to 15 yards to make to the ball from deep backward square, and it is a long boundary out there, he could not get there. Beautiful piece of timing from Nisa. Used the pace of the delivery. It was very full on leg stump. It was there to be clipped away, but still have to connect, and connect he did in some style. Moves on to 21, 115 for 7. Yep, now still got the 2 slips in. I thought he was going to come out there. As in goes Scriven and bowls. Nisa is driving. Good diving stop away to his left of the bouncing ball by Rishi Patel. Wasn't able to stop cleanly, but sort of fended it away two-handed to his left, and Budinger able to move across and complete the fielding from backward point. Single taken by Nisa on to 22. Glamorgan. The very good news that Nisa made available for this game by Australia. The rest of the touring party seems to have headed to all parts. Reading this morning, in goes Scriven and bowls. Forward goes Harris, turning the delivery from the straight out towards Kimber at that short mid-wicket position.
Would that be the nearest golf course?
A couple of them have headed up to Scotland to play some golf. Steve Smith has gone to Wimbledon to watch tennis. A couple have gone to Spain to disport themselves upon the beaches, perhaps. Over there, enjoy a bit of heat. Some to the Cotswolds, I'm reading this morning. Quite what's there. In goes Scriven and bowls left by Harris. Nicely taken by Peter Hanscom, standing up, because he's quite a tall man, standing up behind the stumps there. The unmistakable tones of Parkinson there, the Lancastrian, the Boltonian tones, encouraging his teammates. It'll take a while to get used to the silence when he goes. In goes Scriven and bowls, played nicely off the back foot by James Harris, down through the gully area to wide third man. There isn't a wide third man, it's as well Edward isn't watching. 4-4. So Harris joins Nisa in double figures. He's now on 10. Nisa has 22, and these two in fairly short order, Nisa responsible obviously for the majority of the runs, have added 27.
Which may not sound much, but in the context of today's play, where Glamorgan have struggled badly, then it is a relatively strong stand. We were talking about counties, British players playing for a number of counties. IJ on Twitter says, if you include loan spells, Jack Brooks has played for 5. Northants, Yorkshire, Somerset, Sussex and Worcestershire. Question Edward threw out earlier.
4 of those this season, I think. Jackie seemed to be popping up wherever we were. For somebody or the other.
Yes, we had Everson played for Leicestershire and then for Notts against Glamorgan in the space of a couple of weeks as well. So it'll
now
be
at Kent, by the way.
Chris Wright to bowl and defended by Nisa out on the leg side. There we are. Edward, our listener IJ has pointed out that Jack Brooks has now played for 5 counties, including loan spells.
Yeah, including loans.
But I think Peter Hanscom is. I know you want English sort of players,
British
but I think
players,
he's on 6 at the moment.
Well, there's so many. I'm not sure what the record is for overseas players. It may be more than 6. North, a major contributor there, as on the back foot goes Nisa, who's played for just 1 overseas, 1 county, and that's Glamorgan, and no ball.
He's bowled a few
Spotted
of those,
by
Chris
Richard
Wright, this season.
Doesn't appear to have been spotted. No, it has on the board. 122 for 7. Glamorgan will take them any way they come after this morning's collapse. Continued after lunch. Right in, bowls. Worked away on the leg side by Nisa. There is a deep fielder now in front of the empty grandstand, and they'll take a single. 123 for 7.
He might have problems from the Cromwell Road end at Hove, mightn't he, Chris Wright? Overstepping, coming down the slope there.
Yeah, that's one of the most noticeable slopes, isn't it? Apart from, I've no idea how anyone bowls at Canterbury, frankly, with the slope and the sideways slope.
It's sideways slope, isn't it? Rather, but
well, it's a bit. It's a sort of
your
diagonal
outswing,
slope
yeah.
almost. 123 for 7. Right to Harris, forward defensively. Harris on 10, happy to play a largely defensive role and just take the runs as they accrue. 123 for 7. Nisa 23. Harris 10. Wicket since lunch. Cook leg before to Scriven. Given leg before to Scriven for 10. Van der Hoogten caught behind off Salisbury for 4. Right bowls, and Harris plays on the leg side. It's fielded by Louis Kimber at short mid wicket. There's no run. Down to the 2 slips as Edward Bevan rejoins me here on BBC Sport Online. Remember, if you want to contact us via Twitter, NickWeb 2017. Fox's Crick 2023 is Richard's Twitter name these days. Right bowls for length. Harris blocks. Back to the bowler. No run. Survival at least is looking a little easier in the last half hour, even if scoring is not exactly dynamic.
No, Leicestershire haven't taken all that long to work out the pace of the ball and the pitch. They've got a man on the drive, and they had a man on the drive on the offside also before lunch, which makes it difficult to drive.
As that hits Harris on the pads, no appeal. Ball just bobbles down on the offside at the end of the over. 123 for 7. Nisa 23. Harris has 10. 3 wickets to Salisbury, 2 apiece to Wright and Scriven.
Yes, we haven't seen any spin. We wouldn't have expected it. The success that the Seamers have had. Parkinson had 1 mandatory over last night, but nothing turned for him. And we are having a change again. Well, Salisbury had been changed from one end to the other. He's not being given much rest, is he? He's back now at the river end to 3 for 37. He's bowled extremely well. I would say he's the pick of the Leicestershire attack. Having said that, the other Seamers, Scriven and Wright, to bowl well, and Glamorgan just creeping along. This is a useful little stand. They came together with the score at 93. They put on 30, these two. And Nisa on 23. Much depends of him if Glamorgan have got a chance of getting up to the other side of 150. Nisa then waits as in lovely sunshine now. In comes Salisbury and bowls to him. Oh, and he gets the edge. He's going to get 4 runs down to
third man.
I have counted today, Nick, and that's the 7th time. Not today, but yesterday and today.
That was only just to the right of second slip. Might have interested a third slip.
Exactly. But it's 4 runs, and Nisa creeping up now to see if he can be the top scorer. The top scorer was Ul Hassan, who made a very good 33. Just added a run this morning, but he looked in trouble last night. 127 now for 7. Nisa on 23 as Salisbury comes charging in, bowls to him again. This time he defends on the line of off stump, plays it defensively. So the only outfielder is the man at fine leg. All the others saving one. Nisa, who's had a very good season with the bat, with the ball obviously, but with the bat. Just nice balanced stance at the crease, taps the bat in the crease, waiting now. As in comes Salisbury, bows him and it's short, cut away, past extra cover for 4. Whew. Now he had to lay into that because the slowness of the ball going off the bat, because as we've mentioned so many times, this ball doesn't seem to go as quickly to the fielder. He really opened his shoulders when he had a chance, and that's 2 fours in succession for Michael Nisa. He has now moved into the 30s. He's 31, and 131 for 7 is the Glamorgan score. I think the description commentated is he launched into it. Salisbury comes again in pass on by Chantry and bowls down the leg side. This time stifled appeal from the wicket keeper. Harris thought there might be a leg by, but Nisa thought otherwise. And I think it's in Glamorgan's interest now to let Nisa dictate from the crease, because I don't think Harris is a free scoring batsman by any means.
No, Harris is just looking to work the ball with the pace, isn't he? I mean, most of his runs have been down towards third man.
Partnership 38 as in comes the next ball. Short again, and that's played into the covers. It's a good stop there. Diving stop, I think that looks. Is that Scrim there?
Well, good luck to any batter who really wants to get going on this surface, because it is very difficult indeed, isn't it?
He again, to use the word, launched into it, and then it just trickled. Well, put it this way: 99% of 100 fielders would have stopped it. Didn't go all that quickly. Salisbury, 3 for 45. Comes in, bowls, and it's played defensively. A good length ball. Up to mid-on, end of yet another over, and there's a change in the commentary box. I shall move over discreetly and very, very gently with all these things that are under my feet, as Richard comes in to join me and Nick goes off for a cup of tea.
Seamless, I think, Edwin, is there another word we could use there? We got away with it, just about.
In the past, all of us have toppled in the past here. In between overs, over to you, Richard.
This stand developing dangerously or promisingly, depending on your point of view, as Chris Wright goes in and bowls to James Harris, who leaves and leaves well, because it wasn't so far outside off stump and it looked to come back a bit. It was a little bit short of a length, so arguably left safely enough on length. It was a good few inches above the top of the line of the stumps, but again, right, just finding a little bit of something, though. This ball now is past the halfway point in terms of age, and as we've seen already, the seam will be much reduced.
And yet it's helping the seam, so it's a pitch, I think, Richard.
Right in. Bowls on off stump. Leaning forward is Harris, playing with the angled bat along the ground. All the way goes the ball to backward point. There is no run. I think that's Roman Walker out there, so
Coming home.
back on familiar territory. One of Leicestershire's acting 12th men. Work out who he's on for. Normally it would be Budinger in that position, and I can't see, I can't see him out there, so I think he's on for Budinger at the moment. In goes right and bowls, and again Roman Walker in action. Fields and throws back to Hanscom. There's no run. 3-1 for 7, so 39. He says uncertainly. 93.
38, is it?
38. Yeah, 38.
Yeah, they
His
needed that
partnership is worth
partnership.
now. Yep, second only to that for the second wicket.
Anything north of
Innings,
150 gives you a little bit of hope.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as Wright goes in and bowls, and again Harris leaves and leaves well. What sort of reaction Nisa and Van der Hoekten, who've been bowling so well this season, will get from the pitch. Never judge it, as they say, until both sides have batted. And it could yet be that Glamorgan will be batting for a second time before the day is out. Who knows?
Oh, no,
Who
come on.
knows?
Come on, Richard.
It's hard to predict, isn't it, really? Because the pitch looked relatively benign last night, but it's offering a little bit today. Right, charges in and bowls outside off stump. It just goes through. In its old benign way, it sort of dies rather into the gloves of Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. He takes it quite low down.
What about this scenario then, Richard? Batsmen go back to the dressing room. Captain, I think if we get to 150, I think you should declare.
And I think they'd probably get fairly short shrift from
I don't know.
the captain. How bold it... Yeah, what did Glamorgan have to lose, I suppose, in that respect.
Yeah.
Right in. Bowls. Edge dropped. I think that carried. I'm certain it carried. 2 second slip, and Ackerman could not hang on to his left. So another catch goes down. It was almost as though Harris was trying to guide that down to third man. Didn't get quite enough on it. Went low to the left of Ackerman. Let's have a look. See. And about a foot above the ground. 2 hands to it. He should have taken it. Put it down, and that could be very big indeed. Chance missed by the Foxes.
Yeah, that's a couple of chances that have gone down now from the Foxes. Yeah, the ball's still doing enough.
And they picked up. Did they pick up a run after that? No, they
No.
didn't. Harris was on 10 at the time. We shall see. The drop of Cook turned out not to be too expensive. However,
Yeah, Nisa was fortunate in the last over when he edged went third man for 4. Had there been a third slip, and now they're putting a deep extra cover out, just in case Glamorgan get away. In comes Salisbury and bowls to Nisa. Nisa plays it to that man on the cover boundary, the sweeper, and gets a comfortable single. He moves on to 32. 2 runs away of being the top scorer. Harris was just supporting him.
actually that is
on 10.
Budinger out there, so possibly it's Salisbury who's out there. Wright looks a bit disappointed, hands on knees, isn't he? Gutted about that.
He's a good slipper, isn't he? Ackerman?
Usually.
Yeah. Next ball is pushed defensively by Harris out to cover. There's no run.
By his standards, it wasn't too difficult a chance. Low, but well above the
Oh yeah,
ground.
definite chance.
Very clear. 2 hands to it, not too far away. Hill swung around in disappointment, the skipper, at mid-on. he knew.
In comes Salisbury again and bowls, and this time he's played into the man on the drive. And I was just saying when you were out now, Richard, that Leicestershire have learnt on this with this ball and everything else that you have men on the drive, as Sussex did here a couple of weeks ago. Didn't take them long. Then Glamorgan were in because the ball is
Just not coming.
on. So I think the experiment might just drift away and die. Salisbury in bowls, and it's tucked away by Harris down towards fine leg for a single. Whether that was pad, we shall wait and see. Umpire Chauncey says
I think it may have saved a big appeal, that's for sure. Thick inside edge onto it.
edge on that. He moved to 11, 133.47, and the partnership is now worth 40. Much needed partnership.
Potentially very valuable runs with power to add as well.
Nisa on 32 waits as in comes Salisbury again, and bowls is driven nicely past mid-off, and I think he'll probably get 4 runs there. It's a shortish boundary, clubbed that, and bottom hand one feels about that, getting under it and whacking it down to extra cover, or widest mid-off, whatever you like, for 4 runs. And he is now the top scorer, moves on to 36, 137 for 7. Such an useful chap to come in at number 7, number 8. He has worked himself up the order, as has Van der Gooten. Last ball of the over coming. Salisbury in, bowls, and again this is driven past the bowler's dive, which does not stop it, and he's going to get another 2 more runs as the ball is stopped just inside the boundary, so 6 runs off the last 2 balls. Profitable over for Nisa and Glamorgan. 139 for 7. Nisa now is on 38, 11 to Harris, and the partnership now is worth 46.
Well, he's averaging over 50 this season in the county championship, Michael Nisa, albeit only 6 innings. But
3 50s and that, something like that.
1 century and 2 50s.
That's right,
so,
yeah.
yes, essentially, and every chance of going to another one here, maintaining that average 311 runs in those 6 innings. So now 349 runs in 7. As I say, with power to add, and it is about power with Michael Nisa, isn't it? It's he sort of muscles shots away, right, as much as times them, although he does as well. Chris Wright into Harris, a bouncer, and I think the first of the, I can't think of another in the innings.
Must have put some effort into that.
I think, well, he was an angry bouncer as well, wasn't it? He's still steaming about that catch going down. I suspect Chris Wright.
Was it Nisa?
It was Harris.
Harris, yeah. So
on 10.
Quite
so
not so bad. But then it's the obdurate defensive play of Harris, which is just annoying Leicestershire. He's not scoring a lot, but just staying there with Nisa.
Exactly that. Yep, exactly that. Partnership 46 now. Wright is in and bowls outside off stump. Harris lifts his bat over the line of the ball, then turns and walks towards umpire Chantry at square leg, leans on his bat.
+1, very good rate. Seamer's done all the bowling. That's the over rate for Leicester.
Still 62.4 overs to be bowled today. It could be a late one.
Rather late, yes.
And for the first time, one can in the game, one can say with confidence there are no showers in the offing. It looks a lovely sky at the moment. In goes Wright, bowls, back foot defensive shot off stump by Harris, out towards Tom Scriven running in from the covers. And there's no run. Genuine white clouds finally around. Famous last words, but we're going to be good for a while. I guess the key thing for Leicester is not to get frustrated, keep doing what has got them to this position. Wright is in to Harris again, arguably a touch short of a good length, and Harris able to stay on the back foot and block it out into the offside again.
Yeah, any bowling side would be delighted with 7 wickets in 44.4 overs. So as you say, they should just plug away, be patient. Might see a bit of Parkinson, what do you think?
If
Just
this continues, then they will have
change,
to give them to spell Wright or Salisbury. Keep rotating the 3 of them, you wouldn't have thought. Wright is in, Harris leaves, it just tails back in a little bit to him, and he looks back, sees Hanscom has taken it, falling away to his left behind the stumps. Slightly risky from James Harris, but would have had to come back a really long way. That one from Wright didn't do so quite enough anyway. 2 for 39 for Chris Wright. Say 30 wickets for the season. First class wickets for the season for him already, with 5 games after this to go. In he goes and bowls. Harris is looking to get forward and is getting forward. Doesn't put his full weight into the drive. Plays it firmly but without any real follow through out towards Scriven in the covers. Scriven moves to his right to field, and that is a maiden over from Chris Wright, his 5th. As I say, 2 for 39 from 15 for him. Matt Salisbury's bowled 6 out of 17, 3 for 53 for him, and the other 2 wickets taken by Tom Scriven. Only Parkinson, who is now warming up down there at deep backward square.
Yeah, he bowled this end 1 over, albeit last night, but it'll be nice to see a little bit of variety.
He'll have to give it a little bit of air and see what happens.
Yeah.
Give it a chance. Give it a chance.
Is he a big spinner?
He can, but sometimes he just struggles to get back into red ball bowling after
The old firing in.
after the T20s. Yeah. The first delivery yesterday was almost a seamer.
18th over for Salisbury as he comes in and bowls, and Nisa goes off the back foot and, well, hits it as hard as he possibly could, and he trickles to mid-off. Perhaps I'm exaggerating, but I think you know what I mean. There's no stinging of hands being in the covers in this game or the last game. And he is a pretty powerful hitter, is Nisa.
He has scored over 3,000 first-class runs.
No, he's no mug at all. He waits now as Salisbury comes in over the wicket and bowls to him. This is a good length ball, which is treated with respect by the batsman as he pushes it out to cover. Morgan collapsing this morning. They went from 54 for 1 in no time at all to 57 for 4. Wickets kept falling at regular intervals, and this is by far the best partnership of the innings. 46 between Harris and Nisa. And Nisa's top scorer on 38.
Yeah, it is. You're right. 45 was the second wicket partnership.
In comes the next ball, and this is clipped nicely off his legs. Now, is that going to run away for 4 to chase? I think it is, yes. Hit that very hard. It was drifting down the leg side. And another boundary for Michael Nisa. Moves on to 42. And the 50 partnership comes up between these two, which is a good effort after the collapse of earlier in the day. Score moves into the 140s, 143 for 7. And I think Mr. Webb will be talking to Mr. Nisa tonight. Possibly.
Every chance, I would say, given that the odds are he may be bowling as well. He may have bowled as well.
He waits again as Nisa's in comes Salisbury. Bowls to him. This time it's a better delivery. He's pushed away into the covers. They'll have to run hard. And they do. And Harris is safely home. Well judged at the end.
It was. Buddinger looked slightly startled to see the
Wasn't
batters
expecting.
running.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
By the time he sort of got into attempted run-out mode, Harris had made his ground, and the throw missed.
Does it ever hit these days? Very rarely. I haven't seen one this season. Might have seen one, so not many.
Given the amount of practice they do,
Yes.
you'd expect it to see it more often.
In comes the next delivery. Harris feigns to play, thinks about it, then decides, no, I'm not going to nick this to the keeper, and it goes through. You know, there's always the argument, days gone by, who's the best cover fielder you've ever seen? And the debate always came down to Jonty Rhodes and Ricky Ponting. But somebody made an assessment, and Ricky Ponting outscored, perhaps maybe the wrong word, by direct hits. So Jonty Rhodes by a large number. You know, Rhodes is a magnificent fielder, catcher and swoop and run, but Ponting was, you know, just a little bit better. People have been out saying, no, nonsense, it was Jonty Rhodes. Last ball of the over, and it's dug out there by Harris, does what he's supposed to do, push it away and not get strike and leave it to Nisa. 144 for 7. Nisa now is moved on to 43. 11 to Harris, and this partnership now is worth 51, and a good partnership for Glamorgan. I think Parkinson must have been trying to catch the eye of his captain there, because it's Chris Wright is going to bowl, which will be described by Richard.
I suppose logically Parkinson should bowl against the wind. So from the river end to spell the seamers properly, Mulder went up to practice a delivery there. Now I wonder if we're going to see him.
Same sort of stuff.
Essentially,
Medium pace,
bit straighter, possibly a bit quicker as well. Although not against the wind, you wouldn't have thought. I wonder if we are. Mulder goes back to slip as Wright is in to Michael Nisa. Did that stay a touch low and come back? And Nisa played it well, actually. Just bobbed at the knees and got down behind it. The implication was, though, that hadn't got up quite as much as he thought it was going to. Ackerman has gone out to almost gully. So Mulder is on his own at slip. He's pretty much in the gully now, Ackerman. Looking for the hard-handed drive that takes the edge. In goes Wright, bowls, and that's nicely deflected off the back foot by Michael Nisa, but almost got a little bit too much on it, and Buddinger is able just to step to his left at point and make the stop.
He keeps on getting 50s and 100s like this, and he said, do you think he might say, look, you signed me as a bowler, do I get a bonus now?
I always wondered about contracts in that respect, whether
well,
you know that if you get a 50 or whatever, rather than pass the bucket round the crowd.
So they do in the clubs around the country.
you know, it's written into your contract that you get a little bit of a bonus at the end of the week. Wright is in, bowls. Nisa is looking to stroke it away off the back foot through the covers, doesn't quite get it, and Scriven bounces Tigger-like to his left to make the stop in the covers.
Lots of green tinged wickets, some that have been used, some away to our right, I think will be used again. And there is one where you see the man at extra cover walking now, Richard.
Yes.
That will be the one-day international.
Right in the centre of the ground.
Yeah.
Plenty of grass on it at the moment, of course, to protect it. Wright is in, bowls a bouncer, and a sharpish one.
That thudded into the gloves, didn't it?
It was a decent
slow
pace on that one. Didn't die into the pitch at all.
No.
I would imagine it was early 80s, that sort of area. Nisa saw it early and just moved out of the way.
Generally we get it on the monitor here, but there's so many things to put in. The run rate has gone up thanks to Nisa's aggression to 3s now.
43 or 56 for Michael Nisa. As Wright is in, bowls to him. It comes back a touch, but again he's solidly forward, seeing it really nicely and blocking the delivery out to mid-on, where Parkinson has been brought in from the boundary for once to field. Another maiden, possibly from Chris Wright, if he gets away with this delivery.
The trees in the far distance are really blowing, aren't they?
There is actually, although they're obviously on the riverbank, there is a good sort of 20-30 yards. In goes right and bowls back foot defensive shot, and it is another maiden. Forcus right between the back of the stand and the taff. Over there's a pathway as well as the sort of trees and what have you. So it is a fairer whack to clear the stands and then get it actually into the river.
Has been done many times.
I'm sure it has.
No,
There's
then,
a change of bowling at the river.
at last. Returning. Yes, he's put one over last night. Yes.
With the wind behind him. It does make more sense, doesn't it, just to toss a few up.
Yeah.
I wonder. Well, Harris probably won't, but you imagine Nisa being
Nisa
tempted
will.
to pop one into the taff.
Yeah, unless there's a mid-on, a long on and a long off back. So Colin Parkinson coming round the wicket, and his mid-off and his mid-on have just gone back about 5 or 6 yards as he tries a little practice ball to them, and he will be bowling to Harris, who's been very sedate, just giving support to his partner. And here is Parkinson, bowls to Harris, and Harris drives confidently up to mid-off, but there's no run.
He's done a good job, hasn't he? He's done exactly what
was needed.
what was required.
Don't think they'll get much turn out of this. Swepson did in the last game because he's a leg spinner. But Callum is orthodox left arm and bowls. Takes a long run for a spinner, doesn't he, really? And I say long run, I know it's about 6 or 7 yards, but
It's not quite sort of Underwood length, is it?
Not
But he
quite.
does take quite a
Yeah,
He does like to get into his stride.
Ajax Patel here last year, who walked and then one step and over. Next ball is short, played out into the covers. There's a man patrolling the extra cover boundary, and he goes through for a leisurely single. 145 for 7, which looked a long way away at 85 for 6 and 93 for 7. Now then, mid-off has gone back on the edge, as you would have thought. The mid-on is up, so there's a long off and a mid-on.
Will he be tempted?
Well, if it's not turning, he will. Parkinson bowls, and there he goes, square drive, 4 runs. That was a good shot because he waited for more or less. It was nearly past him, and then you're right, I'm going to play this late. And he got 4 runs as he nears his half century. He's 47, 149 for 7.
Width wasn't Parkinson's greatest delivery.
Yeah, good run rate from Nisa, 47 from 59. As in comes Parkinson round and bowls. This is a better delivery. He's pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. Last ball of the over coming up. In he comes. He's round the wicket again and bowls and short cut away. And he's going to get 4 more. And that is his 50. A very good innings by Michael Nisa. Has really saved Glamorgan. And he raises his bat. That's 51 from just 61 balls, 9 fours in that innings, and it's a very good innings by the Australian, and takes Glamorgan past 150, 153, and they're slowly but surely coming back into this game. So 9 runs off that over. So consistent Nisa's been with the bat this year. It'll be right to carry on. He's going to bowl his 17th over. Yeah, big workload in this innings. And he's bowling to James Harris. And bowls the first ball, and Harris is forward, as he's done for most of his innings. He's not out 12, just propping up one end while Nisa plays shots at the other. Recovering from the depths of 93 for 7. to 153 for 7 in this partnership. Now has put on 60 runs. In comes right in the afternoon sunshine, bowls, and that hurries Harris up as it goes through, just touches the outside the line, the pad, dribbles away onto the offside. Had a few minor interruptions this morning, but still plenty of cricket left today. In fact, there are, what have we got? 58 overs. That's a heck of a lot of cricket left today. Wright comes in, bowls to Harris. Harris plays defensively yet again and to the covers, and there's no run. Quite rightly, Harris taking no chances whatsoever, making sure that he stays there as his partner, Michael Neser, carries on regardless, playing some delightful shots at the other end. Still 2 slips, still no third man, 3 on the offside. In again comes Wright and bowls, and that's no forcing shot by Harris. He doesn't get through that offside field. And the score remains at 153 for 7. You were saying, Nick, earlier on today, I wonder if they'll get anywhere near 150. They've done the job. Well, Neser's done it, and Harris with his support.
Yeah, it's a little bit of respectability, but nowhere near a competitive total as yet.
No. Be grateful for small mercy. He is right. Bustling in as he does and bowls. That's the same looking shot. Nice flow with his with the bat coming down. A nice follow through, but straight to the fielder.
He's hitting a lot in that quadrant, isn't he? Square and behind on the offside, James Harris.
Yeah. Can't get it straighter. Might be the last over for Wright. This is his 17th over. 1 ball left. Mulder has been loosening. We might see him up here. And he comes, then last ball of the over, and that's chipped away down to he's gone down to third man, and there's no third man, and there's 4 runs.
Which of the other fielders are you going to take away, though, Edward? Who are you going to put at third man?
Well, I've seen nothing going to short mid-on. I've seen nothing being pulled out to mid-wicket. The length is so good, so there's nothing short. But the thing is, the runs have been leaked there. 157 for 7. Harris moves on to 16 as this partnership continues to profit.
Indeed, some token resistance from Glamorgan after they were in the driving seat overnight, but Leicestershire quickly turfing them out of that seat with 3 wickets falling for 3 early doors, as Parkinson will come into his 3rd over, the 2nd of this spell, with his slowish left arm, and that's hit Neser on the pads as he tries to work it on the leg side. Hanscom dashes away towards the square leg umpire and makes sure.
I'm sure Neser will have a look at what's straight. There's nobody straight or on the onside, and mid-on is up, long off his back. He might just step away to the offside and try and lift him over that onside.
Parkinson in again, and Neser stretches forward, defending respectfully back to the bowler. The shaven-headed Parkinson off on the move to Durham next season, as Neser steps back and tries to cut and misses. Hanscom takes, standing up. Interesting point that was made on social media with regard to selection and players moving on. As Neser steps back and smashes one through the offside, but there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, and Patel keeps them down to a single. Do you carry on picking players who are on the road for next season? For example, David Lloyd for Glamorgan, but I think at this point of the season, if he's in your best 11 players, then he plays.
Well,
because you could argue that Swepson's only going to be here for a short spell, or Nisa.
well, look what Leicestershire have done. They got they got
Three.
3 or 4 players going,
Yeah.
and they're playing them quite rightly. Play the best side. That's not fair on other sides then.
Parkinson in to bowl. Harris stretches forward to defend. Maybe when you get to September, if a team is out of the running for promotion, then might be the time to say, well,
Yeah, but
Bloggs or Jones is off next season. We'll stick with someone who will be here next year. Harris steps back and tries to force through the offside, but it's well fielded at backward point, and there was nearly an overthrow as the throw eluded Hanscom, but it was well backed up by the man at mid-wicket. So they nearly took a run first time, they nearly took a run second time, but it is a dot ball. 158 for 7. Do you think that's fair enough, Edward, that you get
No.
to December?
I don't think so,
No?
because shall we say that there's a side now involved and a couple of their players are moving, and they're playing a side who are vying for promotion, and all of a sudden the side we're near them will say, oh, look at this side A. They're not playing their strongest side. You have to play your strongest side. That's not fair on us.
No, don't agree. If you pick the best side for your county, not for someone else who you're not playing.
Similarly, if you are going for promotion yourself,
Yeah.
shall we say Glamorgan, we're up there now, and,
Oh, yeah.
and then you say, no, I think we leave a couple of these out, they won't be with us next year, and you might lose the game, and then all hell will be let loose. But
Oh yeah, if you're
know,
going for promotion, you play your best side as far as you're in that race. If you're not, then you can experiment.
Right starts another over, and that's cut fiercely down towards deep extra cover. They should get 2. Short ball, I think. Right, just showing signs of getting a little bit tired. Yeah, you can argue both sides, of course, but I feel to me it's always a disappointment when players leave, especially someone that, David Lloyd, who's been here for so long.
It is, but it's a relatively short career, and you can't blame players for doing their best to boot.
If they get better money. Yeah.
Better money, better offer.
Here's the next ball. That's short, played away off his hip this time by Nisa. Runs it very quickly, but decides not to bother with a second.
And of course, in Lloyd's case, if he is looking to be at a family base in Wrexham, then that's slightly more convenient. Part of the reason.
Well, Wrexham is still a 2-hour drive, isn't it, from Derby? Yeah. I suppose questions might be asked in one of the
I'm sure they will be at the next members forum. And why is this long-standing player going? And people have said, well, Lloyd's figures aren't great in the long term, but averaging 31st class. But he's been up and down the order and changed his role so many times.
In comes the next ball, and Harris plays it nicely off his legs down towards mid-wicket for a single. The score moves on to 162. And Nisa is on 55. Harris giving him very good support here. He's on 17.
Lloyd started off sort of batting 6, 7, 8 and as a fourth seamer. Then he bowled a bit less and went up to 5, and then went up to open in the white ball stuff. And then Matt Maynard asked him to go up and open in the championship as well, to give Glamorgan a bit more of an attacking start.
That was after Jacques Rudolph and Nick Selman left Glamorgan, as they've been for some time, without a good opening pair. Next ball is pushed away on the offside. I should be very sorry to see David go, because I think had he stayed at 6, or because we've seen how many times, Nick, that he nicks the second step next to the keeper, and if you're batting further down and the shine's gone off, he's got all the attributes of we've seen him playing some wonderful one-day innings for Glamorgan.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have had a better average had he stayed at 5 or 6.
Yes, I agree. And who will forget that 310 not out against Derbyshire last year? Anyhow, he's going, and that's that. Next ball is left outside the off stump by Michael Nisa, who is 55.
Glamorgan not helped, of course, by the injury to Byram, who's been rather unfortunate with his fitness in the couple of years that he's been with Glamorgan, and we await to see his contract for next season. There are the usual numbers out of contract, and we'll bring you news of those as soon as we get them.
Yeah, so if anybody's signed, then before that happens, as a right comes in and bowls, this is driven up to mid-on. That completes yet another over. And of course we have to wait until the end of this season. Nisa won't be available for the month of August. Swepson won't be available. Will Glamorgan think, yeah, well, we have to try and get somebody for the 3 games, because they're so very important, and who knows, they might be challenging for promotion.
Well, I think if they are in the promotion hunt, they'll presumably have a look at it at the end of this block of fixtures after the games at Worcestershire and Derbyshire. Have we got a realistic hope of going up? If so, yes, do your best to get an overseas bowler. If not, then, well, maybe they'll stick with what they got.
Yep.
Parkinson starts a new over, and Harris drives back to him on the bounce, and he half fields and the follow through.
Well, it costs a lot of money to get a very, very good sort of test player. Like Glamorgan got 2 test players last year for the last month.
As down the wicket comes Harris and hits him inside out over cover, and that one will run away to the boundary. Well, that's really the first sign of outright aggression from James Harris, using his feet well there and hitting it deliberately, placing it over the cover fielder, and getting 4 runs for it. He moves to 21, 166 for 7.
Yes, I thought it was Nisa for a moment.
Parkinson has dropped long off back, but Harris just turns the next ball towards deep square for a single.
I'll show him, says James Harris. I can play shots as well as Michael Nisa.
So Covers back on the boundary, talking to a couple of the extra Leicestershire squad players here. Long off is back, and deep square is back.
74 now, this partnership.
Parkinson bowls, and Nisa drives hard to cover, who gets a hand to it and deflects it up to long off, and they'll have to settle for the single. So Glamorgan showing signs of going after Callum Parkinson after Leicestershire turning to spin. That's a quicker delivery from Parkinson, and Harris stretches forward. As you say, he is quite a lot quicker than most spinners in
Richard made
cricket.
an interesting point, which I'll tell you about after this ball.
Parkinson bowls, and Harris stretches forward to defend, no run.
Yeah, Richard was saying earlier that he plays and is effective in one-day cricket, and this is the sort of mode, you fire in at leg stump if you're a left-arm spinner, and apparently he does take a bit of time to adjust back to, as do a lot of bowlers, to the red ball stuff. And we've noticed then, he just comes in very quickly.
Yeah, charging in, 168 for 7 at the end of the over. The latest from Bristol, the women's one-day international. Australia going well on 182 for 4 in the 36th over. Mooney 47 not out. Runs and wickets shared round. No individual outstanding performers as yet in that game. That's of course part of the multi-format Women's Ashes series.
Well, we haven't seen Mulder because Scrim's coming back at this end, so he's had a quite long bowl. He's into his, what is he in, 13th over?
13th, yeah. 241.
168 for 7. And since that aggression, the run rate has gone up. This partnership now has yielded 75, and the run rate is 3.23. Scrim to bowl with his back to us at the Cathedral Road end, and he's coming in and bowls to Nisa. And Nisa is going to get
4
4
through slip.
runs through slip down the vacant third man area, but that was going rather quickly for what we would call a chance.
Well, it's certainly an edge. It has flown well to the right of first slip, and the other slip fielder, Ackerman, is at about fourth slips. There's a huge gap which Nisa profited from.
Yes, and Ackerman will be ruined dropping that catch off Harris a few overs ago. Right bowling.
Well, it's difficult to get the fielders right on this sort of surface with this ball.
60 for Nisa now as he waits. As in comes the next ball, and that's played off the back foot up to mid-off. And there's no run.
And if you think of the last game here, when Sussex didn't actually take the new ball in the second innings, did they?
No.
Just went on and on with an extra 20 odd overs with the old one, which is first time I've seen that so long.
Many years. Even when the spinners were bowling well here, they'd get the new ball and carry on, but this time nobody took it. In he comes as the next lovely little shot there off his legs by Michael Nisa, and he moved on to 61. Really impressive scores this year, haven't they, by Michael Nisa? Got a 90.
90 and 86 and a
70, was it?
1-2. Where was it down at Hove? Where's my records? 123 at Hove. His county best score.
Well, he's on 61 now. Harris giving him excellent support on 22. Harris to face. And comes Scriven, bowls to him, and gets down on a Yorker length ball. Digs it out up to mid-on.
Other games in Division 2. Gloucestershire are 84 for 5 in their second innings, and that is still 53 behind Durham, who ran up 453 all out. Potts took 4 top order wickets for Durham, so looks like the leaders are on their way to yet another victory.
Scriven in, bowls again. This time Harris plays it defensively up to mid-on. There's no run.
At Hove, Derbyshire had a first innings lead of 5 runs over Sussex, making 407 all out.
Something could happen there, couldn't it?
But Sussex are 7 for 2 in their second innings, just 2 runs ahead.
Derbyshire will be coming up off the bottom then. If they win that one. First game they will have won. Harris waits. He's on 22. Plays defensively.
And at New Road, Worcestershire in difficulty is 166 for 7 in reply to Yorkshire's 407 all out. 241 runs still behind, and you'd have thought that Yorkshire would very much
there's the threat there, Nick, to
pressing for a follow-on there.
these two sides who we are watching. There's threats there from a few games that there could be results, and these two sides, not because of their, it's not all their fault, because the dreadful weather we had the last 2 days has curtailed so much of the game.
Yeah, but Yorkshire are likely to be taken out of the equation,
Yes,
aren't
with
they,
the
by a
points.
points deduction, which we still haven't had confirmed. Parkinson is in to bowl to Nisa, who's forward defensively. Division 1, Kent 179 for 3 in their second innings against Warwickshire, still a massive 199 runs in arrears. This next ball from Parkinson, worked on the leg side by Nisa, might be a couple, no, good sliding stop by mid-wicket. There's no run. At, where are Lancashire playing? Blackpool.
Against Essex.
Essex 282 all out. Lancashire dismissed for 145. 4 wickets for Sam Cook. Essex second innings 0 for 2.
Good Lord.
Parkinson bowls. Harris plays on the leg side, no run. Brown and Cook have gone without scoring, so Essex do lead though by 137 with 8 wickets left. Maybe a bowler's pitch there on one of the outgrounds. Harris forward to defend.
did a couple of games at Blackpool in the past, and all the old Candy Floss and the holiday makers were there. Great atmosphere, Stanley Park. Michael Atherton got 259.
Parkinson bowls. Harris down the pitch, driving through the outstretched hands of cover. Oh, good sliding stop on the boundary by Patel, and they'll come back for 2 runs, but eluded initially Kimber at cover, but on the soft surface it's probably a good slide at the moment, and Patel made the most of it. 176 for 7. At Northwood, speaking about grounds, Northants 161 for 2 in their second innings, leading Middlesex by 103. Harris on the back foot, playing to cover no run, with Middlesex having a first innings advantage of 58.
Talking about grounds, Nick, Glamorgan are due to play a one-day competition in August, and you will find that they're due to play Derbyshire at Derby. Now a contact there, David Griffin, he's more or less Mr. Derbyshire, knows everything that's going on, rang me the other day and said there is a strong rumour that that game will be transferred to Repton School, which will be new ground for everybody.
Yes, I haven't been there.
You've been there, have you?
No, I haven't been there. No. Chesterfield's the only Derby outground I've been to.
Oh, I mean, to a few. Start of inning over as the first ball, bowled by Scriven, is defended by Nisa, who's on 62. Alice is on 24.
It's got a little bit quiet again, hasn't it?
Yeah.
After a little flurry of scoring. At Taunton, Somerset 500 all out. Hampshire 212 for 8, even though Somerset are resting some of their key bowlers ahead of T20 finals.
Wicketkeeper Hanscom decides his pitch is going slower and slower, and he's going to stand up to Scriven, who's not slow, I can tell you. In he comes, Scriven, bowled off the back foot, chopped away out to a deep cover, and a single for Michael Nisa.
At the Oval, scores level. Surrey 44 for 1 in their second innings against Notts, who were 44 ahead on first innings. 399 all out. Will Young made 145.
Stopped singing, has he? The New Zealander, Will Young. The fly crept into our office, right in front of me in the window. As Scriven comes in, bowls, Harris is forward, plays defensively. Yeah, go away. 177 for 7, and his partners were coming up here and saving Glamorgan. Might well just get up over 200.
Yeah, that's the next target, and Leicestershire will have to work hard with this soft older ball.
Here's Scriven with the keeper standing up, comes up in bowls, and this is clipped away to the man on the drive on the onside.
Australia women have lost a couple of quick wickets. One's 86 for 6 off 37. A couple for Lauren Bell. Yes, it's gone into one of those turgid phases that we had in the last match.
Yeah.
Morgan drew with Sussex, who were 9 down at the end.
Scriven in, passed on by Baldwin, bowls, it's defended out to the offside. So it's not the same this afternoon. The ball has gone softer. Not the same threat.
Yeah, 2 wickets after lunch, quickly after lunch, but since then Nisa leading the revival, and as long as you don't try to score too quickly, you're all right for survival, it seems, at the moment.
Just pick out the bad balls, of course, which they've done admirably. In comes Scriven, bowls to Harris, who defends. Last ball of the over. And Glamorgan are 177 for 7. Nisa is on 63. Harris is on 24. And we have got, I can't quite believe that, 52 overs left at 25 past 3. When is tea?
Tea's at 4, which is, 36 minutes away. That'll be...
I think it's time that...
about 10 overs, maybe?
When is Richard's next?
Richard's next door in a minute, aren't you? So
When you come back?
Back after half
You're going
past.
to do some work when you come back.
Yeah. So it'll be a 42 over final session, I think. Parkinson bowls, Nisa forward, plays to short cover, no run.
Nisa might just... mid-on has gone back appreciably now.
Just on is halfway back, and long off is all the way back.
Might try and lift him.
Covers back. Parkinson bowls, Nisa drives straight along the ground and fielded at deep mid-on, no run.
If you have that thing they got in the test match, cricket viz, what's going to happen in this game? I think it'll be 90% draw now.
Parkinson bowls, forward comes Nisa. No run. What about the remaining 10%? Leicestershire 7, Glamorgan 3 or something like that. At least we got a bit of sunshine and a prolonged period of cricket as Parkinson bowls. Nisa is on the back foot, edging that one past slip and down to third man for 4 runs. I don't know if he knew much about that one, whether there was a bit of turn for Parkinson or whether he just fizzed one through a bit
Indeterminate
faster.
shot, wasn't it, really?
Nisa just poked at it and it just fell short of slip and wide of Ackerman as well. It wasn't anyway a chance, but it was a lucky boundary. 181 for 7. Parkinson to Nisa, drives on the bounce back to the bowler. If that had been a boozy Friday night, he'd have chucked it up in the air and half the crowd would have been deceived.
Yeah. It's been a very responsible innings from Nisa, isn't it?
Parkinson in again. Nisa cuts, will get a single down to backward point. Patel, a busy man in front of that empty grandstand away to our right with the yellow and green daffodil seating shining out brightly in the sunshine. The rest of the seats in blue.
And Glamorgan now 182 for 7, just 11 runs away from a 100 partnership here, which was you wouldn't have envisaged that, would you, straight after lunch, when with the first ball after the interval a wicket fell and quickly afterwards another. But at the moment things have improved a lot.
From the Glamorgan point of view, Leicestershire, well, just unable to complete the job really before the ball lost all its life.
Over starts and the first ball is clipped away up to the man at deep mid-wicket off Scriven for a single.
Because they would be relatively confident, I think, of disposing of Glamorgan's last 2, Swepson and McIlroy, without too much damage on the scoreboard. But Leicestershire desperate to break this partnership if they're to stand a chance of putting pressure on Glamorgan for a positive result in this rain-halved match.
Scriven running away from us is in and bowls, drifts down the leg side and then helped on its way by James Harris down to fine leg for a single. We're going to have a century partnership. That's 9 runs away from it now. 184 for 7. Harris has done his job admirably. He's 50. And I tell you what, Nick, with the clouds so high, so much blue sky, we will have these 50 overs and 4 balls bowled, I think.
Yeah, it would seem so. The light should be okay this evening.
In comes the next ball. Defended this time by Nisa. There's no run. I wonder if he's looking for his first 100 on Welsh soil, Michael Nisa. The way he's played, and I'm not trying to put the kiss of death on him, He looks very responsible. He's on 69.
Yeah, a long way to go. Scoring's never been particularly easy, has it?
Not on this pitch today. Scriven gets to the end of his run, turns, comes in now and bowls. That's driven nicely, but stopped at mid-off.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be a match of, if there are no further interruptions, 203 overs. So we've lost nearly half the available overs in this game. All of day one. All bar 17 of day two, and a further loss this morning.
Was it 4? I think it might. Scriven is in, bowled. This is driven straighter this time, but straight to mid-on.
Well, today was due to be 104 overs. It's now down to 90, so 14. Because of the late start, and then after we'd bowled 8 balls, another 10 minutes worth.
So it was Hill's decision. Initially was an excellent one, but it's beginning to backfire a little bit now. Scriven bowls, this is defended again.
Well, I suppose Leicestershire should get the 3 bowling points with so long remaining to get them.
Yes.
And probably easier to get bowling points than batting points in these conditions. And I suppose the players will tell us more about this in great technical detail, but it doesn't really seem that the scoring has been decreased at other venues in the same way as it has here, which is something to do with the interaction between the ball and the surface, I guess. Apologies for the occasional wind noise on the sound effects microphone. As Parkinson starts a new over and Harris drives back to him, and there's no run.
I suppose it's easier to score at Hove, whatever pitch is such a beautiful batting pitch there.
Yeah.
I think got 400. And the Oval, 2 lots of 370s or 380s is another place, like a road.
Parkinson bowls, Harris down the wicket, and then just props it into a gap in the offside when he gets there, and goes through for the single. It wasn't quite there for the big shot. 185 for 7. Nisa has 69, Harris has 26. They've added 92 for this 8th wicket. And if they score another run, they will have doubled the score. Parkinson bowls and Nisa drives. Fielded at cover. No run. Really is hard work though.
Cheers.
Not quite as hard work as, what was it, the second day of Glamorgan, Leicestershire, when we had 180 odd runs in a full day's play. It's less than 2 and over. It was pretty attritional, that. Parkinson bowls, back on his stumps, goes...
I remember another
Nisa.
day, you and I were up at Durham, and our good friend there, Martin, was very, very critical of Glamorgan's slow progress. You remember that game?
Yeah, about five years ago when they were on a bit of a bad run and batting cautiously. Nisa drives along the ground to mid-on, another dot ball.
Martin's reports would start, well, you may not believe this, but we've only seen 150 runs scored all day, and it's really not good enough.
Parkinson bowls to Nisa, who props forward, defends to cover. Just the single off the over from the left armour Parkinson. It's a bit difficult to describe him as a slow left armour, a slow medium at the moment.
Charges in. Both batsmen have a little chat here saying, well, yeah, I think we'll just carry on as we are. We'll try and get a batting point. Okay, that's a long way away, 65 runs away.
Parkinson's bowling figures speeds between 50.9 and 55 mph. Thought it might be a bit quicker than that, actually.
Am I going to change a bowling?
What have we? We've got a bit of a consultation, a bit of a gathering, but I think it's Scriven to...
And Richard will come in to describe with
continue.
Nick.
Okay, thank you, Edward. As Scriven starts a new over from the Cathedral Road end, he's into bowl, and that's gone down the leg side. It's run away towards the fine leg boundary, and what is that? It is leg byes. So keeper standing up, not given much chance there, and Glamorgan will take them any old how they come. Harris remains on 26, but the score progresses to 189 for 7. In the afternoon sunshine at Sophia Gardens.
The 100 partnership very much in sight now.
In comes Scriven then to bowl, and Harris defends back to the bowler. Well, they bowled pretty straight, Leicestershire, wicket to wicket, but just doesn't seem to be as much for them to work with as there was earlier on.
No, sun on the pitch, seam off the ball.
Yeah.
Chance missed, huge chance. Harris on 10 with a score on 131.
Yeah, that might have allowed them to run through the tail and leave Nisa stranded. Scriven to Harris, who steps back and cuts and gets 4 runs for it. And James Harris moves on to 30 not out, which is his highest score of the season. And it's also the 100 partnership.
Indeed. What a difference that has made to the whole feel of the day, and indeed the game, really. They've been bowled out for 140, 150. Leicestershire could have still had genuine hopes of enforcing victory somehow. They would have had a sort of bit of a, shot to nothing on the final day if they'd got ahead and somehow got 100 ahead quickly, and you just never quite know in those circumstances. But Glamorgan playing themselves into a position pretty much of safety, one feels now, and they'll be starting to have their eye on a few batting bonus points before, if this partnership goes on.
Yeah, I still think you ought to get a point for 200. As Scriven to Harris, whacked on the pad as he looks to work on the leg side, runs out on the offside, no run. What's your feeling on the increasing of the standards for batting points?
Seems an awful long way to get to 250 before you get a single batting bonus point. I'm not quite sure why it was done, but there you go. No doubt the ECB will be getting feedback, and it will change back at the end of the season, perhaps. Who knows?
Scriven to Harris, keeper standing up. Harris forward, defends to mid-wicket, no run.
The 100 partnership incidentally came up off 145 balls, so a good rate as well, which you're always going to get if Michael Nisa hangs around for any sort of time.
Yes, even he has struggled to make some of his shots count to the value that you feel they ought to be from the way the ball comes off the bat. Scriven to Harris, who's forward playing to mid-off. That is the end of Scriven's over. He has 2 for 53 and Glamorgan 193 for 7, which doesn't sound great, but they were 93 for 7 in the 35th over. They're now 100 further runs on after 59 overs.
See, I knew there'd be a use for Bronte's book in the end. It's an excellent book for killing flies.
Oh dear, what's it about?
Going quickly.
His life as a highly successful, actually, amateur triathlete.
All right.
Oh,
there we are.
goodness me!
Bearer of the cakes.
Goodness, the calories in those Edward, are terrifying.
That's another lap of Cardiff.
Oh Lord, I'll take one of those. Thank you very much.
Parkinson bowls and Nisa plays it into the offside for oh gosh. Oh gosh, the written boys get to them first. Are we allowed to? Oh, thank you, Ed.
Beautiful little cakes, courtesy of Glamorgan.
Well, the tea provision is excellent.
In goes Is it me? I'm not sure.
Yes.
In goes Parkinson and bowls outside off stump, stroked stylishly, increasingly stylishly away by Michael Nisa into the offside off the back foot. Rishi Patel comes off the grandstand boundary to field. Nisa moves on to 70 now, eyeing up a second century of the season for Glamorgan in just 7 innings to go with a couple of half centuries. Parkinson is in forward solidly. Goes Nisa, pushing the ball out into the offside, and Hill is the fielder. Harris 31, Nisa 70. All looked very different. Shortly after lunch, Parkinson is in. You could almost see him trying to put the revs on that one, but no real turn for him, because this is essentially still a first day pitch. And forward went Harris, defending out, Nisa, defending out into the offside. Hill has put himself in sort of on the lofted drive. Down the wicket goes Nisa, and then pushes the ball round the corner cleverly, just wide of Sol Budinger, who's at a straightish mid-wicket, has to run around towards a wider mid-wicket position. Nisa takes 1, moves on to 71. We're at the normal tea time, but it will be at 4 today. Parkinson is in, neatly clipped down to fine leg for 4 by James Harris. Just got enough on that, flicked it around the corner. No chance, of course, for Hanscom. And the applause is for the Glamorgan 200, which looked a long way off, as I say. A couple of overs after lunch at 93 for 7. And they have fairly raced towards it in recent overs, these two, Michael Nisa and James Harris. They've taken their partnership onto 107. And, well, there are still 47 overs left to be bowled today, and I wondered whether Leicestershire might turn to Ackerman. Can he, to some extent, redeem himself by making a breakthrough? He won't feel, even if he takes the wicket, that he's done so, I don't think, because since he dropped James Harris, 69 has been added.
Andrew Strong on Twitter says he's been in Cardiff to head of pulp at the CIA tonight. Finally some cricket to watch. Keep going, Ness. We'll pronounce it which way you like. Although the name is Nisa, quite a few of his colleagues call him Ness, which doesn't make an awful lot of sense.
Jarvis Cock on tour in Cardiff, is he?
Pulpit, yeah, I think
sold out?
Yeah, pretty much months in advance. Ackerman in, and Nisa turns it to square leg, and there is no run. I think I looked for tickets months ago and there weren't any.
I suppose you never quite know if there might be a return or two.
Back on his stumps goes Nisa, turns it to backward square, and there's no run. Quite a week for Britpop, with Blur returning at Wembley at the weekend, and Pulp on tour.
I think I was more of a Pulp man. That was a bit late for me. Where is the CIA? Is it central?
I'm not sure if that's officially what it's called, but I know what he means. Yes, it is in the city. So Ackerman bowls, and forward comes Nisa to defend. So if you see lots of people dressed in 80s thrift shop garb or skinny ties or whatever, skinny everything in Jarvis's case. Oh, a swing and an inside edge from Nisa. How did that miss the stumps? It's run down towards the third man boundary. It's trickled over the ropes for 4. Salisbury can't bring it up, and while we were wittering about Britpop, or I was, Nisa was almost bowled. The skinniest of... No, not inside edges even. It was just a buys. Back on his stumps goes Nisa, plays into the leg side. They think about a single ladies side otherwise. So that deceived Hanscom. Got a bit of turn, did Ackerman. And, just beat both batter and keeper. Ackerman in, flatter, quicker. Nisa blocks. 204 for 7 at the end of what was therefore a maiden over, albeit costing 4 runs the total. 204 for 7. We've got 16 minutes to go to tea, so might be 5 overs if we're lucky with the spinners on.
Operating from both ends, conscious perhaps that
May
there
they
are
do-
46 overs. And
May they continue to do so into the evening session.
we might not otherwise finish before a 7. Parkinson is going to continue from the River Taff end with a long off. Mid-on is deepish, Chris Wright, but he isn't certainly back on the boundary. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Forward goes Harris. Thick outside part of the bat. Squeezes the ball down to Budinger at backward point. And there's no run. Yes, Brunty, a long-standing Leicestershire fan who,
yes.
as you probably know from various communications over the years, as Parkinson bowls down the wicket goes Harris, working the ball wristily down towards mid-on. He's in fact a triathlon athlete and swimmer of some high calibre. Represents Great Britain. Various age levels. Forward goes Harris, defending out into the offside, but
Seems to be playing down his abilities then.
that's his shtick,
Yeah.
for sure. That is his shtick. In fact, he's a rather talented athlete. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Back goes Harris and attempts to force out into the offside. Again, doesn't quite get it, and Budinger slides across to his right from backward point to prevent any single being taken. Beautiful afternoon now, wind notwithstanding, as Parkinson is in. Back again goes Harris, got that one okay, forced it out. Didn't try and overhit it, made sure he got plenty of the middle of the bat on it, played it out calmly through the gap at point down towards Rishi Patel, who's just in front of point on the boundary.
It's only once really Harris has opened his shoulders, hasn't he, with that big blow over cover, but apart from that he's been very much content to use the pace of the ball and work it around.
Parkinson jogs in and bowls to Nisa, who is forward. He's slightly tentative after that close shave from Ackerman. Sometimes the way with batters, isn't it? They just get away with one, and just for an over or two they're a little bit more careful, more circumspect perhaps, before getting over it. End of the over, 204 for 7. 62 overs have been bowled, so they've got the run rate up, these two, to sort of championship level, 3.31. Harris has 36, Nisa 71.
Been an interesting battle today's cricket, hasn't it, with Leicestershire's bowlers all over Glamorgan until shortly after lunch, and then the fight back as James Harris works one into the offside, may get a couple of runs here. He does indeed come back fairly comfortably for a second run. It's an intelligent innings from Harris, isn't it? Not trying to overdo things, just picking up the runs as they come. 38 off 83 deliveries now. Playing the support role, letting Nisa try the odd big blow, but Ackerman bowls and Harris drives to deepish mid-off, but doesn't risk the single as Chris Wright comes in. 207 for 7, having been 93 for 7.
For someone who... Sorry, I'll come to that point in a minute.
Ackerman bowls, Harris defends.
He does get through his overs quickly, Colin Ackerman. 4,233 first-class runs, but no century, James Harris.
It's a good one-day century,
amazing.
but not a first-class one. Yeah, he batted at 6 for Middlesex for a while. As forward he comes. Defending.
Chris Wright himself is much the same, sort of 3,500 first-class runs and a best of, I think, 92. Thought he was going to get it at Derbyshire last year.
As that's tossed up and clipped away on the leg side for a single to deep mid-wicket. 208 for 7. This is in fact Harris's highest score since returning to the county on a full-time basis last season. His top score last year was 34. So well done to him for working out how to get back some of his mojo at least. As that's glanced away by Nisa, turned around the corner, and it does run away to fine leg for 4 runs. 212 for 7, Nisa to 75 not out.
Absolute gift, really. Just help it around the corner with the spin, short boundary. Wright's best is actually 87, and Harris's is likewise. He was not out though, so he must have been thinking in those terms.
Yeah, he's slipped down the order behind Van der Hoogten this season because Van der Hoogten's been batting pretty well.
Parkinson around the wicket to James Harris, who strokes it out, but in a sort of defensive way towards straight extra cover. Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill falls to his right to make the stop, then stands ready for the catch as in goes Parkinson, straighter, and Harris is forward. Respectfully, back down the pitch it goes to Leicestershire's left armour, heading for Durham at the end of the season. Looks back, sees Hanscom telling Patel to come running in, but then saying no and go back, and Patel, having come running in, goes backing out again. Parkinson is in, bowls, that one turned a fraction, but from outside off stump, and it was safely left by Harris, turned further away.
Remind me, where's his brother going next season?
Kent. So they're going to opposite ends of the country. They'll pass each other from time to time. Parkinson is in, driving is Harris. Patel should get across and cut it off. He does, so it'll just the one for Harris.
That was a lovely shot for a single.
Hit it almost too well, didn't he? Just for one instead of the 2 he might have otherwise got, or the 4 if it hit it even better, but he couldn't have hit it much better. Moves into the 40s now. Stands leaning on his bat. Nisa on strike. Parkinson is in. Forward goes Nisa, just pushing the ball back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. Pitch at Canterbury possibly more conducive to leg spin as Parkinson is in and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Nisa, defending out into the offside. Then the pitch at Chesterley Street is for finger spin, you would guess, but who knows. As I say, it's a strange thing. As soon as Matt announced he was moving on, I was pretty sure Callum would, because they are identical twins in not just appearance, they absolutely think the same way as well. It's a curious thing. It's true though. 213 for 7.
So we're through 64 overs of the innings. There are still vast amounts of time for these sides to garner any bonus points. Leicestershire will, with little doubt, get another couple of wickets somewhere in the remaining 40 odd overs as Ackerman starts a new over and Harris is in defensive mode. 213 for 7. 7 minutes to go till the tea interval, so probably a 41 over final session. Ackerman bowls flat and Harris gets a thick inside edge down to short backward square. No run. Varying things nicely, Colin Ackerman, but just the 3 wickets at an average you won't want discussed this season. And he comes, bowls, driven by Harris, up to deep mid-on. There's a comfortable single up to Louis Kimber, who is fielding about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. Chris Wright at mid-off is deepish, but he's just about saving the single most of the time. Parkinson looks a little disgruntled at cover. Thought he had his hands in his pockets for a moment. It can't be that cold, surely. Ackerman tosses it up. Nisa drives on the leg side. No run.
92, he says cruelly. Of that average that Ackerman would prefer not to be discussed, but one must tell the truth.
It'll come down if he gets a couple. He might have a little bit of a chance here. Up to the new ball. Next ball driven by Nisa to short mid-wickets. No run. So we've got 15 overs to come until the new ball. And with only 3 seamers, then we might see these two bowling most of those.
Looks that way.
Ackerman bowls, noodled away by Nisa, down to short fine leg, but there's a man there up in the non-existent circle, so there is no run. 214 for 7, Nisa 75, Harris 41. Thank you, Andrew.
You're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch. If you're venturing out there, though, please do not take any food or drink with you.
Oh, bother.
Or a trowel.
I thought there might be some spare chips over from lunch I could go and strew on the wicket.
Parkinson, long-sleeved shirt, billowing in the breeze.
No orange powder, please.
No. Round the wicket he comes and bowls. Forward goes James Harris, blocking it out into the offside. He too perhaps will be thinking of food and drink, or at least the break, which is now probably just this and one more over from Ackerman away. Jogs in past umpire Chantry, bowls. Harris forward, defends out into the offside again. There's no run. The 96th ball that James Harris has faced. 41 he has. Nisa 75 has come off 110. He has sort of toned it back, I've just choked it back a little bit in recent overs. Forward goes Harris. I think they're beginning to enjoy themselves out there, these two, rather. Why wouldn't you, with a partnership of 121 between you so far? Nisa wanders down and does a spot of gardening, just to slow things up a smidgen. Parkinson is in. Down the wicket goes Harris, blocking the ball firmly out into the offside, and is going to pick up a single to Hill's annoyance. Hill annoyed with himself for not stopping it at that short-ish extra cover position. He moved to his right and got 2 hands to the ball. Didn't have to dive, but still somehow it went through and underneath them. And the consequence was a single was taken. Harris onto 42, 215 for 7. Parkinson in, bowls. Nisa forward, pushing slightly across the line so it runs out to mid-on rather than mid-off. Plenty of bat on it there. Parkinson to finish his 11th over is in and bowls, and forward goes Harris, studiously pushing the ball out into the offside. End of Parkinson's over. That single that need not have been conceded, the only runs from the over. 11 overs, none for 36 for him. Glamorgan 215 for 7. 1 over left before the tea interval, at which point there'll be 40 overs left to be bowled. So I think if you'd have offered Glamorgan 215 for 7 at tea from 93 for 7, I'd definitely have taken that one, for sure.
Absolutely. So here we go then with the final over of the session. Ackerman to Harris, who plays it away nicely off the back foot down to backward point for a single. 216 for 7. Harris 43. His top score since returning to Glamorgan at the start of last season, having had a few games here and there on loan over the years. Ackerman to Nisa, fires it in a little bit. Nisa watches it carefully onto the bat and defends to cover. And there's no run. So Glamorgan going into lunch at 86 for 5. They were 93 for 7 shortly afterwards, as Nisa plays one out to deep cover for a single. But these two more than doubling the score and providing a bit of stability for Glamorgan and possibly towards safety in the game. If they'd been all out 130, there would have been time for Leicestershire to get into the lead and put some pressure on the Glamorgan second innings, but that is looking less likely now unless things move on apace in the evening session. Ackerman bowls to Harris, who plays it comfortably off the back foot into the offside. Hill fields at cover, no run. Ackerman in, over pitch slightly. Harris drives it up to deep mid on for a single. He goes to 44 and the total is 218 for 7. You're on BBC Sport Online. Richard Ray, Edward Bevan and myself will be back for commentary on a lengthy final session of 40 overs at around about 20 past 4. Ackerman bowls the last ball of the afternoon. Nisa defends it. He remains on 76. Harris is on 44 and Glamorgan have fought back from 93 for 7 to 218 for 7. Despite the earlier efforts of the Foxes seamers, Scriven, Salisbury and Wright, in having Glamorgan on the back foot. We're now moving back towards parity. You'd still prefer Leicestershire's position overall, but Glamorgan 218 for 7 at tea.
I've got some tea time scores from the other games taking place elsewhere in the LV Insurance County Championship, like here at St Mark Gardens. All these games are in their third day. We'll start at Taunton, where Hampshire, for 258 for 8, still trailing Somerset by 242 runs. At Chester Street, in their second innings, Gloucestershire are 94 for 6 forwards there for Matthew Potts, with Gloucestershire still trailing Durham by 43 runs. At Hove, in their second innings, Sussex are 52 for 3, leading Derbyshire by 47 runs. Derbyshire ended their first innings on 407. It's not tea though at New Road, because Worcestershire are 9 wickets down. They're 192 for 9, still trailing Yorkshire by 215 runs. There's been rain this afternoon at Merchant Taylor's School, but they've just resumed there with Northamptonshire on 183 for 2, leading Middlesex by 277 runs. At the Oval, Surrey are 86 for 1, leading Nottinghamshire by 42 runs. At Stanley Park in Blackpool, Essex, in their second innings, are 31 for 3. So they're leading Lancashire by 168 runs. Earlier Lancashire dismissed for 145. At Canterbury, Kent in their second innings are 216 for 5. They're still trailing Warwickshire by 162 runs. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens this summer. That includes the one-day international here on the 8th of September, when England meet New Zealand. If you're seeking a score sheet for this match, they're available free of charge from reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's also where you can purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan yearbook. Alternatively, you can purchase the yearbook by visiting the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. It'll be closing in just over an hour's time, and it's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including the replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. You can also purchase food and drink from the mobile unit beneath the Cassette Howell stand. Snacks can also be obtained from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket will be closing at the end of the tea interval. It will be open though again tomorrow, so you will have another chance to view the display celebrating the long and proud heritage of cricket in Wales, or alternatively purchasing some of the second-hand cricket books which are on sale, together with old Glamorgan yearbooks.
Good evening and welcome to Sophia Gardens from BBC Sport Online for this final session of the third day between Glamorgan and Leicestershire, although we are still in the first innings of the match as the Leicestershire fielders gather on the boundary and then make their way out to the middle. Among them, the former Glamorgan player Roman Walker, who is on as a 12th man. Haven't spotted any obvious injuries in the afternoon session, so maybe just temporarily while someone finishes off their cream cake. 218 for 7, having been 93 for 7. Leicestershire completely dominant either side of lunch. Glamorgan fighting back through this pair of Nisa 76 not out and James Harris 44 not out, looking for his first half century since returning to the club.
Yes, it's been a very good partnership. When you mentioned at the start, Nick, we're still in the first innings. You wouldn't have been saying that shortly after lunch. We're probably in the Leicestershire innings, but these two have shown not only attacking qualities, especially Nisa, but also restraint, because Nisa loves to get after the bowling, but he was realising that they were in such a precarious position that he had to get his head down and be selective, and that's exactly what he's done. And 218 for 7, but I fear that this pitch, I don't know if you've noticed, is going slower and lower, the usual pitches at Sophia Gardens, but never. Might do something with the new ball. How many overs have gone? 13 to go before the new one. We'll see then.
Yeah, Steve West on Twitter, as amazing as unexpected, the Glamorgan fight back. Can they continue it? Can Leicestershire polish this innings off? Here is Parkinson from the River Taff end, and there isn't Parkinson from the River Taff end because he doesn't deliver for some reason. Not sure if I think Harris might have stepped away because Hanscom was still fiddling with the field. Parkinson in and Harris is forward, defending to cover. Can we manage a batting point, says Steve?
I think they can, perhaps.
It's possible. Well, as long as these two are together. Not sure how much resistance we'll get from 10 and Jack as Harris is forward defending.
The trouble is, if one of these is still in, you've got number 11. Back you go. Ball of the over. In you come from.
Not the in-out field, and One side trying to take the strike, the other trying to avoid that happening. Harrison is forward to defend. And there is no run. Are we talking about Derek Underwood's speed or not from Parkinson? No?
No, Derek Underwood is quicker.
Back in the
And a
70s.
longer run. Fantastic bowler.
As Harris, back on his stumps, jabs one off an angle bat down towards third man, and he'll turn and come back for the second. That probably shouldn't have been there. Budinjo was a little slow on the turn. As Harris has scored an awful lot of his runs behind the wicket, just deflecting the ball away, and Leicestershire don't appear to have noticed this very much.
You see how slow the pitch is then when you've got time to just look and guide it.
Harris to 46, 220 for 7, and he pushes that one into the offside, and
Nisa wasn't ready
for the single. Yeah, Nisa wasn't expecting it, but even though there's a thickly populated offside with 2 cover fielders, Harris managed to steer one slightly squarer of them. 221 for 7. Parkinson to Nisa, forward, plays to short mid-wicket, and we're through the first over after tea with 3 runs added. 39 overs remain today, 96 tomorrow. It was always going to be a long shot, really, to produce a positive result with the absence of collaborations these days.
Yes, it's nailed on, because these Leicestershire are second and they don't want to slip up and lose a game. Conversely, Glamorgan are third and they don't want to. So it's a great shame for both sides, really.
Yeah, Glamorgan a bit further down, 5th going into this, although still only 11 points behind.
Yeah. Right, 221 for 7, and we're going to have a change from the gentle off-spin of Ackerman. And Scriven is going to come back into the attack and bowl from this end, and he will be bowling at James Harris, who's 3 off. As you say, Nick, his first 50 since returning from Middlesex. In comes Scriven, keeper standing up, and is defended on the offside. Now, I don't know the ins and outs of the contract that Michael Nisa has. Is it an annual contract, or is it I think
Nisa,
it's up, isn't it?
I think is up at the end of this season, according to my records, which are not comprehensive, but I think every story that's been published.
Now, he might be thinking, well, this could be my last appearance. Who knows what's going to happen? Can I get 100 in my last innings? Because he's unlikely to play after this game, I wouldn't have thought. As Scriven comes in and bowls just at the back of a length. Plops it down in front of him.
Yeah, you can tell a disgruntled bowler. Scriven just sort of booted it back to the keeper to pick up. He's obviously not terribly concerned about preserving the state of the ball at this point.
Well, the ball is gone, basically, and it just stays there. You can clap your hands and see where you want to hit it, basically. It's so slow. Scriven past umpire bowling on his way now and bowled, and again he gets into position as Harris off the back foot and plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And Nisa, like Labuschagne, gives it the impression of enjoying his work here at Glamorgan, and you would hope that if he wanted to stay in the British County game, that he would re-sign here.
Unless the Hawks come in from above and swoop in and offer him something, then let's hope, because he's been a first-class professional. Scriven bowls to James Harris, who plays it on the onside up to mid-on. Harris, it has to be said, no need to take any undue risks in this excellent partnership. They came together when the score was 93, so they put on 128. And it saved Glamorgan, really, from ignominy, because it looked as if they're going to be out for about 110. Here is Scriven, useful pace, coming in, bowls, and again it's right up there. Hanscom is standing up, the wicket-keeper, which will tell you that this pitch is getting slower now, and the ball doesn't help. And you think that if either side is going to strike, they must strike with a new one, with a new ball.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan were 7 down
yeah.
in 35 overs, weren't they? Glamorgan do have Swepson to bowl long spells if needed in the Leicestershire innings.
But it's Scriven's pace at the moment. I'll appeal for LBW, and he's gone. Out LBW. Now, it looked to me to be quite, unless he hit it, to be quite adjacent, but we've got this benefit of replay. He was on the back foot.
Yeah.
And that's a problem with umpires. They've got to make its decision in a split second. One can sympathise. But we'll have a good look at this now.
It looked pretty full.
Oh, it
Yeah,
looked out.
that's out.
Absolutely out, yeah. What a good innings, though, by James Harris, 47.
Unless Harris thought he got an inside edge.
Exactly.
I think it's just disappointment on Harris's
Perhaps he'd have been better
features.
just coming forward, but generous applause for him, quite rightly, because that was a very valuable partnership. From 93 to 221.
Standard 128.
128 it was. And who have we got coming in here? Swepson, by the looks of it.
Yep. The shorter figure rather than the tall McIlroy.
Queensland against Leicestershire.
Yes, Glamorgan seem to have a hotline to Queensland in recent years, don't they?
Yeah.
With Labuschagne, Nisa, Khawaja, Burns, who played briefly. Swepson now. Charlie Hemphrey, although English, played for both Queensland and Glamorgan.
Useful player, nice lad he was too.
And even Callum Taylor, the Glamorgan second 11 skipper, had his born in Newport but was brought up in Queensland.
Yeah.
So strong links between South Wales and the northeast of Australia.
The Northern Territories.
221 for 8. Yes, that's
I've been there.
Northern Territories.
Northern Territories, right up from
The middle centre, isn't
from
it?
Brisbane, north of Brisbane. We were
Yes.
going up there on holiday, actually, up to lovely spot, Cairn.
Here's Parkinson then, from the River Taff end to bowl to Nisa, who drives, and it's well fielded by Parkinson in his follow-through, tumbling and showing the bright orange soles of his boots.
Leicestershire anticipating some attacking play now from Nisa, but long on and long off back in the boundary. He'll gamble against hitting it.
Parkinson bowls flatter, and Nisa flat bats it straight to cover, and there's no run. So what have we got? 3 on the boundary. Cover point,
Yep.
long off, long on. Have we got a fine leg? No. Parkinson into Nisa, who's forward, defending it into the offsides. Will they all come in and try and prevent the single off the...
Fourth.
No,
coming in.
maybe after this ball. Three dot balls.
Perhaps you're planting then in the river then.
Parkinson into bowl. Flatter, and Nisa
this
has completely mistimed that one to cover.
You sympathise with the batsman, don't you, really? When you hammer it and it trickles.
It does feel like hitting a sponge at the moment. It just
That's the
isn't.
problem when he's trying to attack in the air, you see. It might not just carry.
Parkinson to Nisa, who plays this one into a gap on the offside, and although there was probably 2 there, they settled for the single as Patel jogs round the cover point ropes. Swepson takes a guard. Is that? He's on middle. Yeah, fraction away from you. And
Come here, mate. You just stay here.
222 for 8.
Richie.
Parkinson, last ball of the over, bowls to Swepson, who defends to short cover. Single off it, 222 for 8. We could well be seeing some cat and mouse as Nisa tries to take the majority of the strike over the remainder of this innings.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy if you put your men back and this pitch is just holding up and not rewarding any attacking play. So he is a strong fellow, Nisa, and he does clear the ropes, but it'll take extra effort as he lectures his Queensland teammate on how the ball is coming down, etc. We haven't seen much of Swepson batting, but what we have seen hasn't really encouraged us. The wicket taker after tea, Scriven, is to continue. He's bowled well in this innings, and he's bowling to Michael Nisa. In he comes, bowls to Nisa. Tries to flick him down to the fine leg, but he does not connect. We have, for the first time, a third man in this innings. Yeah, well, if you've got a third man, what you're saying is there's a run there if you want it. I can't work this out.
2 out deep on the leg side at fine leg and square leg, 2 out on the offside at point and third man.
In comes his next ball, that's played nicely off his legs, and he says, "I trust you, Mr. Swepson." Sweppo or Mitch or whatever they call him, and I've only faced a couple of balls, but you carry on. Might know more than we do because he plays with him out in Australia.
Was referred to as Sweppo by one of his teammates during the last match. That's the trouble, isn't it? When you're writing up these quotes afterwards, as you'll know from your long news, but do you change them to the proper names, or do you just stick
bracket them sometimes?
Bracket them. Oh, it's such a pain in the rear, isn't it?
Yeah, Sweppo and it's Sweppo then waiting as in comes the ball. He gets in a bit of a tangle there, as it's going to give him a very good delivery, which pitched and nipped back and went over the off stump, and he goes down for advice. And he doesn't take any advice, he just turns round and does a bit of nervous prodding.
Syncopated gardening there, they both prodded at the same time.
Nervous batsmen come in and they go down and prod before they face the ball. This could be hard work for Swepson, as he waits now, hasn't scored as yet. Plays a nice looking shot, which went very quickly, believe it or not, to mid-on.
Roman Walker.
Tall young man, used to be with Glamorgan and surprised everybody by signing with Leicester. Played against Glamorgan in that match and record innings by Sam North East last year. Got runs too, I think, in the first innings, if I can remember. But it is the medium pace of Scriven coming in and bowls. That's a lovely looking shot there, and it goes out towards deep mid wicket, and they cross for a single. No problems here about protection. Why do you think third man is going back? Can't work this one out.
Where are we? Last. Yeah, that's strange, isn't it? Last ball of the over.
They're saying, okay,
No, they've got it wrong.
come back. Come back.
Look on the board, 5 balls gone.
Come back.
We want to keep Lisa off strike.
To the third man boundary, now he's coming back again. Is the last ball, and it will be.
Scriven's now pulled out because the fielder wasn't up from third man to gully.
Now the last ball, we look for a boundary here, and he comes and bowls, and that's played beautifully off his legs. And has it beaten the man there? I think it has, yes, 4 runs. Didn't work out there because Leicestershire were betwixt and between, calling men in and what have you. Anyhow, it's 228 for 9. 82 now for Lisa. 18 runs short, what would be a first century at home for Glamorgan. And Swepson is on 1, and the score 228 for 8. So that's 22 runs short of a batting point. Who would have dreamt that when there was a wicket with the first ball after lunch?
Yep, 86 for 6 at that point, 93 for 7 just afterwards. Parkinson to Swepson on 1 not out, and Swepson turns one into the leg side into a gap. They'll run just the single, won't bother to hurry back for the second run.
I'll love and leave you as my good colleague, my good friend Richard is back, and he'll take on commentary.
Thank you, Edwards. BBC Sport Online from BBC Sport Wales, BBC Radio Leicester from Sophia Gardens. Parkinson to Nisa, who jabs it to short cover, and there is no run. So Parkinson without reward. The Seamers have shared the 8 wickets so far, as Parkinson is into bowl, and Nisa drives but straight to hill at shortish cover.
I haven't seen a replay of the Harris dismissal. He looked bitterly disappointed. What, you guess you have? Were you convinced?
Parkinson in, and Nisa takes a single on the offside off the 4th ball of the over, 230 for 8. Unless he thought he got an inside edge would be the only reason for disappointment with the decision, because I think it was hitting pretty much.
Yeah, it wasn't
middle
like
and middle.
Chris Cook's, was it?
No. Ball after lunch appeared to be going down leg, as that's kept a little bit low, and Swepson hops about nervously in the crease and jabs down on it.
It doesn't give a sort of impression that he might be there for too long, Mitch Swepson. That first delivery from Scriven at the other end, he hopped around, didn't get anything on it, did he?
In comes Parkinson. Swepson plays defensively on the leg side, and Mulder saying, do you want a single, do you want a single? And the batters are completely unconvinced by the offer of a single, because that leaves Nisa on strike. 230 for 8, Glamorgan. 72 overs gone, 8 to the new ball, if Leicestershire take it. As I say, Sussex just didn't bother in the second Glamorgan innings a couple of weeks ago.
They'll hope not to have the choice, Leicestershire, but Michael Mitch Swepson coming in at 10. Who's coming in at 11?
Jamie McIlroy.
It's
he's a number 11.
He is a number 11, is he?
Yeah.
Right. Well, again, that sort of emphasises the importance of that 8th wicket partnership, and the bigness of the moment. Horrible word. When Ackerman put down Harris, in goes Scriven, and calmly turned down towards backward point by Nisa. Hang on. Yes. And I'm a little bit surprised. First ball of the over, he's taken one after what we've seen from Mitch Swepson so far, but perhaps Michael Nisa has more trust in his colleague.
Played together plenty in Queensland.
Exactly. You know, he must have seen him bat a few times, and
there we are.
My impression is only from what I've seen he's faced in this game. It's the 7 deliveries he's faced so far in this innings. In goes Tom Scriven and bowls to him, and he flinches rather, as drops a little bit short. Scriven, and he manages to get something on it, push it out into the offside, again not entirely convincingly.
Yeah, looking back on the records of that previous match with this Kookaburra ball, Sussex bowled 102.4 overs to dismiss Glamorgan in the second innings without a new ball.
It does seem unnecessarily sort of punishing on their bowlers, you would have thought, given the condition the ball will have been in. In goes Scriven, and turned somehow into the leg side by Mitch Swepson. Got plenty of bat on it, and actually sort of timed it quite well from short of length outside off stump, worked it out towards mid-wicket, where Roman Walker is fielding at the moment.
He's an odd-looking cricketer, Swepson, not facially, but just the way, when you see how he bowls again, you'll enjoy it.
It's all a bit disjointed, isn't it? Doesn't look particularly coordinated. In goes Scriven, forced off the back foot by Swepson, and he takes on the arm of Lewis Hill, who had moved to his left at mid-off to field, and it wasn't the greatest of throws from Leicestershire's captain. Missed the stumps, and Swepson had probably made his ground anyway, but taking a quick single off the 4th ball of the over. He may not be entirely coordinated, but he does not lack in confidence. 2-3-2 for 8.
Yeah, the 2 leg spinners Glamorgan have had in recent weeks. Hatsoglu, absolutely frenetic, fast approach, throwing the ball from one hand to another, and Swepson sort of sidling in apologetically from behind the umpire.
I look forward to seeing him bowl. Colin Ackerman is being sent from gully to third man, and Sol Budinger from point to the point boundary as they look to give, well, what? Nisa one. In goes Scriven, bowls, and he's going to pick up at least 2 there because he's driven it past Callum Parkinson at extra cover. Parkinson goes running back, picks up and throws. Nisa wants a third, and he's going to get there. Scriven runs out to get to the ball, but Nisa cannily and perfectly legitimately runs between Scriven and the stumps, and would have made his ground anyway. Scriven, having taken the throw, didn't bother trying to hit the stumps. You would have thought he might have swivelled and had a go at the stumps at the striker's end, where Swepson now has just the one delivery to face. Will the field go out? No, not particularly. As in goes Scriven and bowls straight, and Swepson handles it solidly enough. Gets sort of leans forward, no big stride, but gets a good middle of the bat to his defensive push. Out into the offside it goes. And that is the end of Scriven's 19th over, 3 for 64 for the young Leicestershire all-rounder. Glamorgan 2-3-5 for 8, still eyeing up that first batting bonus point.
Yeah, 15 runs away. Leicestershire just 1 wicket away from maximum points with the ball, which easier to get 3 bowling points than 3 batting points these days, you feel. 9 wickets or 350, particularly on a slow surface. And with this ball, Parkinson bowls. Nisa drives back past the bowler, who might have got a fingertip to it, but it rolls up to long off, and they're quite happy to take the single off the last ball of the over, which rather negates any point in Leicestershire trying to give away singles if Glamorgan are happy to take them. 2-3-6 for 8. 74th over, so Glamorgan may well try and get to the 250 before the new ball, as that's on the back foot. Swepson playing out on the offside, no run. He's got took 7 wickets in that first match for Glamorgan. Glamorgan opting for Swepson and Nisa ahead of Ingram for this game, as Swepson drives back to Parkinson, and there's no run.
Highest score in first class cricket of 37. Mitch Swepson.
There's a slip. Cover is fairly short. There's a lot of singles being saved. Swepson flicks one down to backward square. No run.
This is the problem after they've been in for sort of 10 balls or so. They start to think they can. That was a flourish as he whipped that one away.
236 for 8. Parkinson round the wicket. Swepson forward. Defends to Hill at cover. No run.
In all seriousness, he has a job to do though, with Nisa on,
Yes.
on 88 and looking at another century.
Yeah. A, try and get Glamorgan to the bonus point. B, try and hang around long enough for Nisa to get to 3 figures. Swepson drives down the ground and will take the single off the last ball of the over. 237 for 8. Nisa 88, Swepson 4. Wickets today. North East 15, Ul Hassan 33, Carlson 1, Root 12, Cook 10, Van der Hoogten 4, and Harris 47. And the wickets shared between the seamers, 3 apiece to Scriven and Salisbury, and 2 to Wright, which were 2 excellent deliveries, you must say, to bowl the numbers 3 and 4, North East and Carlson. And one which nipped back and one which straightened slightly as well. Ackerman back for Scriven.
I'm ashamed to say that Mitch Swepson's Test and one-day international appearances rather passed me by, but 4 of the former, 3 of the latter.
I
10 wickets, 10 test wickets to his name as Ackerman goes in and bowls and pulled mightily by Swepson out to the mid-wicket boundary. Loping round is Patel, he can't get there. And Swepson picks up 4. Short ball from Ackerman. Swepson good enough to rock back and pull it away, taking full advantage of what was a little bit of a long hop. Ackerman is in another long hop, and this time it's outside off stump, cut away, but a great piece of fielding by Parkinson, reaching out at backward point, having run away to his right with his wrong hand and making the stop to keep Swepson to a single. Moves on to 9, 242 for 8. Nisa showing why he had trust, well, Swepson showing why Nisa had trust in his batting. Perfectly capable, it seems, of putting away a bad ball from an occasional off-spinner. Changes to the field for Nisa as Ackerman is in again, drops short. Nisa goes back, works it nicely round the corner for 4. Didn't try and overhit it, just went back. It was short, it was on the leg stump, maybe just outside, and he just worked it wristily away behind square on the leg side. There is a man there, but diving away to his left, Matt Salisbury couldn't get there, and it fairly raced away down the very slight slope there is on that side of Sophia Gardens. And suddenly Michael Nisa on to 92. What a season it has been for him with the bat for Glamorgan. Very much in the all-rounder category now, like Van der Hoogten. Ackerman in, bowls again, drops a little short, doesn't really get up though, and although Nisa went back to chop it away into the offside, it was straightish, and because it stayed low, he had to adjust and all looked a little bit ungainly as he pushed it out into the offside. Ackerman is in, back again goes Nisa, and just playing it firmly through, very straight mid-on, sprawling across to his left. Hill can't get that. In from sort of 3/4 of the way back comes Louis Kimber. Nisa takes 1, moves on to 93. Ackerman steps in and bowls back. Oh, goes Swepson and gets, I think, a bottom edge that goes between the wicketkeeper and the slip. Vian Mulder to the long stop boundary for 4. The applause is for the bonus point, 251 for 8. And Glamorgan have reached a figure that looked an awful long way at 93 for 7 shortly after lunch.
Yeah, that really is a Brucey bonus, isn't it? Rather unexpected. Glamorgan having collapsed from 54 for 1 overnight to 93 for 7, so it has been a day of dramatic swings in fluctuating fortunes, and there were 14 runs off the Ackerman over, which has rather relieved the pressure. So next job for Swepson is to hang around long enough for Nisa to have the chance for a century. He's on 93 as Parkinson is in to bowl, and Nisa forward propping defensively. So long on, long off, a back, long off on the ropes, long on about 5 metres in. Square leg is in a similar sort of position. Cover point is sweeping. Nisa is forward defensively on the onside. Cover is back, almost conceding the single, or one of the cover fielders anyway. So Nisa with room to accumulate around the grounds, even if it'll be difficult to get it in a blow or two, and he's happy to accumulate there as he glances one just past the square leg umpire for a single. Nisa to 94, 252 for 8. And although Leicestershire would probably have taken this sort of position at the start of play, 200 runs nearly added for loss of 7 wickets, it's felt like a real fight back for Glamorgan as Swepson drives slightly uppishly towards mid-off.
Just slightly.
But
Parkinson can't
it's
believe
wide of Parkinson, and it didn't carry to mid-off. Doesn't look like Nisa's latest run went on the board. Parkinson into bowl. Swepson is hit on the pad as he looks to work one on the leg side. Now it is on the board. 252 for 8 is confirmed. Swepson 13, his best effort yet for Glamorgan in his third innings. 1 and 12 against Sussex last time out. He's got 2 more matches to play, has Swepson, as he's back on his stumps and jabbing it in a rather uncoordinated fashion on the offside. 252 for 8, Nisa 94, Swepson 13.
He's entertaining, and after the 5th ball, Nisa turned to umpire Shantrin. There is just one to come, isn't there? he raised a finger at Shantrin. Shantrin nodded back at him with a smile. One blow will do it for Michael Nisa, but he's played so well. It's been chanceless, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And some really rather fine shots, particularly in post tee. Those last couple of 4s, absolutely proper cricket shots. Beautifully placed, not overhit. And Leicestershire giving him a chance with Ackerman bowling.
In comes Ackerman then to bowl to Nisa, who is back defending. Will he look to finish and get to 3 figures in the grand style? Well, there are 3 deep on the leg side. Ackerman, will he toss it up? No. Fires it in rather, and Nisa just plays it gently to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
He'd be hitting against the wind as well, wouldn't he? So he might not be inclined this over.
Ackerman bowls. Nisa drives to mid-off and takes a quick single. What have we got? Another 3 overs before the new ball, so he's got plenty of time to accumulate these runs, really. If he stays in, and if his partner stays with him, and then anything after the 80 over mark really is an extra bonus. Swepson gets a short delivery that he tries to cut and misses. Hanscom doesn't bother to take off the bails. 2-5-3 for 8 in the afternoon sunshine, as that is on leg stump, nurdled away by Swepson. Single taken. 2-5-4 for 8
from the 5th ball of the over.
As where's the field gone? Well, 2 of them have stayed back on the leg side, and mid-on has come up to save the single, and it is blocked up towards Kimber at mid-off, so it will be Swepson on strike at the start of a new over. Nisa watching on 95 not out. Hit 14 boundaries so far, has Nisa. And this is highest score on the home soil for Glamorgan, that is.
Swepson will be on strike at the start of the 78th over of the Glamorgan innings. Callum Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Swepson is forward, pushing the ball out to Lewis Hill. There's a short, straight-ish extra cover, conventional extra cover behind him. Parkinson is in. Swepson is looking to hit. Rather straighter than the ball went, which was out towards square leg. Wasn't quite sure where it had gone for a moment. It went along the ground all the way out there towards the umpire. Tom Scriven had to move to his left to field. Parkinson is in and bowls, clipped up into the air by Swepson, but he's got it over mid-wicket, lands and doesn't quite plug, but lands fairly softly in the outfield, rolls out towards deep mid-wicket, and 3 taken
3
in the end. So good running by Swepson and Nisa. Swepson on to 17 of just 27 deliveries. Nisa on 95 to face Parkinson with the wind behind the batsman this time.
Parkinson is in to bowl, and Nisa drops it into the offside, thinks about a single. Budinger moves round from point. They decide against. 4 balls of the Parkinson over are bowled, and Nisa in and driving this time. Parkinson up to long on, single taken off the 5th ball of the over. Swepson has won to survive, or to plonk into the taff, or to try to do so. Parkinson is rearranging his field. He wants a backward square leg, since Swepson's shown a propensity to flick around the corner. A few others are coming in a little bit in case Swepson can be persuaded to take a single off the last ball. As he runs it down towards third man, there should be 2 runs here. If it doesn't go to the boundary, it doesn't. They amble through for 2. Budinger hauls it in just short of the third man rope, and Swepson moves to 19, and the total to 260 for 8. Nisa on 96 not out, and Nisa is on strike. So Leicestershire's spinners not able to complete the job that the seamers have started. 23 overs between them, and no wickets for either Parkinson or Ackerman. So here is Ackerman to start a new over to Michael Nisa on 96 not out, 260 for 8. Nisa not quite ready to receive. So 2 on the boundary on the leg side. Long on is about 10 metres off the rope, and Nisa is on the back foot defending. Back to Ackerman.
Are these, if he gets 100 back-to-back, Sussex?
That's a very good point, Edward. As Nisa forces, or tries to, but he's punched it straight to mid-on. Yeah, you're right. Back-to-back innings.
He is, class all-rounder now. New ball.
As that is punched onto the offside by Nisa. No run. He remains on 96. The new ball is 9 deliveries away. Will he go for the boundary to try and get there before the new ball? Ackerman bowls. Nisa works it away on the offside for a single.
Swepson's played his part here, it must be said, rather unorthodox.
He just doesn't inspire much confidence in the supporter seeing him for the first time this month, but Nisa's no doubt watched him bat plenty of times from the other end. Ackerman bowls and Swepson. Well, his feet go all over the place. There's nothing much out of the textbooks about his batting, but he's defended that perfectly competently on the leg side. 261 for 8. Ackerman finishes his over by seeing Swepson defend up to mid-on Kimberfields. No run, 261 for 8, Nisa 97, Swepson is on 19.
I don't think Nisa will look for the boundary, because he doesn't want to miss out on this, surely. He'd be quite happy to pick it up now. Will they bring a seamer back here? No, it's Parkinson. I'm just thinking for the one, get ready for the new ball over. There's no better chance now. But there's still 1 man back, certainly, and it's going to be difficult, especially with this slow wicket and the ball absolutely soft as can be now. The 80th over coming up, as in comes Parkinson and bowls, and Nisa's gone for the big hit, and he gets his 100. The details come from Nick Webb.
That is his 15th boundary. Hit through wide mid-wicket. Michael Nisa reaches his first home century for Glamorgan, and back-to-back centuries in the county championship. It's come off 147 balls, 15 fours.
Thanks, Nick, and excellent. One of the best hundreds I've seen here in adversity, because don't forget Glamorgan were 93 for 7, And Nisa was just starting his innings, and I can't remember even a half chance, can you?
No, I haven't got anything written down against him.
As Parkinson comes in now and bowls to Nisa, it was a brave shot, and he's going to get more runs here as he angles the bat. He'll get one, and he'll be quite happy with that. He's done his job. He's got his 100. He's got Glamorgan the bonus point, and it's 34 more runs. Much respect I have for Mr. Swepson as a leg spinner. Can he stay for 34 with a new ball imminent? I think Nisa will just go for it now and hope that things work out. Back-to-back hundreds, amazing, isn't it? In comes Parkinson, bowls Swepson, and he's off the back foot this time and plays it out into the offside if there's no run. Yeah, one of the best hundreds of the season. Responsible and playing for his side, and a brave shot to get that 100, clubbing it over cow corner. Parkinson, Swepson, no, he's going to play a few shots. He's hit it over mid-off and he's going to get 4 runs, and he's enjoying this, I think. Swepson, have you had the opportunity to say in Swepson sweeps? Yeah. That was hit over mid-off, and mid-off is quite deep. I'll be looking before long for his career best. Swepson 23 he's on now. And in comes Callum Parkinson wide of the crease, and he's driven him nicely again, this time after a long off. And the score has gone up to 271. Surely not another batting point, and that, I think, is applause for the 50 partnership.
Yep.
Would you believe? For the 9th wicket. In comes the next ball, and this is driven gently for a single, and he will retain strike. Will Nisa. And the score 272 for 8.
100 came off 147 balls. It included 15 fours.
Excellent innings. So 272 for 8, and at one stage Glamorgan were 93 for 7, and entirely due, it must be said, to 2 batsmen, namely number 7 and number 9. Harris playing his part, of course. He made 47. And the partnership of 128 as the new one comes. The new ball is waved by umpire to the by the umpire to the scorers and to everybody else who wants to know. And it will be Chris Wright. I think it's Chris Wright. Looks like him. Thank you. Yes.
So Wright with 2 for 47, but as I say, 2 excellent deliveries to clean up both Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson.
And what do we normally say? The new ball can go a long way if it's not propelled properly. And I think Neeson's the ideal fellow because he's got strike at 103.
Right, the most economical of the seamers, as well as his 2 wickets, and the first delivery is rather inside edged by Nisa out towards square leg. They'll go through for a single. Salisbury with his best Leicestershire performance of 3 for 58, Scriven 3 for 64. And the run rate overall has risen to 3.4, having started at around that level last night and then nosedived for the morning session. Here's alright, pauses, short sleeve shirt, wind flapping the back of it, hair flopping, into bowl 2, Swepson, who drives over cover and will pick up a couple of runs.
I think both of us owe Mitch Swepson an apology because we were talking about his ability as a batsman, and we weren't very kind to him in the most possible way. And he's proved us wrong. He's played every shot in the book. Unorthodox at times.
He just looks so jumpy, doesn't he? Yeah. Dancing around the crease.
Did you find out what his CB was?
30 odd, I think Richard said earlier. Swepson on 26, 275 for 8. Right bowls to him, and Swepson plays it again through the offside. and will pick up another couple of runs here. In fact, they might turn. Yes, they do jog back fairly easily for a third, because Parkinson doesn't throw it in, whether he's protecting his shoulder. After bowling 18 overs, he might be feeling
Swepson was moving on
sore.
29.
278 for 8 as the second bonus point appears vaguely on the horizon. 22 runs away. Still, the third bowling point is frustratingly 1 wicket away for the Foxes, as Wright started off, then realised that Point wasn't where he wanted him. Says it's Nisa on strike, get back on the ropes. Right in to Nisa, who will take the single out towards that very fielder at deep point, who will stay in the saving the single for Swepson. 279 for 8.
Yeah, you're thinking here, another 21 runs, another bonus point, and will Nice, I think that 1-2-3 down at home was his career best, wasn't it?
No.
Career county, obviously.
County best, yes. County best,
So
not career best. 1-3-6, I believe, his career best. Right bowls, appeal for LBW from Hanscom, but no one else. Nisa CB 136. Queensland against New South Wales in Sydney in the last Australian season, so his batting has developed on both sides of the world.
Well, you can definitely class him as an all-rounder.
279 for 8.
But they're giving Swepson a run. That's worked against them.
Right bowls, Swepson hits it through the covers and has timed that one well enough to reach the boundary, just over the ropes at extra cover in front of the members area, and even the number 10 starting to enjoy himself against the new ball. 283 for 8. Nisa has 105, Swepson has 33. What time are you speaking the language of heaven, Edward?
The language of heaven will be in about 40-50 minutes time.
Oh, that's all right. I'll edge off for a brief break then, and Richard can pop back.
Okay, musical chairs starts now.
Let the doctor do our commentating for us. Salisbury back on at the river end.
It's not, again, a possibility that Glamorgan might just get a second batting point here.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't have said that at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
No, 93 for 7 to 283 for 8. So almost 200 runs added already by the tail, one must say.
Yeah, 1 middle order and 1 tail.
Salisbury is into Nisa, thick inside part of the bat as he looks to drive that one, then examines his bat a little carefully just to make sure it hasn't cracked. It might just have shaped back in towards him. A touch.
Swepson, did you get his CB earlier on?
I did. I think it's 37. Let me just check for you.
33, the reason I ask.
He is approaching his first class best, which is 37.
Oh, thank you.
So a day of landmarks as in goes. Oh, Salisbury, and Nisa edges between Ackerman at second slip and Kimber, who's at sort of narrowish gully, down to the boundary 4-4. I don't think it was a chance. Let's just see how.
No.
Well, he kind of got on top of the bounce.
Very frustrating for Leicestershire, because they must have thought they would be batting and looking to try and get a rich haul. And now time is, well, he's not going against him because we've got how many overs tomorrow? 96?
96, so 25 and a half remaining today as Salisbury is in to Nisa, inside edge onto the pad. Ball runs out into the offside. And again, Salisbury just by choking back his pace a little bit. He's getting a little bit of movement. Still a chance to pick up what would be his first five for Leicestershire.
He's been the pick of the attack.
He just had to work hard as well against
I have
against
to
the
say-
wind for the most part. Turns, runs in and bowls. Nisa hits up into the air. Patel's not going to get there. It's going to go over the ropes at deep extra cover. Certainly not where he was looking to
No.
hit. Absolutely skied up into the air by Michael Nisa, who was looking to drive high off the front foot. He was perfectly prepared for it to go aerial, but I think he wanted it to go over, back over mid-off. Essentially, it skied up over extra cover, landed
Yeah,
feet
you're
in the
right
ropes
there.
and rolled over.
It should, I think, because mid-off and mid-on are up now, because they've been back for Parkinson for most of the time. He thought, well, there's a gap there, but as you say, didn't time it.
Moves on to 113. Salisbury is in. To him, he drives again. Thick inside part of the bat, along the ground all the way, this time out towards deep. I was going to say mid-wicket, but he's just about in front of square out there.
And all of
The
a sudden,
but in
this partnership has put on 71.
it's extraordinary.
That is extraordinary. I was thinking, they must have put on 50 or 60.
The way Swepson sort of shaped up to
incredible.
his first couple of
Yeah.
deliveries. You'd
Well,
think,
we were.
He won't be there long, but there he is, 33 not out of 37 balls. He waits as in goes Salisbury and bowls to him and beats him to all ends up, as that one left him outside off stump and on the back foot, fended at it. Didn't get anything on it.
I think we can see now, Richard, that it's the new ball. If you project the new ball properly, you will get wickets here, but once that new ball goes, everything else goes. Not that I'm saying that it's been easier for the batsman, it hasn't, but the only chance that they've got of taking early wickets, as we've seen with Leicestershire, is that new ball. Glamorgan will need another just 8 runs for another batting point, and they'll just keep on going, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Try and get as many as they can.
If Nisa and Van der Hoogten can bowl as well as they usually do,
You might be a
they can
bit
hope to
tired by
make
then.
early inroads. Indeed, yes. But on the
Yeah.
other hand, the adrenaline will be flowing strong, won't it?
Yes.
Everything. Right. Do that with the bat. Do it with the ball as well.
Chris Wright will continue. 2 slips in the gully, and the wicketkeeper standing back, and he will be bowling for Michael Nisa with 114 not out. Comes up first ball of the over and bowls and wide, far too wide to tempt the batsman as it goes through to Hanscom. It's breezy, but I can assure you that if you were sitting on the far end, you wouldn't have any of that breeze. It's shaded, and it's not shaded. It's away from the wind. Never gets there. It's here that it gets, and you can see them enjoying their shirt sleeves on that far side. They've had a good day's cricket, as they probably most of them are Glamorgan supporters. There's Chris Wright, the sturdy Chris Wright turns, comes in, bowls to Nisa. Nisa comes down on the ball that's a good length and plays it back down. Salisbury's bowled 19 overs, and this is Wright's 20th. He's walking a little bit wearily back to his mark now. Wouldn't have expected just after lunch that he'd still be bowling at 5:15.
It does unbalance the side when your main all-rounder can't bowl.
Here he is again then, comes in and bowls to Nisa. Nisa goes back and cuts up towards the sweeper on the extra cover boundary. That's the single. And the field, well, it changed? Probably not, no, because they realise that certainly Swepson can hold a bat. 293 for 8. Batsman confer. There is one minor change when deep extra cover comes in to save the single. Still a lot of overs remaining today, as in comes Wright bowls. Swepson steps away from that as if he doesn't fancy it and just pushes it back down. Well, the next might be just a little bit, not quite in his own half.
You would think so, wouldn't you? But you might have that maiden first-class half-century in mind now.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, there's 2/3 of the way then.
In comes right, bowls. And that's a lovely looking shot, and that's beats Madon, who's going up towards the boundary, and they'll get another 2 runs. At times it looks as if he's not the greatest batsman, and then he'll play some lovely shots. It looks very much like a Glamorgan. I'm going to get a second batting point, 295. 35 to Swepson.
This is just still not guaranteed to get a 3rd bowling bonus point. Might declare at 300 for 8.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Not the
Have
way
a few overs at Leicestershire tonight.
I don't quite know this. Why they're giving Swepson the single, because he's shown that he can bat now, and he readily take it. Let's see. Right in bowls. What was the bouncer? Goes through to the keeper. Rather a wasted delivery. End of the over, and Glamorgan 295 for 8. 115 to Michael Nisa, and his compatriot from Queensland, Shepson. Mitch Swepson is not out 35. This partnership is profitable. It's put on 74 for this 9th wicket. This would have been a good game had it been a 4-day match, and this was the first day.
Indeed. May yet be a good game tomorrow. You never quite know.
No, I wouldn't.
Plenty of cricket to be played.
How many overs left?
24, so 120
You could
in the game if we get them all.
Yeah, and you could think possibly that Glamorgan might get 10 or a dozen overs, but who knows with these two. And the field is spread out everywhere as if they want to give a single to Nisa.
Salisbury into Michael Nisa with that field spread chopped out into the offside, well short of deep extra cover. Who is Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill walks in to get the ball. It would have been a simple catch had he been at a conventional extra cover.
Yeah,
he wasn't. He was back on the boundary, which gave Nisa freedom to sort of hit it in the air if he wanted. He did. He took it. Moves on to 116. Swepson.
Also by that tactic, which is giving Glamorgan the opportunity to just get their singles easily to go up to the bonus point. Perhaps that doesn't matter so much to them. So
everything has slowed down dramatically, hasn't it, with the reintroduction of the seamers and the changing of the field, and there's still 24 overs left to be bowled at 5:20. In goes Salisbury and bowls and punched away through the offside in style by Mitch Swepson to go to his first class best. What a shot that was.
Shot of the day, off the back foot crash. And there is the 300, and Glamorgan have got their second batting point.
Now that should have been the figure that was on my mind really, but Swepson's first class best was sort of equally admirable in a way because of the way he reached it. As good a shot as I'm sure he's played in his first class career.
Terrific shot. And the hard new ball helped.
And I don't know, he will be eyeing that 50, you know, I'm sure he will. In goes Salisbury and bowls. Toomey drives, gets an outside edge, and there's 4. Well, along the ground all the way, it runs down to wide third man, gestured at by Louis Kimber at that 4th slip or gully position. Couldn't get there. Consecutive boundaries to Mitch Swepson. Do that again, and he has that first class 50. But he's in the 40s for the first time
in his life,
in his first class career. He's probably got a few in schools cricket or something, but be nothing like a first class 50.
You know, I don't think Paul Lewis Hill didn't know where to put fielders because they've all changed again now. We've got a third man and a deep extra cover. I don't think Salisbury will be too happy.
Salisbury is in. Swepson on, drives him for 4
again.
just stood and delivered there. It was over-pitched by Salisbury, looking perhaps for the Yorker. Saw it early, Swepson, and just punched it back past the bowler. 3 fours in a row. Don't know why I'm laughing, because the thing is with Swepson, he ranges from looking momentarily
That's exactly what Nick was saying a few
incompetent,
minutes
and then
ago.
he'll suddenly start playing these glorious shots. So he's on to 47 now. Do you want to see him to his first class 50, which you decried a few minutes ago?
Is he going to? He's hit 3 on the trot, so I'll just take this ball. But I think how many balls
just
is
in
this
case,
over?
there's two to go in the over.
Thanks. Yes, Salisbury up to ball to Swepson. Swepson drives through the offside, but it's intercepted. Their extra cover. That is the over, is it?
One more.
One more.
That was a proper shot as well. It's clearly got a good eye, as you would kind of expect. But Leicestershire going around the park at the moment, and the run rate is climbing.
3.67 now.
Time.
308 for 8. Last ball of the over from Salisbury. As he comes up again, bowls to Swepson. Swepson drives through the offside, and this is going to be intercepted, and his score will be 49. No, is that gone up yet? 48.
Whipped it up already.
But he's got the... he's pinched the bowling from Michael Nisa, the Centurion.
What a change in fortune. 93 for 7.
Unbelievable.
309 for 8.
Swepson has scored 48 from 46 balls.
Well, if Glamorgan were to get to 350, they might well consider pulling out at that stage and having sort of 10,
Trying to
10
cause
12
panic
overs.
tonight.
It's the way... And
Yeah, I agree.
if Leicestershire are 2 or 3 down at the close, then
Pull them up by lunch. And, yeah, you can't see it coming
it's
on
very
this pitch,
hard,
yeah.
but that would be the way to do it, wouldn't it? To give themselves the best chance of so doing, anyway.
Swepson is farming the bowling here. 309 for 8. Little tap on the back for Chris Wright, because he's bowled his heart out, as he always does. He's about to bowl Mitch Swepson wants a 2 for 50. First ball is played under the offside. No, he's got to get back. Could nearly have run out there, and he was so excited for this first 50 that he apologises to his partner, and Nisa's probably going down, the senior partner. Now, cool down, young man.
I think had the throw hit, he would have been out. Then,
Yeah, he'd given up.
He'd given up, essentially. Parkinson's throw obviously missed, but...
Yeah, that's a good point you made. Get down for about 15 overs to go. 350 on the board.
Get him in.
Anyway, let's see if he can get his 50 in. Comes right and bowls to Swepson. Swepson gets a bounce. He's not going to do anything with that.
The thing is, an extra bonus point here or there isn't going to change Glamorgan's season. 16 points for a win, might.
That's a good point. And you see, as you say, you've got a fellow who's on the verge of the Australian team as an opening bowler, which could cause a bit of havoc.
They're not going to lose the game from here.
No.
So the 5 points is guaranteed, whatever. So, you're only gambling a point for the possible gain of 11.
In comes Chris Wright and bowls. Extraordinary number 11 or a number 12 shot, that, I'm afraid. Nick plays in the lower leagues of the Monmouthshire League or whatever they are, and I think he's seen a few of those shots. It was an extraordinary hike, and he tried to hit him into that big stand away to our right. Again, his partner goes down and says, for goodness sake, you only need 2 runs for a 50, your first 50 in first class cricket. Cool down. Wright looks absolutely fed up.
Yeah, Leicestershire look a bit down
Bit
as well,
draggled.
don't they?
Why? What? Well, I think here we might see some short pitch bowling. He's sending a fly slip. What was he going back to third man? Yeah, he's not quite back. So this is for the top edge, I would have thought. There have been no runs off this over, and there's 3 balls remaining. And he comes right, bowled. That's clipped away on the onside. There's his 49th run. I owe you a couple of overs afterwards.
It's all right.
And was been hogging the limelight now has been Mr. Swepson, 49 of 50 balls. 3.66. The 22 overs. Well, take a couple off for the. There's still about 80 or 90 balls if they pulled in. Will they go for a crash bang wallop for the 350? Or I don't know.
It must be on Nisa's mind that Swepson could get out at any time.
Yeah.
Just the way he's playing.
I'd pull in at 9 down, I think, if he does get out.
Certainly at 350, I would, just to make sure I have a good few overs at the opposition tonight, really.
Right to bowl, and he's bowling now to Michael Nisa. Nisa plays off the back foot up the deep extra cover for a single, and there is just the one run. Now then, Mitchell Swepson, are you going to try and get this single? I don't think Chris Wright is going to give it you by any stretch of the imagination. 49 not out. And he'll be ready for a long bowl. He bowls lots of overs, the Swepson, his leg breaks. 2 test bowlers Glamorgan have, they'll think of that too. Last ball of the over. Well, there's plenty of room there, isn't there, for a single. In he comes then. Bowls to Swepson. Swepson drives, but straight to extra cover. And relief, because no, Richard will take over commentary.
Nisa, well, we'd have to depart shortly. Nisa was keen to give him the single there, or try to get him the single there, wasn't he?
Yes.
He took off, but even Swepson realised there wasn't one to be taken there. And his Test and One Day International experience notwithstanding, but there are a few butterflies in Swepson's stomach
yes.
at the prospect of a first-class 50. A few little nerves.
Yeah. I don't want to take anything away from Swepson, but when number 10 comes in, hasn't got a great record in his career, and he can get 50 on this pitch, we'll tell you, well, see off the new ball and you could be in business. Nick will be back in a moment because Richard has gone to talk to the good people of Leicestershire again. Rutland and Leicester. Or Russell. In comes Salisbury and bowls to Nisa. Nisa drives up to long on. Gets a single and a good time for Nick to take up commentary.
Thank you, Edward. So, Morgan in bonus territory, literally and metaphorically, with the 2 unexpected batting points and possibly a maiden first-class 50 for their Australian leg spinner, Mitch Swepson. He's been going at almost a run a ball, thanks to the recent acceleration.
There are singles here for him in lots of places.
Yeah, he can just dab it and run, square of the wicket on either side. 312 for 8. Swepson on 49 not out as in comes Salisbury. Bowls a short ball that's dispatched through mid-wicket, and Swepson reaching that maiden first-class 50 in the grand style. A grin on his face as he pulls that one for 4. His 50 coming off 52 balls, and he's struck 8 fours.
Next season's Glamorgan News, Mitchell Swepson has been signed as an all-rounder.
Yeah, send us some more Queenslanders, please.
Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary.
He's just so unorthodox at times. He's 53 off 52 balls. 316 for 8 as that is flicked into the leg side. No run. Salisbury 3 for 86 now. Right.
Can you imagine
2 for 63.
If Glamorgan got to 350, pulled in, and denied Leicestershire. You'd never believe it this afternoon, would you, if you were saying that? The third batting point.
Third bowling point, yeah.
Bowling point.
86 over the innings, so they've got plenty of time if Glamorgan do bat on. as Swepson smashes one over the offside, and that will run away for 4 more. He's got his iron, he's seeing it like a football, and Swepson is smashing away to his heart's content.
I think there might be a change of interview tonight.
3:20 for 8 here on BBC Sport Online with Edward Bevan, Nick Webb and Richard Ray, bringing you the action from this shorter than desired game. If my maths are right, they lost 181 overs over the first 7 sessions.
That's so.
Salisbury bowls and Swepson noodles it down to fine leg for a single. Everything's getting applauded now, and that is the 100 partnership for these two for the 9th wicket, following a stand of 128 for the 8th wicket.
There must be a record here somewhere against Leicestershire for the 9th. I would have thought. We'll look that up later.
We'll check that one at a later juncture. The 100 partnership up, and Swepson has got 58 of them. So that's unusual for the number 10 to dominate, especially with Nisa well set and was trying to farm the strike. In comes Salisbury. Bowls a short ball to Nisu, hammers it round out towards mid-wicket. It's well saved just inside the ropes, and they'll stick to a single. So Leicestershire having to throw themselves around in the field.
Making 50 came on 52 balls with 8 fours.
Well, it's quite extraordinary. I keep on saying that.
It's just the way that for people who are just listening and not watching on the stream as well, it's just his unorthodox approach, isn't he? It jumps around as though he's absolutely terrified at times, but obviously he isn't.
They tried everything at him. Short pitched, he doesn't mind that, and spin he plays with ease. And Chris Wright now has got his hands on his hips as if to think, well, where do I bowl at this fellow? But he's knocking. He'll be bowling at Nisa at 119.
Yeah, Nisa will have a potentially career best in the back of his mind.
What was it?
136. 136.
Chris Wright to bowl, and he will be bowling at Michael Nisa. He's 119 at the moment at 322 for 8. In he comes, bowls the first ball, and that's clipped away nicely on the outside. Is that going to run away for 4? Yes, it does. Perfectly timed shot. 326. Now all of a sudden we're 24 runs away. I must just go and find out what time the Welsh language programme needs me. They don't tell me until late.
Thank you, Edward. Nisa has now equalled his county best, the 123 he managed last time out for Glamorgan against Sussex at home. A very contrasting match situation there, because that was in a defensive rearguard action, as this one's pulled through the onside for 4 more, dismissed by Nisa to the ropes. 127 to Nisa, 330 for 8. And Michael Nisa really is playing like a dream now as he approaches a possible career best. It's a county best already.
Leicester supporter Fango Fox says this is getting embarrassing, and Leicestershire do look rather disheartened out there.
Right into bowl, a short delivery that balloons through to keeper Hanscom, and I suppose they're paying the penalty, as you mentioned, of being one of their regular seamers down with Mulder unable to bowl.
It does make a huge difference.
If the innings goes any length, then 3 seamers and one regular spinner, I suppose, plus a backup.
It does. But even so, from 93 for 7.
330 for 8 is a dramatic turnaround in the game, as Nisa steers one down towards wide third man. There might have been a second there, but it doesn't really matter who's on strike at the moment, with Swepson going along at a better than a runner ball. 331 for 8. And I think the possibility that we were talking about of Glamorgan maybe declaring if they get to 350 is quite a real one, to try and put some pressure on Leicestershire. As Wright bowls, and there's Swepson looking typically agitated as he looked to turn on the leg side, got hit on the pad, set off for a single, went back again, and walks down to have a word with Nisa as a punch of gloves after a little bit of gesticulation. What on earth's going on? 3:31 for 8. Maybe Leicestershire are bowling for the run-outs by now. 3:31 for 8, but it really would be frustrating if Glamorgan declared and the Foxes weren't able to get the 3rd point. Right from the Cathedral Road end, bowls up in the block hole but on leg stump, and turned stylishly by Swepson to square leg for the single. He has 59. He's taken the strike, and it's 3:32 for 8 now, with 20 overs remaining in the day's play. So we are heading for a finish. What, around about 10 to 7.
Yeah, unless we get a few overs of spin, and one of those will be bowled now. Leicestershire have gone back already to their spinners, which is
7 overs of the new ball.
indeed interesting one. Well, I suppose there'll be a bit of seam on it. It might bite a little bit. And the way Nisa and Swepson are batting, they're prepared to hit the ball up into the air. So they're going to try and buy the wicket, it would appear, as fielders on all sides retreat to the boundary. Not a pretty sight from a Foxes fans' point of view.
Well, if Glamorgan don't take the bait, then they can just push it around for 4 and 5 and over.
They absolutely could. As Parkinson jogs in from the river end and bowls, Swepson, very suspicious, waits and waits for that one before prodding it out towards Ackerman at shortish extra cover. Expecting it to turn square, it didn't. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Back goes Swepson and dabs it. Fancies himself now down towards short third man. There is a short third man in the substantial presence of Tom Scriven, who is sort of kicking up his heels a bit as though he's going to replace Chris Wright here at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Parkinson is in, Swepson is back, looking to force through the offside, can't get it past Colin Ackerman at that shortish extra cover position. And there is no run. Parkinson in, bowls, tosses it up, clipped quite stylishly out through mid-on by Mitchell Swepson, out towards long on, where Chris Wright finds himself. Jogs a single. Jeepers, he's on 60.
He's got vertigo. Never been this high before.
As it leans on his bat and watches as Parkinson is in to Nisa, who just calmly drives it into the gap in the covers. Out to Rishi Patel, who is on the extra cover boundary. Takes his single. Moves on to 129. Parkinson in, bowls, outside off stump, crashed away off the back foot by Swepson, but only again as far as the sweeper. Patel spent a lot of time out there in front of the grandstand. That's had 1 or 2 names over the years as well, hasn't it? Sponsors' names, has it?
It has, but so. I don't worry about it.
At the moment it's just the grandstand.
I don't worry about them. It has had a logo or 2, certainly in different colour seats picked out, but now it's just got the bright yellow and the mid-green of the daffodil, as predicted. Scriven will now have a burst from the Cathedral Road end. 15 for the 3rd batting point, and well, how adventurous is David Lloyd feeling, the Glamorgan captain?
The other thing is that Nice is approaching his first class best
Yes.
now, 136. So I'm sure they want to let him go. But I should do that in the process of getting to that 350. But if I was Lloyd, I'd certainly want 10 overs, maybe more at Leicestershire tonight. 12.
Yes, there's not much to lose, is there, from a Glamorgan
Absolutely
point of view?
nothing now. Absolutely nothing.
Scriven is into bowl. That's smashed off the back foot, but it'll only be a couple of runs as it's picked up on the boundary, a cover boundary by Fian Mulder. Swepson on to 63. 3-3-7 for 8.
I think some of his Queensland teammates will be. Hitch's on 60.
What? There's something wrong with this
Jeez.
tablet. Whacking their phones. Hang on, there's a misprint on here. Scriven bowls up in the block hole, driven back past him for 4 runs by Mitch Swepson as he moves on to 67 not out, and Glamorgan on to 341 for 8. It's just such a bizarre mixture of sometimes he looks as though he doesn't know which way up to hold the bat, and others he's playing shots worthy of a number 3 or 4. All very peculiar.
Could be the start of a whole new career for Mitch Swepson.
Batted swept out. He's on 67. He's dominating this partnership. Nisa just leaning on his bat and enjoying proceedings. Scriven bowls and Swepson tries to force through the covers, but mistimes it slightly. It is quite difficult to time the ball when it's anything but well pitched up. 3-4-1 for 8. Nisa has muscled it away frequently. He's got 19 boundaries. Swepson now has 10. Scriven bowls again, and Swepson works it out to square leg with an eccentric leg movement. Not sure if he's ever read a batting textbook, Mitch Swepson, but it's fun to watch. 3-4-2 for 8.
Unless you're bowling at him this evening.
Yes,
in
quite.
Cardiff. I don't think there's not too
The
many
joke is
smiles on
probably
their faces.
worn thin on the Leicestershire supporters' faces as well, having waited patiently for action here. Scriven bowls, keeps slightly low, and Nisa just pushes forward defensively. Career best will probably be on his mind. Glamorgan need 8 for the bonus point. Nisa needs 8 for the CB. Perhaps he will turn a blind eye for a moment if David Lloyd is up on the balcony waving them in. He drives back to Scriven, who fields in the follow-through or half fields. The ball dribbles up and rests beside the stumps. That's the end of the over, which has cost Leicestershire 7 runs, 342 for 8. 89 overs gone, 18 to go potentially in the day. They will take 2 off if there is a change of innings, if Glamorgan are bowled out or declare. And well, will we see both of these with ball in hand this evening? Nisa with an opening blast and Swepson with the obligatory spinners over before the end.
Leicestershire now sort of slowing things down a little bit. You can almost feel deliberately, don't you, that between overs there's still 18 to be bowled today. Take off 2 for the change of innings, if we have one, which is not set in stone. Parkinson is in. Swepson is on driving. Again, not entirely convincingly, but runs along the ground all the way to Hill. And there's no run. Hill's in close on the leg side, close-ish at a straightish mid-wicket. The others on the boundary. Parkinson is in. Swepson is on driving. Wright should get across and cut it off. Swepson might think about a second, but Wright did well actually. Picked it up as he skipped to his left and managed to get his throwaway and keep Swepson to 1. Wasn't so long ago when they would have been delighted to see him take 2. Parkinson is into Nisa, who is forward pushing, and the ball pops up into the air for a good few feet en route towards Ackerman at shortish extra cover, but drops a good 6 or 8 feet short of Colin Ackerman, who I'm sure will be ruining that miss of Harris shortly after lunch. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Nisa just drives it back past him out towards long off, takes his 1, moves on to 130, is within a blow of equaling his first class best now. If you equal your first class best, I don't think you have to buy a round of drinks, do you? But Parkinson in back hopping. Well, I guess we've got to get used to that hop, the Swepson hop as he plays the ball on the back foot, drops it out into the offside. Ackerman again sort of slows things down as he takes his time to give the ball a good polish on the back of his trousers. 3:44 for 8. Parkinson is in, down the wicket goes Swepson and is stumped. Huge heave and stumped. Missed it. Well, that was the shot of a number 10, but a number 10 who has just smashed 69 off 69 deliveries. What an effort from Mitch Swepson.
Swepson was stumped by Peter Hanscom off the bowling of Callum Parkinson for a career best 69.
There you go.
Applause for Swepson as he walks off, and a fairly easy stumping for Hanscom as long as he collected it cleanly. It was always going to be out. 3:44 for 9, so Leicestershire finally have their 3rd bowling point, and Glamorgan still have to get a further 6 from the last wicket, so a little bit of a job for McIlroy to do to help Glamorgan to 350 and potentially Nisa to a CB.
Do you think that's Mrs. Swepson giving him a wave and holding up a mobile phone and trying to get him to there? She got a little wave out of Mitchell Swepson. Wave for the camera, and he did.
So 3:44 for 9. Bizarrely, given that it feels very much like Glamorgan's day, that's still 3-2 to Leicestershire on bowling points, on bonus points.
It certainly has been. The last 2 sessions have belonged to Glamorgan.
Yes.
The first session of the day, probably Leicestershire's, but yeah, absolutely, indeed.
But overall,
unquestionably, they've made sure that they're the only ones who can win the game from here. It's an unlikely prospect, but
I don't think
this pitch is too good, isn't it?
This pitch is going to provide any sort of surface to with this ball for anyone to take 20 wickets.
You would not have thought so. The likelihood is we'll be shaking hands around about 5 o'clock tomorrow, beaten by the weather as much as anything. 0 celebrations from the Leicestershire players when they took that wicket.
So, field spread far and wide. In comes Scriven, bowls, and Nisa has smashed that one towards backward square leg, and it's gone for 4. With the fielder down there apparently not having much idea of where the ball was heading towards him.
Matt Salisbury down there just didn't
pick it up.
Seem interested somehow, or saw it very late. And
134 for Nisa, 3:48 for 9.
That wasn't great, was it? Every Leicestershire outfielder now on or close to the boundary.
So 3 for Nisa to get a career best, 2 for the bonus point as he blocks one into the offside. Ball trickles past the bowler up towards cover, It's gone about 30 metres fairly slowly, and the batters are completely disinterested in trying to run. There are possibly twos to be had for the bonus point. Scriven in to Nisa, wide outside, off stump, trying to hide it and succeeding. Tom Scriven, if you bowl out there, you're not likely to get hit. That was probably a one-day wide.
Definitely.
Slower ball as well, 65 miles an hour. 3:48 for 9. Cat and mouse. Scriven into Nisa, who just blocks that one gently back to him. The 4th ball of the over.
Extraordinary day's cricket it's been. Another.
Just such a bizarre turnaround in fortunes, as a couple of the offside fielders come in. Lewis Hill must have his head in a bit of a spin by now after the last couple of hours. What am I trying to do now? 2 balls left. Mid-wicket and backward square, and third man stay out. Everyone else comes in. Scriven bowls, and that is Nisa's career best as he smashes it back over the bowler's head for 4 runs. Nisa moves to 138 not out, and that is a 3rd batting bonus point for Glamorgan at 3:52 for 9.
I don't think I've ever seen anything more predictable than that he was going to do that, Michael Nisa, as the field came in. Didn't bother him. He's quite happy to take the 4 and take Glamorgan to that extra batting bonus point and get his first-class career best. So job's all done. I wouldn't be surprised if the declaration comes after this ball at the end of the over.
Last ball, the 91st over. Scriven is in to bowl to Nisa, who smashes another one back past the bowler for 4 more. Will they now march off? No
Is the answer. They're saying, go on, Michael, see if you can get your first, or your maiden 150. Nisa does glance at the pavilion, just in case. And there's plenty of Glamorgan players in their whites up there. Plenty in their tracksuits as well, so... Well, that would have given Glamorgan 14 overs at Leicestershire tonight. Maybe they're eyeing up a 4th batting bonus point.
There'll be an awful lot of farming of the strike have to be done, unless McIlroy blossoms unexpectedly in the same way as Swepson did.
Yeah, he certainly didn't look for the single there, did he? Nisa, 2 glorious straight hits.
No, I think he probably backed Swepson to defend, McIlroy to defend.
Tall young man, willowy almost. McIlroy. Did he play at Grace Road? Can't remember. I think he may have done, actually. Or been around.
Yeah, didn't take a wicket.
Parkinson is in to him. He is forward, leans forward. He doesn't have to take a big stride. He's such a tall young man.
Yeah, relatively new in the first-class game, but in his late 20s, having spent most of his career in national counties cricket. Top wicket taken T20.
Forward again he goes, or leans forward. Anyway, again, no great stride. Just pushes the ball out into the on side. 7 innings in first-class cricket this season. 4 not outs, 36 runs. Best of 11 not out as he pushes that one back down the pitch on the on side. Rolls out to right at mid-on. And there is no run. Looks perfectly capable of keeping out the left arm spinner anyway. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and a rather sort of late decision to cut. Reached for it a bit. It was almost Yorker length delivery just outside off stump, and managed to get plenty of bat on it, squeeze it down towards short third / backward point where Scriven was the fielder. No run. We're going to go we're going to be taken live with the commentary on BBC Radio Leicester's sports programme after 6 as Parkinson goes in and bowls. McIlroy leans forward. Short straight mid-on has gone in case he pops one up. Takes a few steps closer. Ditto mid-off, silly mid-on and silly mid-off now. As Parkinson is in. McElroy is driving and missing, and it bounces off the pads of Hanscom, I think, and bounces into the leg side, and there is no run. Parkinson has his hands to his head in disbelief that didn't bowl. McElroy didn't, and the over comes to an end. Parkinson at least has some reward for his efforts today. He's bowled 21 overs, has 1 for 67, and Glamorgan basking in the Wales sunshine, 356 for 9.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's more unexpected, basking in the sunshine after the last couple of days, or the scoreboard from 93 for 7. But 3 all on bonus points. Leicestershire have the maximum for bowling. Nisa on strike on 142. Scriven is in, and Nisa hammers another one back past him. He hasn't quite timed that. They'll push for the second run. They'll have to hurry. They do hurry, and McElroy just about home at the non-striker's end as Scriven takes off the bails and asks the question of umpire Baldwin, but gets a reply in the negative. 358 for 9. Nisa is on 144. McElroy is yet to score, having faced 1 over. Scriven in. Nisa again opens his shoulders, but this time drags it rather and hits it straight back to the bowler. I think the patience of our Leicestershire listeners and viewers has probably run out. The joke's run thin, and they will be just hoping their side survive whatever period they have to bat tonight, which won't be more than 12 overs, as Nisa steps back and smashes one into the grandstand for half a dozen. And that reaches his 150 off 181 balls, and that is his first 6 to add to 22 fours.
Australian party will be up at Old Trafford saying, let's see how Nes got on today, see if we've got any wickets if we were bowling. And then they'll be like when I opened my Welsh language report a minute or so ago, I said, I cannot believe what I've been witnessed here. You know, cricket is a funny game, but this has proved it today. It's been quite an astonishing spectacle. Going for 400?
Dragged that one from outside off stump. Scriven bowls. Nisa slams it out towards point and is happy to take the single. 365 for 9. 2 balls left in the over. Everyone will come in to try and put some pressure on the number 11. But on the other hand, he'll be quite happy to block him out.
You just put yourself in Leicestershire's shoes, you know, devastated probably, as anybody would be.
Well, they thought they'd got an unexpected chance of winning this match, and the Foxes at 93 for 7. They thought, well, Leicestershire could have time to knock up a first innings score and declare and put some pressure on Glamorgan in what's effectively a 2-day game. But
and you see by the field placing poor Lewis Hill doesn't know quite what to do. I don't think. He's talking to his bowler, he's talking to a senior pro. The senior pros now has gone up. Who is that talking to the bowler? And he seems to have taken over from Hill. Is that would be Hanscom? Or you cannot.
Hanscom's got the gloves on, isn't he? It's
not Hanscom.
Parkinson,
and
former skipper.
With respect, there's no point. You know, you can't cater for this sort of position.
McElroy, a couple of slips back in now, and he just plays it back past the bowler up to mid-off. No run. So Leicestershire doing their best to finish off this innings, but you get the feeling that it's just as likely to be off a Nisa miss-hit as he goes for the big shots as getting rid of the number 11.
And the beauty for Glamorgan, they've got their runs so quickly, these partnerships, especially the one between Nisa and Swepson. They've rattled the wrong, and it's nearly 4 and over now.
Yeah, was going along at a run of ball that particular stand. 365 for 9. Scriven to McIlroy, who just drives gently to hill at mid-off. It's the end of the over. McIlroy yet to score. Nisa has 151, a career best.
First class 150 came off 181 balls. It included 22 fours and 1 6.
The dramatic tones of Mr. Hignell there, telling us what Nisa has been achieving.
Yeah, lots of milestones for him.
Yeah.
365 for 9. Hopefully an update for BBC Radio Wales in a couple of minutes, if they manage to put the pieces of string together.
Parkinson now to continue trying to say, well, what field do I play? They had 9 on the boundary, and I think it's going to be 9 again. But if he pitches it up, he might just disappear towards the river Taff here, because that's not a big hit. But he's an experienced campaigner. He'll try and bowl into Nisa's legs. It's not very well me saying that, but here we go. Parkinson in, bowls to Nisa, comes down the pitch, and well, he hasn't hit into the Taff, but he's hit him first bounce in that area for 4. 369. Surely they're not going to get 400 here.
Well, it's going to happen or not fairly quickly, the way Nisa's approaching this one, charging down the wicket. Hanscom might be in business with another stumping.
Parkinson to Nisa again. In, bowls, he square drives that up to deep extra and doesn't bother with the run. He has moved on to 155. He's got a bowl after this too.
Well, maybe he's rather stay at the wicket.
Parkinson around the wicket, bowls to Nisa, a delicate little late cut down towards third man, and they decide, yes, we'll take that, because he has no fears, even though McIlroy has yet to score. He'll just pop and cop there, and 370 for 9. Extraordinary. I've said that word a few days today, so do excuse me, but you know, that nick at the back of my brain, I'm seeing 93 for 7, their first ball after lunch. Now then, what's Jamie McIlroy going to do? Yeah, there's Parkinson again, bowls, and McIlroy has gone out in at the act. He skies that or down towards the long off boundary, and they're going to come back for a second. Well,
not quite as convincing as Nisa's opening his shoulders.
Yes, it's probably say, well, yeah, I fancy a bowl tonight, both these. 372 for 9. Parkinson in, bowls to McIlroy, who's forward this time correctly, realises that was the 5th ball of the over. A suggestion some time ago from Richard that I'll just break off as Parkinson bowls that last ball of the over. It's played gently up to mid-on. Would perhaps pull in Glamorgan with 20 odd overs left at 350. Try and knock a few over tonight. Try and knock them, and if we can, bowl them out tomorrow for under 200, follow on, and
Unlikely, but it's the only chance of anyone winning the game, isn't it?
Exactly. We're certainly not going to lose it from here, but
update for BBC Radio Wales to come. If I can summarise the last 6 hours and 30 seconds. Glamorgan 372 for 9, a quite remarkable turnaround after being at 93 for 7 early in the afternoon session. A career best 156 from Michael Nisa, who has played absolutely magnificently. He's not out still. Mitch Schwepson, the number 10, hit a career best 69, and also valuable support from James Harris with 47. But it's Nisa who has dominated this day after Leicestershire seamers were completely on top with 13 overs left. Glamorgan 372 for 9.
Yes, and
Is that a wide?
It was,
As
but
well
the
as-
umpire lost himself in all this action. He turned around and signalled it to us, and then realised, and then signalled it towards the scorers. As that ball was called a wide, 373 for 9, and you do sympathise with the bowlers. As in comes the next delivery. There's the big hit going, and that's going to climb into the stands for 6. 4. 4 was it first bounce? It's it was very close to a 6, put it that way. And I think 377 for 9. Nisa looking for this 4th batting point, and there's 9 men on the boundary, and there will be in a moment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg side.
It is just such a bizarre spectacle, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Anyway, he's 160 not out. In comes Kevin bowled. And that's cut away.
Oh, it's a drop.
He's dropped it on the extra cover boundary. They want to come back. They'll have to hurry. This is going to be close. And he's in.
Ackerman putting down a quite a difficult chance.
It was one-handed too.
Reached him fairly low down. But some rather disconsolate figures in the Foxes
absolutely.
field at the moment, having been completely dominant for the first couple of hours of play today.
Nisa 142, 21 runs needed now, and you wouldn't bet against them getting the 400. We've been saying that for the last hour, but Nisa really is chucking his bat at everything. And comes Kevin. Well, that's very wide. If he let that go, that would have been a wide, but he gets a single. As you have to sympathise, with the attack here. They bowled so well during the morning and just after lunch. 163 not out, and the sun is right on the scoreboard. How many? We got 13 overs left. 12 overs.
12 overs after this one,
Knocked off.
less the 2 for the change of innings. Perhaps Richard could come back in after this one, Edward, and then you can be back in action for the final half dozen while I
Half dozen, okay.
smash out some words, some of which will have to be deleted from the earlier versions.
Rewrite. Fielded in, but this is a nice looking shot, and McIlroy's going to get 4 runs down, drifting down the leg side, and I'm afraid the bowler here now is very, very fed up with life too, with the captain and the spinner, one of the senior members, Parkins, to have a word. There is no point, I don't think, talking to Scriven, because he's tried his very best. He's a damn good bowler. Just let the boy bowl. He's under pressure as it is, one feels. And the field literally is changing every ball.
Yeah, it's overcomplicated, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just get the
bowl at
feeling,
length.
bowl your best ball.
Exactly. Try your best and don't,
Because fielders wandering around left, right, in, out. McIlroy moves under 6.
384 for 9. Lewis Hill at mid-off here. Maybe sent his man back there. Now he's calling him back in 20 yards. As Scrivens comes in now to bowl to McIlroy. And he's smashed that over mid-wicket, and that's going a long, long way. And that's 4 more. Why don't you just leave the field out if they're going to play like that? And now he's going up to... I just want to hear Richard's version of this, because I can't quite understand. He's going to second.
One slip.
Yeah, he's gone. I think the captain's going to slip. Is it because he's a tall man? Ackerman, is this Ackerman coming out here to mid-off because he might hit it? I don't know.
Yep.
Skims again into, and he's played that round the corner. He's not going to take the run because that's the last ball, and there is a big chance now Glamorgan getting yet another batting point. I will ask Richard to come in my place and try and explain.
It's okay, you've got...
Richard says it's all right, I'm quite happy here. There we are.
Edward will be back for the final 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes of this game. We've got 12 overs to come, unless Richard asks to be put out of his suffering. Not that Richard has anything to do with Leicestershire's performance, good, bad or indifferent, but it has been quite difficult to understand some of the responses from Leicestershire, which have changed virtually every ball.
I think the lack of the extra seamer has been desperately exposed. I think when they did take the new ball, it was evident that the likes of Scriven and Salisbury and Wright were tired, if you like. They'd had to bowl extra overs that they perhaps wouldn't have had to bowl, and at 93 for 7 they were so close to sort of running through Glamorgan really, but they didn't quite have it. And you have to pay tribute to Michael Neser and to James Harris and now Jamie McElroy and of course Mitch Swepson, I beg his pardon, for playing
16
as well as
off the last over.
Oof. Parkinson is in, back goes Neser, and a moment of normality, he just pushes the ball back down the wicket towards Leicestershire's suffering left arm spinner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Leicestershire men on the boundary as in goes Parkinson and bowls. Neser goes back and chops it out to the man on the deep extra cover boundary, but doesn't take the one. Well, given McElroy's 10 not out, probably isn't far from taking the one, I wouldn't have thought, but now has his eyes on that 400 and the fourth batting bonus point, which just seemed ludicrous at 93 for 7. Parkinson over the wicket, bowls wide. That seems a little harsh actually, given we're in first class cricket.
We've seen this on a couple of occasions, that the umpires
that was a wide.
have penalised what they see as deliberate negative
bowling.
Yeah.
Well, he went down on one knee, swept and missed. It came off the pads of Hanscom, and umpire Shantry signals wide. Parkinson is in and bowls and pulled around the corner, scampering around to his right is Harry Swindles, who's out there. Excuse my
who's on the field now?
Hesitation, but I just wanted to be sure. It was little Harry in my mind, the Leicestershire's reserve wicket-keeper. It is indeed.
Yeah, I wondered who it was doing some practice keeping at lunchtime out in the middle.
Well, Peter Hanscom obviously will be going back to Australia, and it'll be Swindles who'll be keeping wicket in probably throughout the one-day cup, when Rahana should be here replacing Hanscom, but he doesn't keep wicket. In goes Parkinson, forward goes McElroy, back up the pitch goes the ball. 390 for 9. How many to go in this over? 2 balls now as the sun, which has been blazing much of the afternoon and evening, goes in. Parkinson is in, McElroy forward out into the offside goes the ball. We will be joining BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency in due course, but I think they probably can't quite bear it at the moment.
Find something more cheerful to put out, like a Leonard Cohen record.
Silly mid off, silly mid on, slip as Parkinson is in and bowls. McElroy just turns the full delivery around the corner down towards Harry Swindles, who's at backward square, and that is the end of the over. What will Michael Neser do next? Which part of the ground? But I mean, it's not been in any way a lucky innings. He hasn't been skying the ball into the air. I don't think he
dropped on 160 out on the ropes, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. Ackerman took a long time to pick it up. He did get to it, but up to that point,
yeah,
that is the only thing that could be remotely called a chance, and he's played quite beautifully, frankly.
There we are. Well, there's another option for the Australian middle order, isn't there? Alongside Green and Mitch Marsh, you've now got Michael Neser falling into a similar sort of category. Ackerman's going to have another dart then from this Cathedral Road end, with 11 overs of the day left here on BBC Sport Online.
A bit surprised Kimber hasn't had a bowl. I quite rate him as an off spinner, but especially with Ackerman going to depart. So Kimber's off spin might be worth working on, you would have thought.
96 overs have been delivered by Leicestershire. The bulk of those shared almost equally between Wright, Salisbury, Scriven and Parkinson. Ackerman now into his 8th over to bowl to Nisa, flat and defended on the offside. And wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom shows there's still bounce in the legs at the end of the day as he fields at cover, which is not a sentence you often say, the wicketkeeper fields at cover. That is generally what happened. 390 for 9, 10 runs for a 4th batting point, as that is cut by Nisa down to 3rd man. They eschew the single.
McIlroy's keen to take it. Nisa less to give it to him.
He's just waiting his chance, isn't he, Nisa, to open those burly shoulders and smash one into the stand again. Ackerman drags it down outside off stump, and that has been pulled in the end up to long on. I was looking to see where that one had gone for a moment. Kimber the fielding, no run. 4th ball. Nisa goes for it, hits it through the leg side, and it's beaten. Fine legs scamper round the ropes, and it's gone away for 4 more. 394 for 9. Nisa to 168 not out.
Do we assume there isn't going to be a declaration now, do you think, or will it come at 400, or will they just go for the 450, the maximum batting bonus points, and leave it at that, essentially?
Ackerman in, outside off stump, and Nisa flat bats it away. McIlroy wanted the single. That was the 5th ball of the over. A little surprised they didn't take it.
Do they go in, Leicestershire? Do they bother?
Oh gosh, what's going on?
Do they bother? But it is a bit chaotic out there. No, they're not going to bother.
Limping foxes. Nisa can have a single wherever he wants, as long as you don't hit one into the stand, Mr. Nisa. Ackerman bowls outside off stump, and they will take the single up to wide long on as Parkinson does the fielding. Nisa retains the bowling. 395 for 9. Nisa 169, McIlroy 10. Leicestershire, I'm afraid, have lost the plot.
And 300 have been added for the last couple of wickets.
50 partnership came up in that over as well.
Goodness me. And at the moment, the way things are, you would not back against necessarily there being a 3rd consecutive century partnership from 93 for 7. The wheels have well and truly come off Leicestershire's wagon. Parkinson has drawn the short straw.
He is trudging back towards the umpire. I've got a bowl now. Oh dear.
Some very cutting comments coming in about Leicestershire's performance over the last couple of hours, I'm afraid. And it's hard not to, well, there are excuses, but they are excuses. Mark Francis, the most inept and gutless 3 hours of sport I've ever witnessed.
Oh gosh.
That's a bit harsh, I think, Mark, in the circumstances. But I know the last hour hasn't been pretty watching that, that's for sure. Well, 2 hours. Parkinson is in and bowls down the wicket goes. Nisa drives out into the onside, doesn't quite get it though, and the 2 batsmen have a chat in the middle before Nisa sends McIlroy back into his ground. They don't take one.
Steve West, Neil Thornycroft both suggesting that the declaration needs to come.
Parkinson is in. Nisa hits high and straight for 6. Gentleman in a light blue shirt takes cover and then points away to his right, so that might actually have gone out of the ground. Didn't quite pick it up whether it dropped over the white sort of fencing that goes behind what passes for the sight screen on that side of the ground, where because the pitch is cut, so far over to one side there's white netting, but we are going to have a replacement ball, it would appear.
Ian Evans says, amazed with what I've seen today. Glamorgan have been dreadful, Queensland have been fantastic. Well, Nisa and Swepson have certainly been the main two characters for Glamorgan.
400 up, by the way.
400 with that shot, and the 4th batting bonus point.
Astonishing.
Dexter the Frenchie tweets, just had a fabulous afternoon nap. I had an incredible dream that the sun was shining brightly in Cardiff and Glamorgan were approaching 350. Well, that was half an hour ago, and now they've gone past 400. So quite a fight back.
Parkinson is into Nisa, who goes back and just works it out towards deep mid-wicket, and again sends the desperately keen McIlroy back into his ground, having jogged 3/4 of the way down the pitch. Says, no mate, he's on 175 now, Michael Nisa, and we haven't had, well, we could get the declaration at the end of this over and they could then have 7 overs at Leicestershire, but no real sign it's coming. Parkinson is in. Nisa just dabs it down into the offside, takes his one. Parkinson has to run across and field. He made McIlroy actually have to run quite quickly to be sure, but Parkinson, having run across, didn't bother picking up and throwing at the stumps. Hanscom was ready to take the throw, but Parkinson was sort of heading in the wrong direction. The field comes in now for Jamie McIlroy. 2 deliveries left in the over. What will he do? What are his instructions? Is he allowed to have a whack? Mid-on and mid-off have stayed deep-ish as Parkinson is in. He does drive it back past Parkinson and take the single, which kind of negates what they've just done, I think. Having taken the quick single off the previous ball, you would imagine that the point was to keep Nisa at t'other end. However, the single is taken. McIlroy on to 11, 403 for 9. Field, what is going to happen? Comes in, stays out, who's doing what? It's a sort of mixture. As Parkinson comes in and bowls, Nisa makes a little bit of room. Parkinson fires it down the leg side. Nisa doesn't get anything on it. Hanscom can't take it, comes off his pads. Nisa quickly pushes his back foot back into his crease just in case, and the declaration has come. Well, not surprised. I think it's a touch late, so Glamorgan are going to have 7 overs at Leicestershire tonight. The declaration comes on 403 for 9, but we ought to listen to the applause as Michael Nisa runs off undefeated on 176.
Michael Nisa unbeaten on a career best 176.
The doctor's ability to repeat what we've just said loudly on there is intensely irritating, but it's understandable.
If only he'd got 4 more, he could have gone into darts mode. 180. 403 for 9 as Glamorgan head off, and 9 overs remain on the board, which means that there will be 7 for Leicestershire to survive this evening.
And the opening batters, Messrs Patel and Budinger, if they are the 2 who come out, will be, you would imagine, somewhat weary, having spent certainly the last 40 overs or so chasing leather. Out comes the heavy roller, just to make sure there aren't any devils in the pitch as far as Leicestershire are concerned. But that is an extraordinary afternoon and evening as far as Glamorgan are concerned. To go from 93 for 7, could have been 131 for 8. Ackerman dropped Harris off right. At T, 218 for 7. Pretty soon thereafter, 221 for 8. To go to 403 for 9 declared. It was an astonishing evening session. Leicestershire completely lost control. Michael Nisa batted magnificently. And who's to say he's not going to pick up a few wickets before the close?
Indeed, so 7 overs to survive. Wright 2 for 73, Salisbury 3 for 92, Scriven 3 for 108, Parkinson 1 for 84. The wicket takers, Ackerman bowled 8 overs naught for 33. So Glamorgan with a completely unlikely declaration, given that they were 93 for 7 in the 35th over, just after lunch. And Leicestershire with Wright providing a couple of ripper deliveries in the morning session, and Scriven and Salisbury really backing him up, but there was precious little Leicestershire success in the final session. It was actually 218 for 7 at tea, so Glamorgan added a further 185 runs for the loss of 2 more wickets after tea, and that wasn't even a full session, although I think there were 40 overs remaining at tea, so it's probably about the normal length of an evening session. But Leicestershire's top order have to really concentrate after, it hasn't been a long day because we didn't start till 11:45, but certainly felt like a day in the dirt for the second half of it. So 403 for 9 declared.
We take a couple of minutes to get a cup of tea and compose ourselves.
Why not?
And we'll return for the final 7 overs, the last half hour or so. See what damage Van der Hoogten and Nisa can do to Leicestershire.
Well, welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where we have 7 overs remaining. What has been quite an extraordinary day. If you've just come in from work or from the garden or wherever you've been, I can tell you that Glamorgan first ball after lunch were 93 for 7. They eventually declared on 403 for 9, with the middle order and tail enders playing a huge part. Michael Nisa was undefeated on 176, signed ostensibly by Glamorgan, of course, as a bowler from Australia. He had good, initially, good support from James Harris, who scored 47. They put on 128. And then Mitch Swepson batting at 10. Now, lots of people think he can't bat. Well, he scored 69 at nearly run the ball. Glamorgan gained 4 batting points and 3 for Leicestershire. And when they went to 400, and Richard Ray's alongside me, of course they had in their mind follow-on of 251. Well, I suppose it's a long shot, but we'd seen things happen today, and if they thought, well, we might be able to get a wicket or 2 tonight, and if they collapse and make them follow on, who knows? You know, I can't see it happening on this pitch and with this ball, but when there's the pressure that's been on Leicestershire throughout today, you just never know.
The opening batters for Leicestershire are Rishi Patel and Sophia.
So we can tell you what happened, we can't necessarily explain it, essentially. We can to a certain extent, but Leicestershire's heads went down, and once down, Michael Nisa made sure they stayed down. Eddie Bevan and Richard Ray, your commentators for these last 7 overs, and we will be with BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency, as well, of course, as across the West Country and Wales frequencies and the internet for these last 7 overs. What damage will be done? And Houghton will open the bowling for Glamorgan from the Cathedral Road end of the ground.
Yes, this is a little bit of a surprise, and Nisa normally gets the new ball, but Van der Houghton has had an extremely good season, and it's no surprise. He'll be bowling at Rishi Patel, who himself has had a very good season. Bowls the first ball, and Patel comes right forward and pushes it back to the bowler, and we were saying, will Glamorgan get that batting point at 250? And then Richard, it just went on and on and on. I was very much with you, perhaps pull in at 350 and then have a crack with about 18, 20 overs left tonight, but they've given themselves 7, and whatever happens, they could easily get a nice haul of 13 points. Van der Houghton bowls again, it's pushed away onto the offside by Patel.
Bowled beautifully at Grace Road, of course, Tim Van der Houghton.
Yeah, he's bowled well all season. It's still a very good pitch. So much depends on the new ball, of course.
34 wickets to his name in the county championship.
Yeah.
At 22.3.
Yeah, you're not going to argue with that as he walks back to his mark. 7 overs, let me remind you, to be bowled tonight. As in he comes, bowls again, and this brings Patel right forward. He's determined to stay there and restart in the morning. 3 dot balls from Van der Houghton. Beautiful evening. Hardly any cloud in the sky. Looking away to my right, there isn't a cloud. Could you believe it after the 2 atrocious days we've had?
Still a strong wind, but it's not a cold wind, thankfully.
No. That's interesting. I've just seen McIlroy swinging his arms. Van der Houghton in. Bowls to Patel. Patel appealed for LBW, and it looked a good shout, but
just
not by Baldwin.
The line, perhaps.
We'll have a good look at it again. No, I think
inside
it
edge.
was. No, I think it was might just been drifting down. To be honest with you, just a little.
It certainly wasn't outside.
It wasn't the worst shot in the world.
No, it wasn't. Might just have been the inside edge. Rishi Patel, 702 runs this season. Welcome to listeners to BBC Radio Leicester Sports Programme. It's been a tough couple of hours for the Foxes.
Van der Guten bowls, and this time Patel comes forward, smothers any chance of movement, and play it out on to the onside where it's fielded by James Harris there. Yeah, I saw him, the opening bowler. He's stretching now, McIlroy. I wonder if he is going to bowl instead of Nisa, who is keeping himself back for the morrow.
Indeed. Is Nisa actually out there?
I'm just looking to see.
Just can't quite see him at the moment.
He did make the small matter of 176, no doubt. It's Van der Guten bowls, and that's driven nicely through the offside, and it's going to be a chase. I think he's going to get there just in time. Yeah, it's hauled in by McIlroy, and they will get 3 comfortable runs. And that is the end of the first of the 7 overs. And who are we going to see? McIlroy is trotting up from fine leg.
Well, that was a useful warm-up, wasn't it, for him to chase it all the way back to the extra cover boundary?
I suspect he's not out there, Nisa.
I can't see him.
No, I feel, yeah, he's going to bowl, obviously, that if he wasn't, he'd be down here at long leg.
Is that not Nisa now walking back? He's holding his right hand. That is Nisa, because he was shaking his right hand quite often during his innings. I'm pretty sure that's him.
Well, is he going at second slip with a bad hand?
Yeah, no, that's he, isn't it? Number 30, Michael Nisa. And, well,
strange.
There's a lot of things that we have not been able to explain today.
I think Beddington and Patel will be rather glad that Nisa's gone to
that's another of them. So 4 slips for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
As it is going to be McIlroy who is going to open the bowling for Glamorgan from the River Taff end of the ground.
Yeah, swings it and has had a pretty good season.
He's going to come around the wicket to Rishi Patel, drives in the air just wide of the man at wide-ish mid-off, and it runs out to the extra cover boundary for 4, but one cannot say that Patel was in control of that shot.
Certainly wasn't.
He does go for his shots, and he went for that one, and it was in the air for a long old time. Goodness me, that was worryingly close to the fielder from Patel's point of view. Hopefully close from Glamorgan's point of view.
Again, it's this ball.
McIlroy is in bowls, and again he's driven, this time much more controlled by Patel. It was straighter and it was fuller, and Patel just leant into the shot, stroked it through a very straight mid-off for 4.
And immediately David Lloyd sends Kieran Carlson to cover where that ball went, the last ball but one, and of course, as you say, Patel is a free scoring batsman. They're trying to plug that gap if they can. Good start though, positive.
McIlroy is in again to Patel, who wristily turns the delivery towards mid-wicket. It seems they're unnecessarily cautious on the part of Lloyd to take one slip out straight away after 1.3 overs when you've got 400 and there's only a day and 5 overs or so left in the game. Glamorgan are not going to lose this game.
I suspect they might give the leg spinner, who's played for Australia, Swepson the last over.
Patel on 11 already as McIlroy goes in, bowls line and length to him on off stump, leans forward, pushes the delivery out into the offside. Carlson does indeed field. No run. All sorts of tweets, none of them particularly complimentary, coming in from Leicestershire supporters.
I think that's a bit harsh.
A little bit. Some of the comments in particular. As McIlroy round the wicket, bowls to Patel, again line and length, again Patel just leans forward, blocks it out into the offside, and again there is no run.
Seagull time here. Seagulls come in swooping in front of us. Always come at this time up from the Cardiff Bay area.
Does that imply that the tide is coming in? But the tide obviously will come in at different times throughout the
I've no idea.
Calendar month. So in goes McIlroy and bowls, and edged by Rishi Patel along the ground wide of third slip. Down to the boundary it runs, to the empty third man boundary. Nisa diving away to his right at third slip, couldn't get there, and it runs away for 4. Patel on to 15. He has faced every delivery so far, I think, and as a consequence, Sol Budinger obviously remains on 0. Leicestershire 15 without a loss, and it will be a slightly shocked Leicestershire dressing room, I suspect, who will be volunteering. The seamers particularly will be tired. Remember, Leicester supporters, they are a seamer down effective. They could have picked another seamer, of course. They chose not to.
And Rian Ahmed didn't play because of his...
They left Ahmed out. They've picked the extra bat, if you like, as a consequence. So it shouldn't be an issue. It shouldn't. He underlines the fact the word shouldn't be an issue saving the game. But they just basically ran out of steam. But once the wheels came off, it wasn't a pretty sight.
Van de Guten brought his second over to the left-handed Budinger and hits his first ball to face and bowls to him. Gets behind it and nudges it out. Back to the bowler. 15 without loss, and all 15 scored by Patel. And Glamorgan can look back at a successful day's cricket, or should we say half a day's successful day's cricket, after being 93 for 7. Tim van der Guten comes in, straight run, round the wicket, bowls, and appeal for LBW. No, that looked as if he was trying to play it down the leg side, and he begs the umpire to give a decision in the affirmative, but he doesn't. Paul Baldwin, quite experienced, quite respected umpire.
It does play across the line sometimes. It was going down there, you're right. It does play across the line sometimes, but difficult for a right armour coming around the wicket to a left armour to straighten it sufficiently in those circumstances. To convince the umpire he straightened it sufficiently anyway.
Third man is going back, and he's not quite on the boundary, but interesting.
Please smile on Edward's face.
Yeah. Here's the next ball, and that's pushed away into they go for a very quick run. If he hits, he could be out.
Goodness me.
My word, everybody thought he was out there.
Is that Harris who picked up and threw, number 9?
No, it was, he's 9, yeah. Let's have a look at this.
Goodness me, that must have been close.
A silly run, wasn't it? Just made it.
Whoa, good call by the umpire, but goodness me, why?
Dreadful call by Budinger.
Risk that one?
Can you imagine Patel run round tonight and a couple of overs left?
He would not be happy, Patel.
Well, Patel will be facing, and he's coming over the wicket as Van de Guten bowls to him, and he's forward, thinks of a run this time, but he sensibly decides against it.
Nice work by Harris.
It was, and he was just in.
Brilliant call by the umpire, in fairness.
Yes, it was, because a few of the Glamorgan fellas dancing about and saying he was out. Excellent. Well, the day is ending as it's been turning out since lunchtime. All sorts of things happening as the next ball is driven beautifully, but very well stopped there. And Billy Root diving away to his left.
Great fielding.
They get a single. And, all sorts of things happening.
Well, we may not have had much entertainment on days 1 and 2, but day 3 has gone a long way towards making up for it. Wickets, runs, boundaries, sixes, catches.
Budinger waits now, 1 ball to face as mid-wicket goes out to the boundary. For some reason, is he going to bowl short at him? I can't quite understand why he'd want to.
Entitled to pull out there because he hadn't gone all the way back.
17 without loss. Third over, so positive start for Leicestershire. As in comes Van de Guten, and he's gone for the big high. Budinger is in an odd frame of mind, isn't he?
Frank, it's how he plays. I'm afraid, Eddie. So it's he goes for his shots all the time in all circumstances, and sometimes it comes off. More often than not, I'm afraid it doesn't. He's averaging 25. He came into the game having scored 375 runs in 15 innings. 250s, but
You're saying that he's rather fortunate to be up there at the top of the innings.
so far you wouldn't necessarily say he's made a strong case to remain as one of Leicestershire's opening batsmen. If he gets in, he'll score his runs quickly as McIlroy goes in and bowls to Patel, who drops the ball defensively out into the offside, off the off stump. And he has a left-hander's grace, and beautiful timing when he does hit the ball. Very quick hands as well. But to justify a place at the top of a first-class order, you
don't play shots
get
like
bigger
that.
runs. Not quite that early in his innings. He's got to have a little bit of a look, surely. McIlroy is in. Forward goes Rishi Patel, defending out from off stump out into the offside. Carlson is the fielder. There's no run.
Yeah, Nisa is in at
It's a gully now.
sort of fourth slip gully, as you say. And they're going to come quick at him there, and if he's got a dodgy... I don't think he has, because he wouldn't have played that innings, would he?
No, but he did at various times sort of shake his right hand throughout, and he's done it once or twice since he came out. McIlroy is in, again on off stump, again. Patel is carefully forward, head down over the ball, pushing it out into the offside. McIlroy. Nisa wanders across to have a chat to Sam Northeast at second slip. Whether they will give the leggy an over before...
I think it will.
Might as well.
He's a good leggy too.
Might as well. McIlroy is in. Patel is driving, but again not putting his full weight into the shot. Stayed just about on the back foot as he pushed it back past the follically challenged left armour. 17 without loss. Settled into a decent line though, Jamie McIlroy.
Wobbles it about, and I remember Michael Horgan saying he thinks he's got a future.
Is he quick enough? In he goes and bowls. Patel is forward, playing with an angle bat, pushing it out towards backward point.
I remember, and I went back the years, you remember the name, Malcolm Nash, who was hit, of course, by Sobers for 6 was about this pace, but swung it in and swung it away. And at one stage, if J.K. Lever of Essex hadn't been around, there was talk that he would have played for England. So I think if you can do things, and once the ball, the shine had gone, he wasn't so effective. But he used to trap the best batsmen with his swing. I think
McIlroy bowls. Patel defends, nice high left elbow back up the pitch. It goes towards the left armour end of the over. Malcolm Nash, would he have bowled on uncovered pitches?
Not a lot, no. He
just at the beginning of his career,
career. But he swung it, He used to come in the leagues. I played against him a few times, and it's hard work. And, he was just short of 1,000 wickets. And
what was the make of the balls? Did it vary?
Well, I can't remember.
I mean, I couldn't remember any of the names of the balls that I played within club cricket, to be honest. The manufacturer's name, whichever anybody could find, I think.
They're always new balls. Now then, Van der Gooten is to bowl. He's bowling at Buddingsia and bowls to him, and he plays it away into the gully area, deep gully, and is fielded by Swepson, and there is no run. 17 without loss, and we have got the ball short of 3 overs left, so I was going to say no alarms for Leicestershire as yet, but there was one very big alarm.
Indeed.
When Buddingsia called Patel for a risky run, and he was within a wafer of being run out. It's a direct hit. Van der Gooten in, bowls, Buddingsia comes right forward, and we'll get a run here because it's to the left of James Harris. He'll be first change. Nisa straight to left will be second change, or vice versa. So you've got 4 seamers, and David Lloyd, if needed, is another seamer.
Unless first change is Swepson.
Yeah, I've got a feeling they might just bowl the last over or the last 2. Well, we can't bowl the last 2 because there's only ball left. Patel waits, plays a lovely shot past cover. It's a long chase there for the fielder, and it might just beat him. No, he claws it in just inside, and returns. A long chase there for McIlroy, but he stopped it just inside. 21 for no wicket, and Leicestershire will say, well played boys, up until now, keep it going, and we want the last 15 balls played in similar fashion.
A bigger opportunity for Patel, certainly. He could be thinking in terms of a fourth century this season, perhaps. But Budinger, especially on a good pitch.
He's waiting as the next ball. He jabs at this and pushes it to mid-off, playing it very carefully. He's been listening to Richard Ray, you see. He's very much an attacking, risky player. So Richard's, well, not risky, but plays his shots, put it that way.
They cannot get the sort of 150 ahead quickly enough, Leicestershire, to put Glamorgan under any sort of pressure tomorrow. So it's just a case of batting. You would have thought.
Bat and get your points.
Yeah.
Tim van der Gooten in bowls. He gets out of that as he thinks about hooking, but decides rightly at the end, very wisely, to pull his bat away as he goes through the wicket-keeper Cook. Just walked in for the day. Well, Glamorgan got 403 for 9. And Michael Neeser, known as a bowler in the Australian party, made 176 not out. And his Mitch Swepson, who plays with him for Queensland, made 69 batting at number 10. James Harris, batting at number 9, got 47. That's all you want to know about the Glamorgan batting is the next ball. My word, he plays an awful shot there. He tries to, with no feet movement at all, tries to hit the last ball of the over through extra cover and could easily have nicked it. Tell him, Rishi, tell him.
Well, Swepson is not going to bowl the final over from the river end.
That's where he normally bowls.
Going to continue. I would have tried something new. I think someone different, just to see. I know Parkinson didn't turn it. Ackerman didn't really turn it. The finger spinners, but you never know with the leggy. Sometimes leggies can,
especially if the pitch gets a bit hard,
can get something that the finger spinners can't. McIlroy is in to Patel, bowls on off stump. Patel leans forward, pushes the delivery out into the offside. Carlson is the fielder. There is no run. Trail by 382, Leicestershire. In itself a remarkable statement.
We could be here until 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Of course.
I think they'll shake hands. Well, they could if they want the extra bonus point. Yeah. McIlroy is in. Patel is driving pleasantly, but can't get it past Carlson, who steps to his left. Makes sure it doesn't burst through his hands. Patel remains 19. Budinger 2 from 9. Patel 19 off 23.
I think if Glamorgan realised, like you do, and you know, Budinger is a flamboyant player, just throw the leg spinner in for an over. You never know what might happen.
McIlroy bowls. Patel plays that one very late, dabs it down. Hussain runs back from backward point to pick up. Patel has to settle for a single. Happy enough to do so. Best place to see out the last over or two is from the non-striker's end, and it brings Budinger down to face McIlroy for the first time in the innings. 5.5 overs, 22 without loss. He checks his guard with umpire Chantry. Umpire Baldwin has stayed at point because otherwise he's looking directly into the sun. Almost directly into the sun.
The setting sun.
The setting sun, as you
Not
say.
quite.
The ground is sort of laid out on a roughly pretty much east to west basis. As McIlroy over the wicket to Budinger, drops it a little bit short. Budinger can just turn his wrists on that defensive push out towards mid-wicket. It runs. Mid-on runs across to field. Billy Root. The walk is familiar from watching his brother.
Root.
The booing sound of Root. Lowing sound almost. Neeser's going out from gully now to mid-wicket. Seems, I don't know, Lloyd is quite conservative skipper, isn't he? In goes
Yes.
McElroy and Bowles, put into defence on off stump. McElroy reaches across, gets his left hand to the ball, slows it down, doesn't stop it cleanly.
I can put it this way, that Leicestershire and Glamorgan, if they get a rich haul of points here, will keep their place to the sides who are going to lose the games. We talk about results, but they will, Gloucestershire
They'll stay in the
have
frame,
lost
won't
already.
they? Just about, yeah. In goes McElroy and Bowles. Buttinger is solidly forward on off stump to that one, pushing the delivery out into the offside. End of the penultimate over of the day. What a remarkable day it has been here at Sophia Gardens. We have had, well, the best part now, approaching 400 runs anyway, 370 odd. We've had 9 wickets, of which 6 came pretty quickly.
Yes.
And the rest have had to be eked out by Leicestershire.
Well, it's not going to be the spinner. It's going to be Tim van der Gooten, the bowler the last over, and he will be bowling at Rishi Patel.
Some of those McElroy deliveries were sort of 72, 73 mph. I know he's coming against the wind, but he needs to do plenty at that pace.
4 slips go down as in comes McElroy and van der Gooten and bowls at Patel, and he plays it gently out into the covers, and it'll be survival now for the next 5 balls. It's the only thing on Patel's mind.
You would hope.
Yeah, I would have thought.
You would hope.
Mm. 22 for no wicket, of which Patel has got 20. Here till 7 o'clock tonight. We don't mind because we've seen a good day's cricket. As in comes Van der Gooten, bowls off the back foot, good looking shot, well timed. It's a chase for James Harris up towards the boundary. Yes, does he? Well, that's debatable whether he touched the rope or, but he flicked. It wasn't James Harris, in fact it was McElroy, was it? Yeah, McElroy. Anyway, it was stopped, but they did go through for 25 for 3 runs and takes the score to 25. But this gives a little bit of hope because I think, I don't know about you, Richard, that Van der Gooten would rather have a crack at Bellinger than Patel.
Well, he's always likely to play a slightly wild shot.
Well, in he comes now, 4 balls left. This is clipped away. They go for in the end, comfortable single. So they're playing quite confidently, no terrors. The only big shout was against an LBW, was quite close, one thinks, against Patel in the first over from Van der Gooten. Interested to know who your interviewee is going to be tonight.
I don't think there'll be many volunteers, put it that way.
Probably the bowling coach.
Well, I had a chat to Matt Salisbury last night, and it looked for a while as though he might be the favourite again today.
Van der Gooten in, bowls to Patel. Patel plays it away on the onside. They go for a quick single, and Swepson picks up, thinks of throwing, and decides no, not much point. 2 balls left of this quite extraordinary day's cricket. 27 with loss. To give Leicestershire openers credit, they have they've weathered the storm, or perhaps I should say that after these 2 balls have been bowled. Beautiful evening. That's Bellinger waits. He is on 3. In comes Van der Gooten, bowls to him, plays it away on the onside, gets another run. So he'll be there in the morning in case, unless there's a catastrophic run out from the last ball. He knows that because he's taken his gloves off. Oh, he was going to, but then decided not to. $375 runs in arrears. Now Leicestershire.
Quick look at the forecast for tomorrow.
I think tomorrow's fine.
Sun and cloud all day. No.
There we go then. Last ball of the day. In comes Van der Gooten, bowls to Patel, who leaves outside the off stump. And as that wonderful old umpire David Shepherd used to say, and that concludes the entertainment for today, gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been listening or watching all day, you'll have seen an absorbing day's cricket as we have. Glamorgan 400 and 3 for 9 declared. Leicestershire in reply, if I can talk over the public address announcer, are 28 for us. Richard Ray, Nick Webb and myself, Edward Bevan, will be with you at 11 a.m. in the morning, and it's a very good night from a sunny Sophia Gardens.